Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie.
Really trying to make the Emir of Kano something which he is not.
Yes.
Let me tell you this, my friend. I will advise you to stop talking about this Emir of Kano. The way you press people and the way our political opponents want to regard the Emir, that is not the way we regard the Emir. As far as we are concerned, we the elected government of Kano State, as far as we are concerned, as far as I, the governor of Kano State, is concerned, the Emir of Kano is nothing but a public officer. I read in the paper that somebody said, I said he's a civil servant. I never said so. I didn't say he's a civil servant. He's not a civil servant. He's a public officer who is holding a public office and who is being paid from public funds and whose appointment is at the pleasure of the governor of the state and who can be dismissed, removed, interdicted, suspended if he commits an offense. And there is nothing absolutely unique about Adobayo, Emir of Kano. He is equal to any one of my 8 emirs. And believe me, if he commits any offense which will make it necessary for us to remove him, we will remove him and we will sleep soundly.
Yes, sir.
Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what I want to do when you forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at you. And then you get out. Mama, say, I want me to go. I got no one to lumba. Oh, we're putting it. I got you to put it on him. I don't know what they are doing. Why I don't want. Oh, yeah. I didn't for only a yajoni. Only a yajoni. What the game? What will they open? Eh? Oh, you think more big about me? Why? Can you go by me? Why?
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jó ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí wá fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Àkànbí.
And there it is, right there, Agbado Ewa. So there it is. Yeah, a throwback to the electioneering phase. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you all? So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you all? Another day, another session. It never stops. Yes, the usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And by the way, click on whatever the equivalent is of a like button on whatever platform that you're watching from. We're streaming to a multitude of platforms. So the equivalent of a like button on whichever platform you're watching from, click on that and share, retweet, and all of those things. So all those things that you do to promote a space, to share a stream, to share a video, do that wherever you're watching us from. So click on like, click on subscribe, and then this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. This hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. This invites you into the studio space. So as soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. So let me send the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So this should come up on whichever platform you are watching from. So click on that hyperlink right there, whichever platform you are watching from, if you want to participate. So click on like, click on subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen to ebb and flow the conversation, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So those three things. And then, of course, the $ at the bottom of the YouTube space, or the equivalent in whichever platform you're watching from, that invites you to donate towards the platform. So use that as well. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and click on the $ to super chat towards the stream. So do all those nice and funky things. Do all those nice and funky things. The pretty much the whole of this session is going to wrap around the goings on in Kano State. There's no other thing to talk about, is there? There's one singular thing going on within the Nigerian state, and that is the goings on within within Kano State. So to bring you up to speed, if you're not, if you've been living under a rock or anything, to bring you up to speed. So quite suddenly, within the last 5 weeks, 7 days, the Kano State government told us that they had repealed the bill that balkanized the Kano Emirate. You need to know the backdrop of Nigeria, by the way, because I'm giving you a précis, so I can't give you the long version. So, but within the last 5-7 days, the Kano State governor told us that they had repealed the law that balkanized the Kano Emirate into 5 sub-emirates. That was done under Abdullahi Ganduje. So they repealed it and reverted back to that law, that bill. So that reinstated the Kano Emirate under one umbrella, and then they reinstalled Lamido Sanusi as the emir. So he was the 14th emir. There was an intercession for that period of balkanization. So he now comes back as the 16th emir. So convoluted enough, but it gets even more complex. So it gets even more complex. So he returns as the emir of Kano, and what we were expecting then is just a ceremonial coronation, and then about his business he goes. But it's never that simple in Kano State, is it? So now a lawsuit tries to stop that process. The governor bypasses that lawsuit. The Emir of Kano, the one that was appointed by Abdullahi Ganduje, the Ado Bayero son, he continues to. Anyway, let me just bring you the readouts. That probably explains it a lot more than I ever could. So let's pick it up from here. Actually, let's pick it up from here. Let's pick it up from here. So this is I'll give you 2 minutes of this. This is Lamido Sanusi preening and peacocking with his showing off his newfound boots. So this is his first TV interaction, having been reinstated as the now new or reburnished, because it's not new, of course, it's reburnished. So as he now Prince and Picos as now the now reburnished emir of Kano State. So let's take a couple of minutes of this, and then we progress I was going to say we progress the conversation, but really it's a saga. So we progress the saga. But let's take a couple of minutes of this. Let's listen to Lamido Sanusi, Preen and Peacock.
Praise and gratitude to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He is the one who gives authority. He's the one who takes away authority. We thank him for life and for good health. As you know, I was appointed the 14th Emir of the single Emirate of Kano in June 2014. And now I'm reappointed as the Emir of the single Emirate of Kano. In between that period, we did not have a single emirate. We had 5 balkanized emirates. And this was an injustice to the history of Kano. It was an attack on our history, on our culture.
All right. So he goes on for another 5-7 minutes or so, but you get the gist of where he's going. So there he is, claiming his crown now, claiming the fat of the land, claiming the spoils. So he claims the spoils, but as I said, there's a court injunction already trying to stymie his reinstallment as the Emir of Kano. So now let's now move it forward to where we are now. And in the course of that session, in the course of that clip, by the way, he was thanking Tinubu for not interfering and all of that for federal might not vesting. But it looks as though federal might be vested. And let's pick it up from here. Nsa Ribadu moves to hijack Kano Emirate for in-law. Bayero deploys soldiers, SSS, police. So this could well be the undoing of the Tinubu administration, because it only takes a single spark for those sort of spaces to blow up. The National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, has allegedly intensified moves to hijack the Kano Emirate to ensure the re-enthronement of his Emir Bayero, who is said to be an in-law. The Deputy Governor, Aminu Gwazo, made the allegation on Saturday while speaking with journalists at the Emir's Palace in Gidan Ramfa on Saturday. Mr. Gwanzo said the National Security Advisor ordered the return of His Royal Highness Aminu Bayero as Emir of Kano. We are confused. The National Security Advisor gave 2 jets to bring the dethroned Emir to Kano and to bring him to the place. We have not understood their intentions, is stated. The National Security Advisor also said to have deployed officers of the Nigerian Army and that of the State Security Service to ensure the reinstatement of the deposed Emir of Kano. The dethroned Emir, accompanied by several military escorts, reportedly returned to the state at 4 a.m. on Saturday on a chartered flight from Abuja after returning from a visit to Awujale of Ijebuland in Ogun State, and was welcomed to Kano by a crowd. So that visit to the Awujale, that came almost immediately. The announcement was made that the announcement was made that Lamido Sanusi is being reinstated as the Emir of Kano. So the reading of that visit to the Awujale is that the erstwhile now deposed, it is a convoluted situation, by the way, but try and follow through. The erstwhile Emir of Kano, that is Aminu Bayero, now deposed, had gone to the Awujale of Ijebuland to ask him to lean his leverage on Tinubu, because the Awujale of Ijebuland, of course, is almost like a godfather to Tinubu. So he's gone there to the Awujale to lean his leverage on Tinubu to arrest the situation. And if that reading is the case, then it seems to be working, because it looks as though the federal might is now backing somewhat Bayero. But the Kano space is not taking it easy. The governor of Kano State has now ordered the arrest of Aminu Bayero. So let's pick it up from here.
CBC News this hour. Governor of Kano State, Abba Yusuf, has ordered the arrest of the 15th Emir of Kano, Aminu Bayero, as he arrives in Nasarawa GRA Palace amidst tight security and cheering crowd. Just moments after Muhammadu Sanusi II returned to the palace, the 15th Emir of Kano, Aminu Bayero, touched down at the Kano airport. Recall that on Thursday, when the new Emir was reinstated, he was out of town on a trip to Ogun State. Meanwhile, the Deputy Governor of Kano State, Aminu Gwarzo, says the arrival of the former Emir, Aminu Bayero, changes nothing, that any attempt to remove the new Emir will be resisted. Heavy security has been deployed to the Kano Emir's palace to maintain law and order. The Emir of Kano, while interacting with journalists, expressed joy at the development, thanking the government at the state and national level for their support.
All right. So as you can see, it gets more and more complex. So now, there's a because when an emir is deposed, it is banished from the kingdom. We got that from the dethronement of Lamido Sanusi. When he was dethroned, he was banished to Taraba State, and that seems to be the custom in that culture. So now, Aminu Bayero, now deposed, he should then be banished from that emirate. But rather than being banished from that emirate, he makes a triumphant return to the emirate. So he makes a triumphant return to the emirate, and of course, making that triumphant return to the emirate has now elicited the summary arrest order by the sitting governor. So that's where we are now. The governor of the state has now ordered the arrest of the erstwhile Emir of Kano, Ado Bayero, but it gets even more complex. So let's take it to this space. Police vows to enforce court order stopping dissolution of Kano Emirate. So the weight of the might of the federal space now vests itself. So a site has been picked. The Kano State Police Command has said it will enforce the court order restraining the state government from dissolving 5 newly created emirates in the state. The State Commissioner of Police, Mohammed Gumal, disclosed this whilst briefing journalists at the police headquarters in Bompia, Kano on Saturday. During the, I think there's actually a video clip. Maybe I should just play you the clip instead of the readout, but let me give you both. During the briefing, the police boss vowed to maintain law and order, assuring that security agencies won't spare anyone trying to tamper with the peace across the state. Let me also remind you that the position of the law is very clear, as whoever, under whatever guise, is found to be planning to disrupt the peace being enjoyed in the state, or feel that he or she can jeopardize the existing security settings in the state, will be arrested and made to face the full wrath of the law. Therefore, as the police command, is leading other security agencies to sustain peace and peaceful coexistence for overriding interest, miscreants should steer clear of violence in all ramifications and should not take advantage or hijack the current situation to launch unprovoked attacks on people, property, and infrastructure in the state. Anyone found with such tendency will be ruthlessly dealt with according to the law of the land. The combined security agencies in the state have set out all machinery in place to ensure no breakdown of law and order, as the safety and security of all inhabitants of the state remain sacrosanct. So that's Gomel. So that is so they are standing by that court order now that is restraining then Lamido Sanusi from taking full effect as the Emir of Kano. So it gets even more convoluted and more complex. So what we have now in Kano is effectively 2 emirs. Let's go on to this one. Kano Emirate crisis. Sanusi Bayero holding court from separate palaces. So this is where we are now. This is and by the way, there are several subsects in play here. There's the Ado Bayero versus there's let me send the link if anybody wants to hop on. There's barely anyone in the studio at the moment. So if you want to have a conversation around this, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So there are several subsect battles going on within this space. So there is the most frontal ones, which of course is Ado Bayero versus Lamido Sanusi for the crown. Essentially, it's a Game of Thrones, isn't it? So it's Ado Bayero versus Lamido Sanusi for the crown. So that's the one. That's a battle going on right there. And then there is another subsect battle, which is essentially the puppeteers orchestrating these spaces, which is Kwakwanso, of course, orchestrating Lamido Sanusi, and Ganduje orchestrating Ado Bayero. And there's a subsequent subsects of course, the political chasms with Atiku Abubakar weighing in, but we get to that in a moment. We will get to that in a moment. So let's go to it. Kano Emirate crisis, Sanusi Bayero holding courts from separate palaces. So it's a gift that just keeps on giving. And this could be this could well end up being the thing that will finish the Tinubu administration. The tussle for the Kano emirship appears to be in full steam as 2 men, Aminu Ado Bayero and Lamido Sanusi, have asserted claims to the position and are acting as such from 2 different palaces. whilst the man reinstated by the state government, they don't call him Mr. or call him Emir, because even if he was dethroned, he's still an Emir. They gave him a crown in his own. The tussle for the Kano Emirate appears to be in full steam as two men, Aminu Adobayero and Lamido Sanusi, have asserted claims to the position, and are acting as such from two different palaces. Whilst the man reinstated by the state government, Mr. Sanusi, is holding court at the main Kano Emir's palace, the man deposed by the government, Mr. Adobayero, is at a mini palace at the Nasarawa GRA, both in Kano City. Mr. Adobayero surprisingly returned from a trip to Kano on Saturday morning, a day after Mr. Sanusi was formally reinstated. Mr. Sanusi has been receiving greetings and homage from district heads at the main palace. He rode on a horse. You know how it's such a very large show off, isn't it? Even as a banker, he was wearing bow ties. It's just a show off. Lamido Sanusi. He rode on let me have a supporter. Right. He rode on a horse to the chambers to the sound of multiple gun salutes from the palace guards. Hundreds of sympathizers, mostly red cap wearing, So that then tells you then the political leanings of all of this. He rode on a horse to the chambers to the sound of multiple gun salutes from the palace guards. Hundreds of sympathizers, mostly red cap wearing supporters of the state's ruling New Nigeria People's Party NNPP, are being bussed from the local government areas to the main Emir's palace. The movement of the people to the palace was said to be in connection with an alleged plan by federal authorities to relocate Mr. Adobayero to the palace. The security agencies and police have asked the state government to obey a court order halting the deposition of Mr. Adobayero and his colleagues in the scrapped Bichi, Karaye, Rano, and Gaya Emirates. The court ordered the parties involved in the crisis to maintain status quo until the hearing of the interim injunction scheduled for the 3rd of June 2024. The state government, however, faulted the order, saying the judge that granted it was outside the country when he did. At the mini palace at Nasarawa GRA, Mr. Adobayero too has received homages from some district heads and title holders who are against his deposition. There is no way that there won't be bloodletting there's an inevitability to it. There's going to be bloodletting in Kano State, without a doubt. Correspondents saw dozens of descendants of late Emir Adobayero rally around their brother in a show of solidarity and support as they arrived in Kano on Saturday morning. Aminu Dan something or the other, a title holder and senior counsel in Kano Emirate, who filed the case in court, is also at the mini palace with Mr. Adobayero. There, Mr. Adobayero had urged his supporters and residents to remain calm and allow the law to take its course, saying nobody above the law. He said that he was confident that justice will prevail at the end. I call on the people to remain law-abiding as we await the pronouncement from the court in this legal matter. We call on the authority to be fair and just in this matter. Kano is like a mirror and an influential state in Nigeria. Whatever affects Kano may escalate across. May peace reign in Kano. We pray for Allah to bless Kano with responsible and just leaders. Justice is the way to go on every issue. There will be justice. So it's not going down without a fight, is what he's saying, because it's a literal Game of Thrones, Fulani style. Justice is the way to go on every issue. There will be justice. Nobody is above the law. We will accept whatever the law says. I appreciate all the people who have shown concern. We will keep on praying for peace in Kano State. May Allah, the Almighty, protect us. Adebayero. So yes. Yes. Let me just give you this as well. The Kano State Deputy Governor Aminu Abdul Salam blamed the confusion on the immediate past governor Abdullahi Ganduje, who is now the national chairman of Nigeria's ruling All Progressive Congress (APC). The deputy governor said Mr. Ganduje is using the office of the National Security Advisor to create chaos in the state by facilitating Saturday's return of Mr. Adebayero to the state. But the office of the National Security Advisor denied the allegation and warned politicians in the state to be mindful of their utterances. It is unfortunate that the APC National Chairman Abdullahi Ganduje is using the National Security Advisor to create tension in the state by smuggling into the state the former Emir Aminu Adebayero. So there it is right there. It's just a complex little whatever it is that is going on there. Let me give you this now right to reply. Ribadu speaks on assisting dethroned Emir Bayero return to Kano. So this is a right to reply. The Office of the National Security Advisor (NSA) has denied an allegation that Nuhu Ribadu, the NSA, helped the dethroned Emir of Kano, Aminu Adebayero, return to Kano on Saturday, May the 25th. The Kano State Deputy Governor, Aminu Abdul Salam, claimed Ribadu provided 2 aircrafts for Mr. Adebayero's return to the city at 4:30 a.m. on Saturday. The National Security Advisor gave 2 jets to bring the dethroned Emir to Kano and to bring him to the palace. Correspondents reported that the spokesperson of the office of the NSA, Zachary, I won't attempt his last name, reacted to the development and said the allegation is untrue. He noted that Ribadu did not provide the aircraft that returned Adebayero to Kano. Further, he urged the politicians to be mindful of their utterances as they may jeopardize security agencies' efforts to maintain peace in the state. I read the comments on social media. It is untrue. The NSA did not provide air transport to anyone to Kano. Political actors should desist from misinforming the public as law enforcement officials in the state strive to maintain peace, another the guy with the funky name said. So there it is. Let me just give you. Let me give you a position from Atiku Abubakar. Just to, of course, he's going to seize onto the moment and try to make political capital out of it, and seize the moment for political capital he has done. Hold Tinubu government responsible if war breaks out in Kano for bringing soldiers to impose an emir. This is Atiku, the Waziri of Abu Dhabi. So I'll probably just give you a few paragraphs. It looks like a long essay. So let me give you to the point that we've established what he has to say. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has stated that the President Bola Tinubu-led Nigerian government should be held responsible if any violence breaks out in Kano State over the ongoing tussle in the Emirate. Atiku condemned the Tinubu government for siding the newly sacked Emir Aminu Adebayero by deploying security forces to accompany him into his palace during the early hours of Saturday. The former vice president, in a statement he issued on Twitter, justified the dethronement of Adebayero by the Kano State government. He said the issue was within the influence of the state since Governor Abba Yusuf enacted the repealed Kano State Emirate Council law, which consequently reinstated the deposed Sanusi as the current emir. He said the action of the federal government contravenes the 1999 constitution as amended. Atiku, who made this known in a statement on Saturday, warned President Bola Tinubu-led administration not to make any attempt to destabilize Kano, which had been known for peace over the years. The statement reads, the action of the federal government in deploying soldiers in Kano in the tussle over the throne of the ancient city is an upset to the peace and security of the state and also a breach of the 1999 Constitution as amended. In performing their constitutional duties of lawmaking, the Kano State House of Assembly passed the amended Kano State Emirate Council Repeal Bill 2024 in consonance with the provision of Section 4 of the Constitution 1999 as amended, whereas the governor of Kano State, Engineer Abba Kabir Yusuf, subsequently signed into law the said bill. The law therefore repealed the 2019 version, which balkanized the ancient Kano Emirate into 5. The foregoing circumstances happened within the confines of the law and in compliance with the powers conferred on the governor as provided by section blah, blah, blah of the Constitution as amended, and also in consultation with the kingmakers of Kano, reappointed Sanusi Lamido Sanusi as the 16th Emir of Kano State and accordingly handed him a letter of appointment. It is surprising that in the early hours of today, at exactly at about, how can be exactly at about, it can be exactly and then approximately, can it? So it's just this chancer from where is he even from? Nasarawa, where is it from? Nasarawa State. It's a Cameroonian even. There was not what Buhari told us that it's a Cameroonian, Atiku Abubakar that is. It is surprising that in the early hours of today it is surprising that in the early hours of today, exactly at about 4:30 a.m., the former Emir of Kano, His Majesty Aminu Ado Bayero, backed by the federal might, made their way into the Nasarawa Palace of the Kano Emirate, whilst the reappointed Emir Mohammedu Sanusi III. So is it now going to be Mohammedu? They're still giving him Mohammedu Sanusi II. But if he holds on to that throne, then he'll be the third, because his first incarnation was the second. So he will not be the third if he holds on to that throne. It is surprising that in the early hours of today, exactly at about 4:30 a.m., the former Emir of Kano, His Majesty Aminu Ado Bayero, backed by federal might, made their way into the Nasarawa Palace of the Kano Emirate, while the reappointed Emir Mohammedu Sanusi II was at the Gidandabo, which is the main residence of the Emir of Kano. In this wise, the former Emir could not have made his way into the Nasarawa Palace without the support of the federal government, having done so with the support of the army and other security personnel in his company. The deployment of soldiers in extra constitutional matters such as this undermines the integrity of the Nigerian military. We need to remind the Tinubu administration that Kano State is known for peace and harmony, spanning thousands of years, and any attempt to destabilize the peace of the land of commerce shall be resisted. So he's sending dog whistles then for that place to blow up. This guy hates Tinubu with every pore in his being. Recall that Mohammedu Sanusi II was yes, we wish to state unequivocally that if for any reason law and order breaks down in Kano State, particularly Kano Municipal, the federal government should be held responsible as the act of providing security cover to the former Emir Aminu Ado Bayero to come back to Kano is an invitation to anarchy. So I think that invitation to anarchy actually rests on Abba Yusuf. So it's a game of hijinks, isn't it? It's a game of brinksmanship. Whoever blinks first loses. So whoever blinks, so that's the goings on in Kano State. Or it's just Yawa. I don't know. There's an inevitability to it that there will be bloodletting in our Kano. It's just because we know the way they are in the north. It doesn't even take much to spark that space. So it's an inevitability to it that there'll be bloodletting in the north. So let me just bring a couple more This one, nothing to do with Kano State this time. How I outsmarted Adamu, delivered Tinubu as APC presidential candidate during primary election. So this will be Omisore, a former national secretary of the All Progressive Congress APC. Iyola Omisore has narrated how he ensured Asiwaju Bola Tinubu emerged as the party's presidential candidate in the June 2022 party primary. He said different regions and people came to the APC primary with different agendas, and as the highest ranking official from the Southwest at the time, he had a mission to ensure a Southwesterner secured the much coveted party ticket. You recall all those dark hour meetings that they were having between Yemi Osinbajo and Tinubu, inviting Yemi Osinbajo to step down. Omisore was at the heart of that. The whole of Yoruba land told Yemi Osinbajo to step down, but he was short people now, very, very stubborn. But then where has that now led him? Let me take it from the top, speed through. A former national secretary of the All Progressive Congress APC, Iyola Omisore, has narrated how he ensured Asiwaju Bola Tinubu emerged as the party's presidential candidate in the June 2022 party primary. He said different regions and people came to the APC primary with different agendas, and as the highest-ranking official from the Southwest at the time, he had a mission to ensure a Southwesterner secured the much coveted party ticket. According to Omisore, who spoke on Friday as a guest, hold on, let me see what's going on there. All right, sorry, I just had, my phone beeped, my phone beeped and it distracted me. Now, according to Omisore, who spoke on Friday as a guest on a Channel's television program, Inside Sources with Laolo Akonde, he worked and outsmarted others to ensure Tinubu emerged as the APC flag bearer. He narrated that the then APC national chairman, Abdullahi Adamu, wanted the North to retain the presidency after the 8 years of the then President Muhammadu Buhari, who was from the Northwest geopolitical zone. In politics, everybody has their mindsets. We came from different geopolitical zones to the NWC National Working Committee that time, representing different interests, he said. I was the most senior member of the party in the Southwest, and my mandate was to deliver Southwest for presidency. Somebody from the South too, his own mandate was to deliver South for the presidency. I want to assume so. So my own was to get to my destination, which I have gotten to today. The way and manner I did my journey is between me and God. I can't castigate anybody who tried to be smart, but if you want to be smart, I outsmarted you. To God the glory. You see, nobody can outmaneuver some of these people when they are determined. I don't want to go too ethnic, but lowe and Luglu and all that. It says, so my own was to get to my destination, which I have gotten to today. The way and manner I did my journey is between me and God. I can't castigate anybody who tried to be smart, but if you want to be smart, and I outsmarted you, to God the glory. But the point is that my mission was to deliver the Southwest for presidency, which we are today. Omisore said, though Adamu backed a different aspirant, democracy prevailed during the primary election, and every other thing is history now. He said at the convention, democracy took place and democracy was respected. We voted, everybody had a choice, and it was transparent. And the moment there is a transparent primary, there won't be no noise. It is only when people feel cheated that they can go to court. The former APC National Secretary said everything that happened in the build-up to the APC primary was all politics. He said, whatever we did then was for that time, adding that the party had moved on consolidating democratic gains for the benefit of Nigerians. Correspondents recall that in the build-up to the APC presidential primary in June 2022, Adamu controversially announced then Senate President Ahmad Lawan as the party's consensus candidate, but the announcement was strongly rejected by a league of northern governors who preferred Tinubu. Tinubu eventually went on to win the keenly contested primary. You know, the election was won and lost at that primary. Whoever became the APC candidate was always going to be the president. So that was essentially for the presidency, that APC primary. Tinubu eventually went on to win the keenly contested primary and also the 2023 presidential election to emerge as president of Nigeria. So that's Tinubu emerges as our president of Nigeria. So now let me now show you Tinubu now taking the spoils of war. So President Bola Tinubu arrives in Lagos ahead of the flag off of Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway and other flagship projects of this administration. So let's watch a little bit of this and then we come into the room. So there it is right there. So that's Tinubu then. In Lagos, flagging off the very controversial Lagos Calabar Super Highway. So that road is going to happen whether anybody likes it or not. So that road is going to happen whether anybody likes it or not. So that's what we have for the moment. I'll send the link again. Anybody that wants to come and join, click on this hyperlink. I'll send it to the Twitter space as well. We've not yet had people on Twitter come join us yet. So maybe a Twitter follower will break his dog today. So break your dog Twitter for, oh no, I wasn't intending to put that there. So break your dog a Twitter follower. We play the Kegite music, we kick off the session. So first we play the Kegite music.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
There it is right there. Ikuko Nerua may that have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Patoski. Hopefully, he's there. Adale Koko in the house as well. Hopefully, he's there as well. So, good to have you, gentlemen. So, plenty of room still on the studio. Anybody wants to jump on, jump on. Who's ready to go? Anybody wants to kick it off?
Gonna let Patoski kick it off. Is Patoski there?
Patrick. I'm not sure if we fully have him. Patoski.
It looks like it's not there. What's going on? Yeah, let me kick it off. Let me kick it off. If it's not there.
All right. It doesn't appear to be there. So you kick it off then. So Tinubu in Lagos then kicking off a multitude of our projects. The central one being the Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway. There's an inevitability to this because this is going to be his signature project for his administration, and this is going to be his legacy project for posterity. So there is nothing that is going to stop that road.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Yes, I agree with you. It's a legacy project. The commissioning of the project. I mean, what is it commissioning or what did you say? What did you call it? Woman.
No, they are calling it a flagging off.
Flagging off. Yes. The flagging off show that the government is serious about it. It shows that they are really committed to it, and is to send message to everybody that, particularly the opposition, is to send message to Nigerians, people that are on board with him to build this coastal road, and the people that are opposed to it, that is not backing down. He wants to start it. He has started it already. He will commit. They have committed fund to it, and he's serious about it. So it's just a way of telling people that are on board with him and people that oppose it that he's going to go ahead with the building of the coastal road, which will bring a huge economic, economic boost to the economy. I mean, to Nigerian economy. So it's just a show of seriousness and commitment to building the coastal road.
Because of all of the controversies that this thing has generated, they cannot afford to fail, and I suspect that they would not fail. And a lot of people, when this road is completed, they will all glory in it. It'll be one of the things that we will use to boast internationally, especially within the African space. Remember when we had the third mainland bridge, and that was our bragging right in Africa back in those days.
Yes, I believe it's going to be the longest. Can you hear me, one man?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah, I believe that coastal road, 700 miles, 700 kilometers, is going to be the longest. It's going to be the longest in the country, and possibly maybe the longest in the whole of Africa.
I cannot imagine that there's a single stretch road in Africa that will be longer.
Yeah, yeah. So it's a legacy project that is linking the economy of Lagos to other 9 states, and the economic boost that will bring to those 9 states
I mean, it's going to be remarkable. The economy of those nice states will never be the same again, because it's going to bring, when you have infrastructure of that note, linking 9 states together, 10 states, definitely all the states are going to benefit from it. Development will follow it. Tourism will follow, it will carry tourism benefit to every state that are connected to that state. I mean, to that road. Hotel and hospitality, businesses, and trade. In so many respects, transportation, movement of goods and services. So the economy of those states will never be the same. And Lagos being the gateway to the international world.
You see, with this coastal highway Lagos Calabar, this $1 trillion economy that Tinubu promised, it doesn't now seem so over ambitious. It actually seems even it almost lacking in ambition even. Because if you think of all of the economies that this coastal highway will open up, it will just, because it opens up all of that stretch, all of that that axis straight to the port. I mean, the 1 trillion economy is attainable, and this road a pivotal part of that narrative.
Yes, this road will surely drive that productivity. It will drive it up and towards the 1 trillion economy that the president is talking about. I'm not sure if he's going to achieve it immediately, but I believe in the long run, this is what this kind of infrastructure will drive us. Will definitely drive us towards. So Lagos, like I was saying, being the gateway to international world, what this project is doing is linking other states, to open up and benefit from the economy of Lagos, which is the gateway to international world. So they will benefit hugely, and businesses will thrive in all those states, and people will be able. I mean, economy will open up. And all those states are going to connected with this road. So it's going to be of huge benefit to the economy of all the states involved, and Nigeria as a country. So productivity is what I'm saying. Productivity is going to definitely increase, and when productivity, when we have, that growth in our GDP, what it comes with it is employment opportunity, employment opportunity, and a lot of small businesses will spring up, and technical opportunity too, and other things will come along. So it's going to be a very huge. I only pray that they will put into consideration security for this project, because Nigerian state being what it is now, security problem is security problem that they're facing now. I hope they will put into consideration how to secure this project, in such a way that nothing will threaten it. We don't want any security threat at this project, so that it can be useful for what it's meant for, and the economic importance will be achieved, as expected. So,
All right. Let me take you to this next headline. I did not read out this one actually, but I think the headline tells you all you need to know. Our book, we're making our way to the Sanusi narrative, but we are picking up all the other headlines on the way there. Burkina Faso military junta extends rule for another 5 years. So this doesn't catch anybody by surprise, does it? We're seeing a Mugabe situation. He will be there for life. Is that not what we're saying? This rascally Taurek.
look, if we really want to tell ourselves the truth, there's no way that guy can return that country to civilian rule, and they won't have security problem. The country is confronting a huge security problem from the Sahel region. The terrorists are still ravaging some part of that country, um, and if not for this guy, the military junta that is there now, that country maybe would have been swept away by these jihadis that that have taken over some part of the country, that have destroyed the
This is Burkina Faso, not Niger.
the same thing with Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso was
Okay.
facing a huge problem. You remember that they had the French troop there. They kick out the French troop because, according to them, the French troop were supporting the what do you call it? The jihadis, and pretending as if they are fighting them. And when all of these were going on before they came into power, the country was not in. There wasn't no peace in that country. So the best to do now is just to spend that 5 years, if it can get the security of life and property and the territory in firm control of their security forces, I think will be good for them in the long run. The only thing that we have to we will expect from him is to remain consistent with the way he's governing that state now. I hope it's not going to deviate into being one of these bad leaders that we had in the past. I hope it will be consistent with the way he's governing that state. He has been able to bring stability into their economy. He's been able to give people that sense of belonging, that the building of nationhood is forced and everybody has to sacrifice. And it's showing that leadership, that with his team, they are showing sacrifice, as in the position of leadership, they are showing sacrifice. As a matter of fact, the vehicle is using is 2011 vehicle. The money that it will have used to buy convoy of vehicle, like our own president and our own leadership in Nigeria are doing, it uses that to buy tractors to farmers, and buying weapons to fight the insurgency and the terrorists that in the northern part of their country. So I hope it can remain consistent, building their nation, improve, in the area of social services, education, health, infrastructure, and all the rest. I hope it can continue in that manner so that in the next 5 years, like he said, it can then, transfer power to, civilian elected.
By then, we will have spent 7 years, right?
Yeah, we have problem in that region. The civilian that were there before him showed, they showed that lack of capacity to handle that problem. And since he came in, he has made some gain, regained some land, and have a lot of their youth recruited into military, fighting for their motherland. And so far, so good. The people of the country are with him. That is what matters. When the people of the country are with their leaders, particularly when the leaders is showing, leadership by example, that is so convincing that yes, and it's clear to the people that are really serving the motherland. That is what matters. What really matters to me is good governance, and is delivering good governance. They have attended this. France have attempted to overthrow him 2 or 3 times. They sponsor some of traitors in their country to topple him. They did not succeed. They've driven out France. They own their land. The entire of their land now is under their control. We just have some part of the country under the control.
So what are the Russians doing? The Wagner group.
Yeah, the Russians are there. They invited Russia to come and train their soldiers and help them.
And pay them in gold. Give them what is it called? Some of the gold mine.
Well, right now they are even making more money from their gold than ever before. They're making more revenue. They've taken charge of their gold. No more France in charge of their gold unlike before. France rather. When France was the one in control, taking out their gold, giving them stipend, and bad leaders back then collaborating with France in looting the resources of the state. But
so are you seeing them in another 1 year discarding the CFA? That's the monetary unit.
Well, let's see what they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do in that respect, but they could do it. It's possible. It is possible. So let's see what they're going to do in that respect. I'm not sure what they're going to do, but as far as I'm concerned, I am the guy for the few years he's been there. I think 1 or 2 years that he's been there.
2 years now. It's 2 years in September.
Okay, in 2 years, he has shown good leadership, sacrificing for motherland, not extravagant, using 2011 vehicle, not like our own leaders that are using, buying 200 million naira vehicle or $1 billion vehicle for themselves and asking Nigeria to sacrifice. He is sacrificing. People seeing it clear, and people love him. So he's the man of the people. He's carrying out revolution in this country, and I pray he succeed so that in the next 5 years, as he said, it can have over to democratically elected government that can continue in the same way that he has governed. So that's the way I've seen it.
All right. Let me take you then to the headline piece. Going on in Kano State. That Kano State is never a simple. There's nothing straightforward that has ever happened in Kano State. So we were just saying now. All the pieces are coming together. They could not have brought Sanusi back without the tacit endorsement of the federal space. So now, 24 hours later, the place has completely imploded. They deposed Emir. One of, because we have to say the main Emir out of the 5 ones was the Aminu Ado Bayero. So they deposed Aminu Ado Bayero. He makes a triumphant return back to Kano State, backed with security personnel, army, etc., etc. He goes to a smaller palace. Is taking homages from district heads, etc. And there's moves now to repeal the act being that was enacted to bring back Sanusi. So just a convoluted, complex situation. It's just on a gunpowder edge, if that's such a phrase, going on in Kano State, Adanle Koko.
One man, you see, they depose, what do you call it? They depose Emir. There's nothing they could do. It's been deposed and deposed for life. It cannot be reinstated as long as the governor is there.
Not according to Ogbeni. Remember what Ogbeni told us yesterday?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that he cannot get reinstatement. He cannot get reinstatement while the Kwankwaso are in power there. It's not going to be possible, and they're not going to recognize him. A recognition of any Emir in Kano is exclusive responsibility of the governor of the
Wait
state.
a minute, Ajalekoka. Hold on, Ajalekoka, before you move forward. So the way you're narrating, saying that it's under the institution of the government have to recommend. So those emir, are they civil servant? I mean, that's what it seems like. Nigeria emirs are civil servant. No disrespect to the Obas, even above Benin. I mean, are they supposed to be civil servant? In my own opinion, that's what they are.
That is what they are, because they are paid by the government. So whoever that is paid by the government for holding any position whatsoever is working or in position by.
Adale Koko, let Abubakar Rimi, let him answer that question from a man of prestige. What's this?
Really trying to make the Emir of Kano something which he is not.
Yes.
Let me tell you this, my friend. I will advise you to stop talking about this Emir of Kano. The way you press people and the way our political opponents want to regard the Emir, that is not the way we regard the Emir. As far as we are concerned, we the elected government of Kano State, as far as we are concerned, as far as I, the governor of Kano State, is concerned, the Emir of Kano is nothing but a public officer. I read in the paper that somebody said, I said he's a civil servant. I never said so. I didn't say he's a civil servant. He's not a civil servant. He's a public officer who is holding a public office and who is being paid from public funds and whose appointment is at the pleasure of the governor of the state and who can be dismissed, removed, interdicted, suspended if he commits an offense. And there is nothing absolutely unique about Ado Bayero, Emir of Kano. He is equal to any one of my 8 emirs. And believe me, if he commits any offense which will make it necessary for us to remove him, we will remove him and we will sleep soundly.
One man.
One
man, you took it. Wait a minute. I mean, that man is double talking. He says he's not a civil servant. But everything that he enumerated, just said that, they are civil
That
servants.
must be in 1980.
Yeah, that's
way back.
Hold on, Baba. That was political talk now, because it was just trying to respect the stool, but then in the description, it's told you now that there is nothing but a glorified. It's under my control and under my pay, and it's a public servant. So that's a civil servant.
I'm sorry if I may come in here.
Yeah, good to see you, Winnie.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not sure we appreciate what Abubakar Rimi was saying there. Abubakar Rimi had you with late Alhaji Ado Bayero. And later Ado Bayero they both managed each other. But as a matter of fact, if Rimi had won the election and probably come back to the office, probably would have removed later Dubai. The same way later Dubai also had EU with Concourse throughout Concourse time, but he was able to manage that relationship. There are many traditional rulers that always have EU with political office holders, and with maturity and you find a way to manage it, unlike the ones we have these days. But I think what Rimi was trying to say there is, see, there's a striking difference between a civil servant and a public officer. They are not the same thing. For instance, a minister is a public officer, but it's not a civil servant. So what that man was trying to say there is that if the emir was a civil servant, a governor cannot just remove a civil servant. You cannot. There are processes you must follow. You have to go through your civil service, all this commission and others to remove. You have to issue query and follow all those things. But the emir as a public officer, you can remove the emir as governor as long as you follow the chief laws of that state. I think that was the difference he's trying to say there, that you are a public officer, even though you are not a civil servant, but you are still a public officer, a public office holder that can still
Okay. Thank you, Benny. Nice to see you. So are they appointed by the government with this point you just made? Is that an appointee position? I'm kind of confused.
So it's like this: the kingmakers actually appointed them. That's what their law says. The kingmakers will appoint. The kingmakers forward your name to the executive for the staff of office, not even for your coronation or your turbani and all those. The governor cannot turban you, and traditionally that is what makes you the emir. So the kingmakers, they select, they appoint, they forward you to the executive. Now, this is where the problem is. The executive can reject you, can reject the appointment. If the executive reject the appointment and the kingmakers is insisting that is our king, that's our emir, then it will remain like that. We have had issues where kingmakers will go to court to go and compel the governor to make sure they appoint that person because that's the person they need. We have had issues where the kingmakers will be compelled and persuaded to change their candidate, and they later change their candidate. And a whole lot of issues do play around there. So it's not the prerogative of governor to appoint, it's the prerogative of the kingmakers to select, and then they forward to governor, then governor appoints, governor deliver the staff of office, and then the turbanation, or what you call coronation in the southern part of Nigeria, southwest particularly, will take place by still the kingmaker, and those ones that will do the right and all the sacrifice and everything to make them traditionally a king over them. And when you look at example of, for instance, when Sanusi Lamido became emir, it was also an issue. The kingmakers didn't want Sanusi Lamido in the real sense. There was an issue between them and Konkoso. And we learned then, the news was that it was Aminu Bayero. They forwarded Aminu Bayero names to Konkoso. It was Konkoso insisted that Lamido should be the one and pick Lamido eventually, but probably later settled them, and then they settled it. Even when Konkoso delivered the staff of office to Lamido, it wasn't even in the traditional palace. I think he did it in his governor's house because the kingmakers were still not happy at that time. But later they gave up and had no reason to grumble again.
All right, back to you, Ajan Lekoko. But it's a very the situation. We now have two emirs sitting in two palaces in Kano State, so that's the recipe for disaster, right? I cannot see how that place would not explode within the next 48 hours.
But one man, please, if you don't mind, let me ask you about something, because sometimes I like your opinion when it comes to judicial system. Why would somebody be in the USA and making this judgment? Because the person that adjudicating this case right now is in US. I mean, I've read in so many places, not just one place.
I don't believe that story until I heard from the judiciary. You see?
Okay, I've read it. I thought maybe it was just a fake news, but I mean,
no, that was a pronouncement from the Kano State governor. Now, so he also accused Nuhu Ribadu of trying to foil. Yeah.
Okay.
there will be a lot of what you call probably tried cylinders flying everywhere around, and a lot of even falsehood will be peddled. People talk about a lot of things to validate their positions. That's what you will be seeing in few days time to come now. Everybody just call me. They will even tell you, they will trace that judge. Don't worry, they will start doing research on that judge now. They will start tracing that judge to someone somewhere, tracing, they gave him money from somewhere. But as far as I'm concerned, let me tell you the simple truth here. If I happen to be on the legal team of Aminu Bayero, I wouldn't have waited till these last minutes in getting my injunction from court. I don't know. I think he probably slept on his right.
But the event happened at speed now. I don't think they gave him the room. It happened at speed.
In Nigeria. So you think that there won't be rumor somewhere to say that they are coming to do? There is no way. See, if you go back to Channels TV, was it Channel or TVC? One of them. Since last year, they've been saying this. When this man invited Emir Sanusi to his inauguration. This governor invited Emir Sanusi to his inauguration. And I remember, I think it was TVC, was a Babajide Itoju also, one of his programs, was saying that something is brewing here. If somebody that has been banished from Kano is being invited back to Kano for governor's inauguration, there is smelling something around that area. I will still look for it. I see story recently. And then I think it was sending signal to Aminu Bayero. But I think it was just probably just believe in himself and believe in the influence and weight he has. Because if I happen to be his private legal secretary, I would have advised him at that time, whether they've taken that action or they've not taken that action, you should be the first to rush to court. You shouldn't be on the defensive. As it stands now, Aminu Bayero is on the defensive. I'm just talking legal this thing here. I'm not taking side. I don't know any of them. The only one I knew was late Ado Bayero, who is now late. But I don't know Aminu. I don't know Sanusi. But my point is this: if what he's doing now is on the defensive, he's on the defense side, and which is not too good for him. Sanusi has the edge now. Sanusi is in the traditional palace, the main palace. That's where Sanusi is now. And he has been receiving visitors. Although Aminu also is receiving visitors in his own hand, but there are more of sympathizers than Sanusi, who is there are people coming to celebrate him. Let's wait and see what will be happening. Events will continue to unfold, and then
can you foresee? Yeah, can you see circumstances that would not lead to violence? I cannot. Violence almost seems an inevitability. In this situation?
No, I see Kano elders coming to mediate, or they'll come to mediate eventually. Kano elders will come to mediate.
Who are they going to step down? Because I don't think Adebayero is ready to give up that seat.
Sanusi has already outsmarted Aminu Bayero. Whether I step down or not, as it stands now, the de facto emir in Kano now is Sanusi Lamido. So, legally speaking, the point is that you can't restrain a completed act in law. The only thing you can do is to grant a mandatory injunction to reverse an illegal action, and that one there are many hurdles you need to cross, and that's why I said it would have acted faster than this to foresee them and then prevent this happening. But since it has happened now, even if when they return to court, I see the court saying, well, this is a completed act, maintain status quo. And if the court is saying maintain status quo, now you know what the status quo is now. Sanusi has been sworn into the office. You are there, okay, be there. But Sanusi is the de facto. So let's start pushing this case. And only God knows when they will finish that case. So as it stands now, Sanusi has asked me, Sanusi is like 2-3 steps ahead of Aminu Bayero. So if they're going to even go to negotiation table, Sanusi has a better bargaining strength than Aminu, and he has the state government in support. There is little police can do. There is little federal government can do in chieftaincy affairs. But I believe eventually, if they get to court, if that court is going to do justice, They will nullify what that governor has done. Because as far as I'm concerned, what he has done is illegal. You cannot appoint an emir. You must allow the kingmakers to appoint an emir for you. You can't unilaterally appoint by fahat of the House of Assembly or executive rascality. You can't do that. That's my take.
Oh, well, one man. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes. Back to Ajay Koko. Yeah.
Okay. Look, this guy has got his position back. As long as that confidence is there, it will remain the head of the emirate. The post emir can go somewhere and call himself the emir. It's not recognized by the state. His removal, I believe, will be documented. What do they call this? Official. They're going to gazette it. It will be gazetted, and the appointment of the new emir will be gazetted too. So he won't be paid. He won't enjoy any benefit or recognition by the state. So he can just continue to pursue fallacy or.
But who really have dominion over? Because they've collapsed all the emirates created by Ganduje under one umbrella again. So even where he is now, I'm talking about Aminu Adobayero, even where he is now, to all intents and purposes, Sanusi has dominion over it.
That is it. So even the state is even lenient.
But the federal space seems to be backing him.
Federal will back out. They will back down. Because the federal have no responsibility in the appointment or issuance of what do you call it? Staff of office and whatsoever. So they don't have no responsibility whatsoever in.
But Kulata, I say Kulata, Angelico, don't you think the ordinary people in the Kano, the conservative in Kano, because what I'm saying is they doesn't like Sanusi. Why am I saying this? Because of he trying to infuse some Western, Western ideology to that their feudalism. So don't you think the majority may not like, normally don't like him?
I don't know where you get the information that the people doesn't.
The imams are backing Adobayero. The imams in Kano.
I mean, that's just what I'm reading. I'm not saying that's what they said, but from what I'm reading, it seems like that.
The imam can be bought over by the state governor. They can yell and cry whatever they want to do now. The power of the state is above all power. The power of the state is above all powers in that state, whether imam or whatsoever. They have made their decision. The people's representative have met, revert the barbaric illegal law that created those, what do you call it, the 5 emirates that Ganduje created. They are no more.
But Ajay, sorry to intervene again. I mean, you saying all this, Sanusi hand is not clean. Look at what Oboni told us yesterday, how he come into be, when he was the emir before. I mean, his hand is not clean. So, I mean, they're all the same. What's the difference? I mean, it seems like you give him more respect to him. I'm not saying, I like him better, but you have to play with his face.
There are facts. I was still listening to, I think, Arise or Channels today. I didn't even know this fact before that initially when late Ado Bayero passed, after the kingmakers, news went round that the kingmakers had appointed or selected Aminu Bayero. That Sanusi Lamido went to his Twitter to congratulate him. Somebody said it today. One of those who were following that, one of those journalists, that on his Twitter he congratulated was later when Konkosona weighed him to pick him, that they deleted that tweet, and they were even flashing that tweet today.
It is true. That's true. I remember.
So it's not. He got there in a very controversial, situation. So whatever is happening to him now, we shouldn't treat it in isolation of how he got there. The Bible says, if the foundation is we work and the righteous. So he can't be claiming any how do I put it now? Any probably pity or sympathy of anybody now at this point, because we knew how he got to the office too. Just like the obedient will say we knew how Tinubu got to office.
Well, it's all political, whether we like it or not. There's nobody, no king, no OB, no Maya can, assume office or get the backing. Can attain the throne without the backing.
Is this Kwakwanso trying to pull a fast one? Because all of the signals we're getting is that the federal space is going to reverse this. Kano police vows to obey order against Sanusi's reinstatement. So that's the Kano police. They've deployed a heavy retinue of army personnel. Nuhu Ribadu is against Sanusi, and Nuhu Ribadu, it cannot be against Sanusi as opposed to how Tinubu is positioned. And of course, we have to, when it's the hand of Abdullahi Ganduje in all this, is this Ganduje versus Kwakwanso being escalated to palace intrigues?
Woma, sorry, why are you projecting this? Why is it that this news you're picking it from Linda and KJ? I think I sent you the video of the police addressing Kano people. They said it categorically clear in that police commissioner of police Kano today now that they are for the judgment of the decision of the court. They are coming to protect it. They are obeying it. They will respect it. And this one, that they will respect it, and both parties must maintain status quo. The implication is that Sanusi should
that's a federal signal. Huh?
That's more like a Ganduje camp.
Yeah, that's a federal signal now. Yes.
But there is not much they will do. Just watch out. All this will freeze you away with her. The state government has enormous power over this chieftaincy thing. Seriously.
Yeah, but if the CP, the extent of the state authority is their control of the security apparatus. They've ordered the arrest of Aminu Ado Bayero, and the police CP told them to F off.
That governor is just I don't want to use what is not good online. He's just a rascal. You order arrest for what now? Did you ban
because it should not be in that state now. You can't have two emirs in the state. So
first and foremost,
I think it was right to order his arrest, though.
No,
because it's threatening the peace and harmony of him being there. By being there now, being there, he has gone to a palace.
Let's analyze his movements. He traveled out of Kano to Ogun State, right? He traveled out in office and planning his return, right? He has all his luggages, all his belongings, and everything in that palace. While he was out of the state, you nicodemously install another emir, and you don't want him to come back home. Who does that?
Yeah, but that's the form now. It gets banished to Nasarawa. That's what they're doing. That's the custom in Kano. You get banished to Nasarawa and then they forward your belongings.
No, one man. They did not forward Sanusi's belongings. If you follow the trajectory, if you follow the
Nigerian post office.
Yes, if you follow the events on Sanusi's own, Sanusi was in Kano. They came to meet after they deposed Sanusi, they removed Sanusi. They came to meet Sanusi, right? And they told Sanusi to leave. Sanusi left. We all saw Sanusi's motorcade leaving the palace. They was able to go with his things. And then he said he himself confessed during Wigwe burial that he had to fly his family through Emir Of Kano airport to Lagos. Right? Now, don't forget that Ganduje specifically
he didn't go direct to Lagos. So what are you saying here?
No, he said no, during Wigwe burial, he said Wigwe was the one who sent a private jet to pick his wife and his belongings to Lagos. That he didn't even have house in Lagos. It was Wigwe's house. That was what he told us during Wigwe burial. We don't know how true, but he told us that. But you know, when you contrast this thing with this guy left without he wasn't around. He left all his money and everything in that place. In Gandoje's pronouncement, Gandoje expressly banished Sanusi from entering Kano. In this guy, you didn't say you banished this guy. You said I remove and I should go back to his position. Don't forget that this guy was in Bichi. This guy was already district head of a place before he became this emirship. Don't forget, it isn't Kano. So you want this guy to revert back, more like demoting him back to where he was before. That's the order of the governor. You did not banish him. And
do you think if this carries through, Aminu Adebayero will have to fall on his own sword?
No, I don't think so. Well,
you don't think so?
It's not a Yoruba land now. It's not for them. It's not. Once I'm alive, the another emir cannot be. No, now see, Sanusi was doing his own life now, and another emir. So for them, you see, the position is more political, cultural, and spiritual. So, and they always submit everything at the end of the day to Allah. Tell you that, well, whatever happens. But they believe in the power of judiciary too.
I don't think Aminu Adobai, I don't think he's ready to surrender anything to Allah. Because that's what he said now. He said we'll go through the judicial process, that everybody should stay calm.
But do you know how many years judicial process take?
But then they will have to hold status quo now. So the first line is to hold status quo.
So what is status quo now as of today?
Well, that seat will have to. That seat will have to be vacant.
No, that's not the status quo. One man, the status quo now.
But that's a middle ground compromise, isn't it?
Yes, Sanusi is the emir. That's the status quo for now.
Because the law doesn't back what they did. Now we did not hear. We did not see the kingmakers in council. We did not see them come out there to signal that we did not see a lot of things that lead somebody to that stool. And we did not see that due process properly followed. We did not see the opportunity to challenge. We did not see Aminu Adebayero called to question. We did not a lot of things, So if they repeal that law, they cannot, by fiat, instate it's too important a tool now. That's one of the paramount tools in Nigeria. You cannot, some governor cannot just sign some rascal with a red cap, just sign a letter and then make somebody an emir. I mean, it cannot be the case.
One man, the majestic status attached to that office has been demystified by all these things that is happening. I don't see how judiciary is going to restore it. When we mess things up, we'll be looking at judiciary as if judiciary is one almighty sitting somewhere where we've already messed up our system ourselves. So for me, it's a very difficult one. And Aminu will continue fighting. I was opportune to be part of the team that handled now late Alhaji Ado Ibrahim. That's Huhinoye of Ibira. We handled that matter for almost about, I inherited it. It ended after, I think, about 28 or 31 years or something like that. And eventually, what happened? Supreme Court felt like a man that has ruled for 30-something years and is already 80 plus. Why do you want to remove the man? Everybody should just go home. Let the man be. And the man died maybe 5-6 years after. Now they have another in Ibrahim. So the point is, how do you know what it takes for a case to move from High Court to Supreme Court in Nigeria? It's going to take years now. And Sanusi is not growing younger, he will be there, and eventually Supreme Court will feel like, look, the peace they are enjoying in that place, let them just have that peace. Well, I'm just saying my own. I don't know how it's going to end, because I've never seen this kind of one happening in the northern parts, and I know the dynamics of the northern society is not. I can't be comparing it to all those areas I'm talking about. So it's a learning curve for chieftaincy matters, and then legal matters, consequential legal matters ensue from me. Let's keep watching. It's an interesting time in Nigeria now. I don't just see any reason why Atiku should be dragging Tinubu into this, except that it's just a very gullible way of reacting to action. What's Tinubu's own here? At best or at worst, you can be dragging Ganduje. Yeah.
Well,
Sorry for
I think
Sorry for the.
no, it's good. I mean, it's very good conversation we're having here, a very enlightening one. So, as far as I'm concerned, and the way I'm seeing things, I've never seen any Oba, any Amaya, any Obi that is more powerful than the state governor. It's never happened. It's never gonna happen. So the governor have taken action, and they are with Sanusi. Adebayero is not recognized. Yes, for some few days, they're trying to shake up things, trying to get the backing of maybe the federal government via Ganduje to kind of threaten the state with military and stuff like that. They're not going to prevail. That is clear. They cannot prevail. And like Ogbeni said, if they have to go through the court, it's going to take years before they get to Supreme Court. For the Supreme Court to come out with final judgment. So, and like Ogbeni said, that the elders in that state, the elders who wailed in and tried to see how peace can reign, and I believe the elders, we have no other choice but to be on the side of the governor. They will plead with the one that is deposed to just take it in the name of Almighty Allah. That's the way it's been destined for him, that he will be there for some few years and he will be taken away. So I don't see any on the side of Atiku. I think Atiku is right. Atiku is just sending warning to the federal government to back out. They don't have any. They should not interfere in.
Is this sending warning or just mischief making, trying to make political capital out of it?
Oh yeah. What do you expect the opposition to do? You want them to keep looking? You want them to keep looking and not say something? They have to talk so that they can remain relevant in the state. So, and I agree with him that if problems should break out there, that, violent, and a lot of people life have to go for it, we have to blame the federal government. The way I see it now, because there's no justification for using military to follow the deposed. There's no point. He's been deposed. The same way that they did to Sanusi. Sanusi kept calm. He didn't do anything. He didn't fight back. He only went to the court to challenge the the banishment of him from his ancestral homeland, which the court, gave him that rule in his favor. He took it. And
are we interpreting this as Kwakwanso moving against the government?
Moving against the federal government?
Moving against the federal government.
No, it's the federal government that are trying to move against Kwakwanso.
No, now if it's why would they bring why rock the boat? Why would they make this sort of a move? It's a frontal challenge against the state.
I don't look at it like against the federal government. I think it's against Pankwaso. I think it's against Ganduje. That's the way I look at it.
It's a move that has the potential of destabilizing the country, and he knows that. Kwakwanso.
Well, they have to. Yeah.
Sorry,
you want to talk? Oh yeah.
Yes, you see, when you have radical in government, I don't know if you're taking your time to study this Concordia movement. I don't know if you have your time. When you have time.
No, I just thought they were just a bunch of fanatics, so some religious cultists.
Yeah, they are
unnecessary people.
In that space, they are more like I'll compare them to I won't compare them to IPOB, because IPOB has no religious coloration. Their own has some religious element, a very thick religious elements with their own. But in terms of their radical agenda, they're like IPOB, the very radical agenda in that space. And they're so radical that they even oppress their own people. They oppress the locals, that the locals cannot even have their voice when these guys are around, because they have it's a very massive movement, it's a very massive bodies of people that you can say sleep in this street for the next 1 year, they are sleeping there. Those kind of the set of people. They are not the professionals that I have office to go tomorrow or this. So
a bit like the Shiite,
like those Shiites, yes. Yeah. So they are radical guys, and then go and study this present governor of Kano. Just try to study his profile. You will understand the kind of decision people like that can make, and you understand the kind of extreme decision they can take without minding what is the implication to Kano. And then observe the way he talks, observe his body language. So you understand the kind of people they are. They are not the lily liver, the jejely politicians you see, all those Sule Lamido, these. No, they are radicals, and that is the danger of having people like them in government. They don't really care. You remember his first 1 to 3 months in office, he was just demolishing structure everywhere around. Why? Because Ganduje puts all those structures.
Well, was he not demolishing churches as well, if I remember rightly?
Markets. They said because he built one market that is too close to the mosque, demolish them around. There was another one. They said hotel. That was the one. You can seize the hotel from him. Forfeit it to the state government and make use of it for better purpose. But this guy just rolled, and that was even second day in office. Second day, third day in office, he just roll out bulldozers, just bulldoze anything around, and they had their foot soldiers to protect the demolition. So it's not something that you now mobilize your own against. No. And that's why I said I don't worry for any breakdown of law and order in Kano, because they have their numbers. If you know the Bayeros, apart from the fact that they are family, but if you know these Aminu Bayero guy, they are the elites. They are recently, I think his younger sister, one of them, was on either Arise or Channel. He wrote a book for their leader, and they were if you see addressing, you will know the kind of where they belong. They are not the radical type, they are the liberal ones so they won't really.
So is this a tussle between conservatism and progressivism?
I don't really see it. So who do you see is progressivism and conservatism? Maybe, but who do you say is progressivism? Is he Sanusi?
You would have to say Sanusi is a progressive now, and the Ado Bayeros have always been traditionalist.
Sanusi, where maybe yeah, you can say so. The radical progressivism side, because Sanusi is a very radical guy too. Don't forget, it's not what is favoring this present government today. Sanusi will still speak against them. They will still fight. I know that for sure. They will still fight. So, which I think is good for our system anyway. They have to be balancing this, and our traditionals too should hand their respect back. They should be able to speak without fear of anybody or any authority, whether you want to remove them or not. They should be able to come out and speak their mind. But one of the you have is it's not about what you speak. What's your action speaking? You can't be speaking for get child education and all this thing everywhere, and you're marrying under 15 under this thing and that. What's your action speaking? That's the issue I have with him. Yeah, the elitism thing is just out of talk. What's your action? What enterprise do you even have in Kano? And things like that elevate this poverty we're talking about. But anyway, like I said, finger crossed. We all keep watching what is happening in that.
There's a part of me that wants Ado Bayero to because as progressive as Sanusi is, it's an unknown quantity still, even though he's known in the public space, and it can turn on a dime. It's too much of a maverick and too unpredictable for him to occupy that stool. And he likes to be the center of controversy. Like you said, it won't take a moment for him to start to insult the governor. I could see him being dethroned again, even by this new set of people.
I don't think they will do that, but I suspect next election will be a very big tussle between the Concorsias and the Gandujeites, and whoever wins may remove. If it gets to the Ganduje guys, they may remove.
How does this play for Tinubu's re-election by your assessment?
Well, Tinubu is on both sides, so Tinubu is not fighting Concorsia and he's not fighting Ganduje. Don't you see it? He's not fighting any of them now. I think initially Concorsia went to him probably for some settlement and some, and they had a good time. And after Concorsia left, Ganduje was not happy, but eventually they settled Ganduje with chairmanship of that position of the party. So I don't see how I don't. But all I know is that NNDP will that party will still want to retain Kano. They may strike a deal to move to seek the presidency.
But Kano is pivotal to Tinubu's re-election. If Kwakwanso doesn't back him, it may well be out, especially with this alliance being formed by Atiku Peter Obi.
Alliance will not be formed. Forget that they are graduate alliance. Which alliance? You see any alliance working? So who will be the president? Who will be the vice president? I don't believe it. I just believe all those things are just for them to just keep their relevancy in the political space. And which is working for them. They're keeping their relevancy. It's fine. Good opposition. Yeah, they're talking. But to say that that alliance will come to fruition, well, we are not God. Let's wait and see. But who is stepping down to who? If Peter Obi comes back, I don't see Peter Obi contesting on the platform of Labour Party again. He's having serious issue with them. And the alliance of Apapa and all those guys and the court case he's having, it will make it so risky for him. Why are we even talking of next election? I think we should be talking more of performance of this government than next election.
Yes, and as assessment is coming up, I'm just putting together tomorrow's session as we speak. But Yes, we're going to be assessing them tomorrow. Starting from tomorrow, we'll start to assess them.
Okay, Benny. So I think I mean, federal government must stay out of this. I mean, if they get too deep into this, it could bring in anarchy, and that will not be good for that state. So they should stay out of it. Atiku Abubakar is right. The governor must have their way. Whoever that the governor is interested in to be the emir is who going to be the emir. That is the way it plays out. We know that. Ganduje did it during his time. He got away with it. So we listened to that video by, what do you call this, Abubakar Rimi in the 80s. It called them public servant. And it is true. They are public servant. They were appointed, and the government, the state government, approved their appointment, pay them salary, give them staff of forces, and they can be removed by the state anytime. So the state government will always have their way. They can have their say. You just say it, say whatever. But who's gonna have the way? Is the state government. So the state government, already on the side of Sanusi. So the game is over for Adubairo. So federal government should stay out. Otherwise, they're going to bring, it can violent and anarchy can ensue as a result of their deep involvement in this. Because the state government would assist it, and people that are already taking side now could spark some kind of violent in the state, and we don't want it. Kano should remain calm, and if Kano is, I mean, in peaceful condition, remain peaceful, I think Nigeria will remain a peaceful country as well. So we don't want any problem in Kano. So federal government should stay out of it. That's my own. I'm on board with Atiku with that a statement cautioning the federal government to stay out of it. That's my take, woman.
All right, Brian. So thank you, Ajane Koko, for holding the space. Patoski he came here to sleep, really. Hopefully, Baba not sleeping.
Is Patoski back?
No, I'm like kerosene. I don't sleep.
Yeah, this is it. They just turned off and they went to sleep. I don't know what with the guy.
Yeah, one man.
So, Baba, good to have you. Of course, the headline piece, the Adobayero situation, but we're not limiting it to that conversation. This came forward. I saw this in the news cycle. Well done to the person who did this beautiful act. South Africans rejoice as 6 Nigerians are killed in their country. So, is that narrative of xenophobia? What are we still doing in that country? They're just gloating and saying they want 6 a day. Are you following that space, and what are you making of? After all we did for those people, rescuing them from apartheid and all that?
Yes, man. I'm seeing this for the first time, actually. I've not been following the news today because I spent all my day watching my last card play his final tournament for his high school. That's what I spent. I just came.
Did they win? Did they win?
No, they beat him. He lost. He lost his last tournament. Also good. He's happy anyway. I'm not following, but firstly, before I start, let me say I hope your weekend is going well. And the panelists, how are you doing? Trust you are having a good weekend. And the comment section, I salute you all. Pleasant to have you here. And our viewers, please click the like button. We like you around and you like hearing us. Firstly, before I start, actually, I think Kulata is in the comment section. I will single him out. Kulata, Ushubaere Rio, Ushuo Messie, Ọmọ Ògèdèngbé, Gbógungbòrò, Adìpọ̀pọ̀lójú ogun, Ìjẹ̀ṣà rígi ìṣáná, ilé lọmọ wa ti ń tanná roko, ọmọ ẹlẹ́ni àtẹ̀ká ẹwẹlẹ, ọmọ ẹlẹ́ni àtẹ̀ká, ọmọ ẹlẹ́ni ẹwẹlẹ. Sorry, Leo Awe, you did well yesterday. Actually, I'm so proud of you. I'm happy. I couldn't get on. Actually, it would have been rougher than that because I don't like people disrespecting our icons, whether Hausa icon, Igbo icon, or Yoruba icon. I won't stand for it. Yes, one man. These South Africa people, I don't understand them, honestly. And where do we situate the blame? I don't even know where to start because whatever they are enjoying today, we made it happen for them. We suffered for it. And this is why I'm not a Mandela person. I've never been, and I will never be. And at the root of it, it's this xenophobia against Nigerians only, against Nigeria and Nigerians. We can hide it. I've always known. He came back after all the economic hardship we had. Whatever we even suffer in Nigeria today is as a result of our support for South Africa and other they will call them then frontline states. Botswana, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Mozambique. What's the other one for the Amilcar Cabral brothers? Guinea-Bissau, and a host of others, because we confronted the West. We confronted the West with all our might, and the West were surprised how we stood firm behind these people. And for that, they vow that Nigeria must not be allowed to rise. If we become an economic power, they know what we can do to them. And that is at the bottom. You can say is semantic or not. I don't care, because I lived that era and I know what we did. I mean, single-handedly, we confronted the might of America in Angola. We supported MPLA against Jonas Savimbi's UPML or whatever it is. We supported Augustino Neto. They got the independence. We lost a lot of things. Economically, we lost a lot of ground. I don't want to go into that. I think we've addressed that here before. And when Mandela came back from prison eventually, what did he do? All the praises went to Gaddafi and Libya. Never a mention of Nigeria. Never a mention. Until he died, yes. He never. And what did he do when Abiola was incarcerated? Of course, he did nothing. Even the woman, what's her name now? Maria Makeba. Was it not about Martinos? A woman we sponsored who lived here. And I don't want to go into the bedroom matters too of that woman. because she's late now. The husband, Hugh Masakela, also is late. And a host of so many things, and they thumbed their nose at us. The first technocrats that went to South Africa to work, professor, I've forgotten those professors, including Shehu Malami. They were the Shehu Malami spearheaded the first set of investors. The other professor, I've forgotten his name. He was one of the professors right on the ground, just to give the black people some presence, some more. Because what were they? Unkomboti people who work in mines, who drink unkomboti and revel. That's who they are. We gave them the courage that there is something in blackness, in Africanness, and told them to go to school. We taught them. We showed them the road. And all they do now is kill Nigerians all over their streets. Yes, I know there is problem of people. We can't take that away. I will not run away from it. The drug issues, the fraud issues, and things like that. But does that translate? No, I mean, not everyone. Maybe 2 out of 10 Nigerians. Does that make you paint the house with the same brush? I mean, even your I'm so angry with this South African. They are so much of their political leaders today were given scholarships. Some even lived in Nigeria.
Nigeria, like as a form of sport in that country.
Yeah, it has become. They use Nigeria as Paco in the morning. It's killing Nigeria.
And like you said, they singularly Nigerians more than any other African.
It's just Nigerian thing. Any other one is just a collateral damage.
Where do you think that resentment is coming from?
I've been searching myself. I don't know. We Nigerians actually have a problem. You understand? And I can tell you, it's all over Africa. Maybe only South Africa are drunk enough to finish us on their street and spill our blood. Be it Kenya, be it Ghana, be it Togo, and it's like that against Nigerians, because a Nigerian will come. Most of their grouse actually is so funny and so ordinary. You won't believe it. You understand?
Baba.
Yes, sir.
I think I just have to push back up when you said all over Africa. I don't think so. South Africa hatred or xenophobia, whatever you may call it, is so extraordinary. I mean, to a different level. I don't think anybody in Africa hates us. Even let's talk about that.
Man of prestige. Man of prestige. They do. If they are as brazen as South Africa, they'll be doing the same thing. I'm telling you. Look,
I mean, their own hatred is so much. If you look at, because I follow South African space, because you know how we are. We are very progressive. We are very liberal. If you go to Nigerian club and some of that thing, they play all this amapiano, whatever, But in South Africa, you will never hear any Afrobeat. This is how hatred, even at all, is better than their music. I'm telling you, you won't hear any of their music. I'm just using that as an example.
I think there's an element of jealousy there.
There's jealousy.
They want to be number one, and they know that Nigeria will
it's ordinary because Dele Momodu around 2005 in Ghana, when Ovation was at its height, he did a survey, actually handpicked some African countries, Kenya, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and I can't remember the rest, that for their women, that who will you prefer to marry if you have to marry an African man in the whole of sub-Saharan South Africa. And you won't believe it. The result of that survey, 90% of the women interviewed chose Nigerians.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Baba. I saw that too. It's not even close. They all choose Nigerians.
Yeah. And that is at the height, because a Nigerian goes to a country, he wore maybe a knicker, a flip-flop, a shirt, he will start staying in a boys' quarter somewhere serving somebody. And within a year, they will see him with Corolla. He will now start living in apartment and things like that. They don't understand. Yeah, later they talk about drug, talk about fraud. Okay, but fair enough if that is the case. But going deeper is much more than that. For instance, I'll tell you in Ghana, they even did law. If you go to Ghana today, there is a place we call Abosokain, and there is a what's this market in Kumasi? I've forgotten the name of the market. If you go in outside, spare part markets and things like that, you see a Ghanaian. But when you want to make the payment, they will ask you to go inside the shop. When you go inside, you will meet a Nigerian who will take the money from you. He owns the business, but he cannot, by their law, it's not allowed. So most Nigerians will marry a Ghanaian and make the wife the director of the company, and he will like be a general manager or an investment in a business he owns. It's an issue. When they are annoyed, they will close all known shops of Nigerians, all known businesses of Nigeria. Anytime they get angry, why? Oh, we are underselling, so they are not making profit. Their people are not working. Or why should Nigeria come and take their businesses? It's a whole lot of problem. And that's how it is when the Cotonou people want to start. It's the same thing. In Zimbabwe, the same story. And lately, I hear these kind of stories from Kenya. But let's just stay on course with South Africa alone. I think we are not being protected enough as a Nigerian, no matter what. Because even in America here, no American.
They hate us there too. They hate us everywhere. Everybody hates the Nigerian.
It's funny, but you know the thing, one man, in all of these countries, including this America, when you meet the people in corridors of power and you introduce yourself as a Nigerian, you can see the awe with which they look at you. They will offer you a seat immediately, like, I want to Winnie, sit down, please. These are the people we are talking about. They just want to know what makes you tick. I've had that experience hundreds of times in many climes. They just want to sit you down and talk to you. But that same person will go home, and the wife maybe will start badmouthing Nigeria, and of course he will join the bandwagon or his street or anything. So it's a love-hate relationship, hate-love relationship. Do you understand? Love, hate, love. That is how they handle us. But this South Africa
do you think we should take a diplomatic position on this? You wonder if we have an ambassador in that country, because you cannot. If I wanted to be bringing you this sort of news, I could bring you it every day. The way Nigerians are treated in South Africa is just unacceptable.
It's not, and they cannot. They don't go out, so we don't even have a way of reciprocating because they are not even qualified.
Yeah, but they make a lot of money from our country, so we could hit them that way.
It's just the businesses, you understand? And those businesses, I don't know why government is even protecting them, because we can take them. We can, I mean, there are thousands of Nigerians that can drop that money down and buy up all the South African businesses here in Nigeria without blinking an eyelid. But I don't know why. I think the government is protecting them, and I don't know why government is protecting them. They should be. Look, there is a lot of. We should either two things. Either we go on a sham offensive, or we start playing hardball with these people. Hardball in the sense that an eye for an eye or anything. Until we start, look at what
and the police in South Africa are complicit in it as well. They do nothing to protect the Nigerian.
They even rip off. Once they are broke, all they are looking for is a Nigerian. Grab him and shake him down. And of course, they will get a lot of money. So they are making a lot of money even from Nigerians. So this is what they do. And our government have to protect us one way or the other. They need to protect us.
All right, Baba, let's bring it back home and take it to Kano State. So your take on that. It's raining heavily where I am, by the way. So all that rattling noise is rain.
I think it will start here around 10, just for some time.
Yes. So take us to Kano State and the
Kano thing, I think I've been enjoying Ogbeni since yesterday. There is a legal angle and perspective he put on it, and even up to today, I think he's done justice to that more than enough. Because like I said, I've not been following the news today, but whatever it is worth, I don't think the Kano government will reverse itself. That is fair enough. So let's Adu Bayero maybe just take it on the chin and rest. What will be, will be. So that's what I will say for that, because I've not been really following. It's all tennis day for me. So what's the other topic you have?
Hello, one man. Good evening. I have a question, please.
Carry on.
Yeah. So my question is, okay, we have a government in Kano at the moment, right? And prior to this government, Gandoje was there as governor, and he sacked the former emir. Now, we have been told that the new emir has been restored. So let's say in another 4 years, we have another government coming into Kano State, and they don't like the same face that is being restored. So would they sack him again and bring in another person? I mean, it's just a shame that we're going through this in the 24th century, right? I see no reason why government should have any business whatsoever with the traditional institution. Well, of course, I believe we saw what happened while Abacha was in power. He sacked I believe the Sultan at that time, and of course, nothing happened. What I'm saying here is that I believe if the traditional institution is made more stronger, if they have it in the constitution, that okay, governments, be it federal, state, or local, should stay out of traditional institution, they will not be having all this chain of events. Somebody comes in, I don't like one man because he's not speaking my language as the emir of Kano, for example, and I say, hey, one man, get out, and I bring in someone else. So that means we keep playing ping pong, every now and then. We should have a constitution that says this cannot happen, this got to stop, and it got to stop right now. So what's your take on this, Baba or one man?
Look, this thing has been with us, and like you watch Remy, that was 1980, that clip of Remy. I mean, 1980, that's about 44 years ago. 44 years ends, it's still the same old story. So the only thing, it's a restructural thing for our polity, in the sense that maybe we should have, like we had in the First Republic, House of Chiefs, and find a rule for them, and then take their, it's a complicated thing, because if you take the appointment, installment, or enthronement, or crowning of these people, if you leave them to their own devices, it could cause a security problem also for the country. So you can't leave them to their own devices. There must be a supervision somehow, somewhere, because that was what the colonial government did for convenience when they wanted to introduce indirect rule, particularly to the northern parts and to some extent the west. It's only in the east. Even in the east, they have to install what we call warrant chiefs and stuff like that. So it's a vestige of the old order we are following and up to this point. So maybe those who know governance have to sit down and try to work something out now that we are talking about restructuring. If not, this problem will still persist, because I even find it, some of them are not even in the hands of local state government. It is the local government that pays them. So the chairman of the local government can equally depose a sitting Oba chief or Obi or an emir. That's how ordinary it is. These are positions that are supposed to be revered. It's cultural, it's tradition, it's part of us, it's the essence of our origin. So I don't know why we now have to subject them to this kind of let me call it disgrace, if I may say it. And I don't know. It will still repeat itself again, if not in the north, maybe in the west or elsewhere. Because as year on year, it's becoming lighter and lighter and lighter. I mean, I could even that period of Rimi, for instance, the person Rimi was referring to there was I can't remember that is Nasiru Adubayero, a tall Fulani man. He used to come to Pangrove Estate when Pangrove Estate was Pangrove Estate in those days. He has a house there, and these are colossus. He was a very good friend of the late Oni of Ife, Chijuade. They even owned businesses together. And there was even a time they traveled without taking permission from their state governors. Idi Agbon and Buhari suspended them, the two of them. As huge as they were then, not now that everything has been watered down. They were suspended by Idi Agbon Buhari government because they travel without permission. So you can even see they can't even leave their domain without taking permission. So I don't know. I'm perplexed at it because when something, there are people who are supposed to, maybe I don't hear of any think tanks anymore. These are people that are supposed to sit down and give us a kind of structure, how we are going to stop all this nonsense, because it is very dangerous. The country can blow up in our faces. In our faces, you may think it's something that is just restricted to Kano alone. Don't be surprised. In a space of 3 days, it could spread. Not in a country where everything is volatile at the moment. It's like we are all sitting on a keg of gunpowder and smoking cigarettes and dumping the ash on that keg. That's the situation we are now. So it has to be handled carefully. And this restructure thing, I think, has to come to play sooner than later.
All right.
But don't you think?
No, sorry, I want to move on. Baba, let me take you to one more space, and then we go on from you to Ogbeni. Sorry, Kinzo, but I think we're looking around a bit. But on our way to the next talking point, Baba, let me signpost tomorrow's session. So tomorrow's session is going to be about an appraisal of the performances of the ministers so far. So that's already been put up. So anybody that wants to be part of that appraisal, just bookmark this so that you are in time for tomorrow's session. So look out for tomorrow's session. Let me see if I can actually put it on the screen. Look out for tomorrow's session. It's going to be, because, of course, the Tinubu's administration now coming up to its 1-year anniversary, and then we are going to be doing a performance assessment. So that's it already put up. The link to it in the comment section. So click on that link, bookmark it. So bookmark that, and also bookmark this for tomorrow as well. Dupsie's session. Of course, everybody looks forward to Dupsie's session. So Dupsie will be taking on this Tony question. DNA shows Nigerian dad not father of twin girls, but his mother, the real mom. So often we hear about paternity questions and a man bringing up children that turn out not to be his. Well, how is it possible for a woman to bring up children that are not hers either? So that Dupsie would navigate us through all that. The link to that session also in the comment section. So go bookmark that as well. So it looks as though essentially you're spending the whole day on the One Man Went to More platform for tomorrow. So bookmark those 2 sessions are going to be explosive. So Baba, a short little commentary on Burkina Faso, and then we go on to Ogbeni.
Yeah, I listened to Aja actually, and I try to interject once or twice. I'm only surprised that a military is supposed to be an intervention, not a permanent fixture in the house of government. If you say you're coming to repair something and you are there for 2 years, this job is still undone, and you extended it with a fiat by another 5 years, that means for 7 years, and in another 5 years, you've used 2 already. In that 5, maybe by the time you get to the 3rd, you will also shift for another 3 years. We've seen this thing before. We experienced it even with Gowon during our own time. But at the end of the day, another Kaki man will also undo him. After all, where is Sankara today? Where is Blaise Compaoré today? They've come and gone. So I don't like military rule. Maybe because I've seen the worst of military rule. I've seen the worst of military rule. So it's not something to be celebrated, because if they meant well, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, if they know they want to confront France and everything, okay, change your currency. Be bold enough, because at the heart of everything, whether as an individual, as a business, or as a country, money is at the heart of everything, because the kingdom of earth runs on money. It is the kingdom of heaven that runs on righteousness. So it's money. So if France is your enemy, they use their money, their CFA, and dump it in the toilet and print your own. Name it anything, maybe Burkinabe, pounds or dollars or anything. Because as we speak, your foreign reserve is in the pocket of France, is in everything. Whether you are bringing Russian to play or anything, you are just fooling yourself. As I see him, I just see a dead man walking. That's my point there.
All right, excellent. So the dulcet tones of Baba. So thank you, Baba. So that was the excellent Baba, of course. Thank you, Baba.
Thank you.
Hopefully, thank you. Hopefully, Ogbeni is still there. Ogbeni, you're up next. Ogbeni is not there. All right. So yes. So Ogbeni. So we're kicking it off. Nsa Ribadu moves to hijack Kano Emirate for in-law Bayero, deploys soldiers, SSS police. So that's a headline. NSA denies backing the post Emir. The tussle, of course, NMPP raises alarm over a potential state of emergency in Kano State. That almost seems that inevitable. So a lot of headlines around that space. And then Omisore, how I outsmarted Adamu, delivered Tinubu as APC presidential candidate during primary. So that is a throwback to the past. The goings on in South Africa, Nigerians being slaughtered like chickens. Hold Tinubu government responsible if war breaks out in Kano State for bringing in soldiers. So Ajale Kokosomo concurred with Atiku on that. Kano Emirate crisis, Sanusi Bayero holding court from separate palaces. So the recipe there for disaster. Take your pick. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, one man. Thank you for having me. I greet all other panelists. I don't have much to say tonight because I have some things to do. Let me start with this, which I think is an EU with overflow now. We'll be expecting
and the Burkina Faso as well, if you have any thoughts on that. So yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so the Kano EU is an EU that we have already overflowed, and I think until we have more facts, we should cross our finger and be waiting. The only thing I want to say, which I think I've even said, is that I don't see any reason why Atiku should be dragging Tinubu into all this whole issue. If there's anybody that should be part of the elders that should find a way to resolve this issue, should be Atiku. It shouldn't become Agbaya to now from what's it called? From Dubai, where he's
the Waziri of Abu Dhabi,
where he's running things, he's throwing stones and be talking about Kano. Is he not one of the elders, or is he elder statesman? What do they even call them in the northern Nigeria? Didn't he go there to campaign? Didn't he go there to speak outside to them and tell them why they must vote for him? So why is he now that he's not finding a way to reach out to two of them, or we are not seeing him? You know, the way they all flew to their lovely Niger that they believe is better. They are more patriotic too than Nigeria. When they believe Tinubu wanted to invade the place, the way they started flying anyhow to the place. So why is it now that has not flew down to Nigeria to come and find a way to placate the situation? And then the next thing is to be finding, where is the Tinubu involved in all these things? For Atiku,
there's something I noticed. I think you always defend your principle unequivocal, regardless of whether good or bad. I mean, that's what I noticed, but that's your own opinion. But I just want to point that out. You always defend him. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so for me, for Atiku, what matters to him is election. And I don't see any reason why they should be bringing the issue of election into this matter. For me, what matters to me here is that transitional tool, and I said it yesterday. We shouldn't allow politicians to be, playing with it. We shouldn't allow politicians to desecrate it with their.
But Benny, what has Atiku said wrong? What did he say that is, that doesn't make sense? Do you think?
What doesn't make sense?
Hold on. Are you telling that federal government effort to involve in this mess there is appropriate? Is the right thing to do? What's their business there in Kano chieftaincy or Emirate issue? What does the federal government? What are they trying to achieve in getting involved?
Yes, it's very simple. Now you just said federal government involvement. That is the narrative Atiku want to sell out to people like you, and you want to hold on to. In all the explanation I made yesterday, where did you see federal government coming in all this? Are you saying judiciary is the federal government?
We are not talking about what you said yesterday. We are talking about federal government moving through,
what do you mean by federal government?
To give cover to that, what do you call the
that is the narrative Atiku wants you to believe.
It is not narrative. Did it not happen?
What is there now?
No,
did it not happen?
Well, let me tell you why I think it's.
Did it not happen? What is narrative that?
It does not happen. Let me tell you. I've told you before that
What one man read to us is a confirmation of what Atiku said.
no, what one man read to you,
Yes.
NSA has debunked it, but you don't want to believe that. You still want to believe the one Atiku said, right?
It is the article, the proper article that we are talking about, and that Atiku responded in view of that article. And
which article? What did the article say?
That that guy, I mean, what do you call? He came in. Hold on, the post Maya came in early this morning with military protection to one place and stuff like that. Yeah,
that's not true. That's why I said, listen to me, look at where I'm coming from. That is not true. That's what Atiku wants you to believe. Now, first and foremost, look at it from this angle, and I said it today. I flew out from my place with private jets, right, to go and attend state matters or functions. They said, oh, they've deposed me. Before they've deposed, they've changed things. I flew back, and the news said, oh, I flew back in private jet. Don't forget, it's private jet I took out of the state. Oh, I flew back with private jet. Now said it was the NSA from the federal that gave me that private jet. Does it sound reasonable to an average reader in Nigeria that are reading news? Are you saying the Ado Bayero? Do you know Ado Bayero family? Are you saying the Ado Bayero are so they are now pauper that can't afford to have private jets that they have been flying all this while? In fact, the private secretary to that Emir, Nsa Bayero, is a US trained pilot that flies Emir around. So now, where does Ribadu comes in? Do you see the area I'm talking about? This is the area I'm talking about. And that's why I said, don't forget, this same Nsa Bayero was the one I think testified against the SLS during all those misappropriation things. So the first question I ask myself is, where is federal government coming in here? First, judiciary. Am I saying federal government is judiciary? No. I think I'm educated enough to know that there is a difference between the executive and judiciary. Except I want to speculate. And if I'm speculating, I'm not based on facts. Okay? Judiciary, they approached judiciary and judiciary said, maintain status quo. The governor said, even though I've read it in the news, but I've not received anything from the court. Therefore, I'll go ahead. He went ahead. He didn't banish the man, which he cannot even do, because in the Sanusi case, the court has said that you cannot banish a citizen, no matter you don't have that power. And the man who flew out of the state, so you want the man from there to go on exile, and say Majaleko will be the one preaching human rights for us every day. The man flew into his town, so he shouldn't come to his town because you want to maintain peace.
What is the military cover? Military
it's just a narrative.
Cover for him.
If you see,
but when you are not on the ground, you are not in Nigeria. How can you ascertain what he's saying?
I'm coming. Let me drop.
No, sometimes let it make sense.
Let me drop it may not make sense to you, but it's making sense to the
one man. What did you read in the article for us? Did the military not did they not give this guy cover to?
The military is on ground in Kano State. So Ogbeni, you need to
I even saw some pictures
now. What are you talking about, Ogbeni?
I think Sanusi even confirmed that in his interview with Channels Television.
Okay. So what is Ogbeni telling us now?
It's a high octane situation. Yeah.
I sent a video of Aminu Bayero landing in Aminu Kano Airport. Okay, Channel shows it. Show me the military officer that you see in that place. You see, sometimes
landing in Kano is different from landing at the airport. Is different from the airport to where he is now.
I show you also the video of Channel seeing him when he entered the palace. There is no military there. There's a video. There are many videos now. Let me look for one of them and send it to you. When he went to the palace.
So are you telling us that we don't have military on the ground in Kano at the moment? Is that what you are telling us?
Wait now, Baba Janleko, you see, I like having an organized argument or conversation. We are still on one point. Don't let us move to another point. The news says that they flew him in every security. I say it's a lie. Channels showed when he landed in his private jet.
If you said the news, what news are you talking about?
Channels news. I don't know the one you watch. Channels is what I watch. Let me look for it.
Go ahead.
I'll drop it. If you watch channels today, I don't know if you follow news. I follow Nigerian news.
Well, I do. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if you follow news, then you must have seen channels showing him when he landed. And you must have seen channels also showing when he went to that palace. And you must have seen that the police that were on ground were the one protecting Sanusi and told him not to enter the palace and send him back.
Well, not just police. If you watch that video carefully, there are soldiers on ground. That's what they're trying to tell you. In Kano State.
Which palace now?
I don't know if it's palace, but of course in Kano State.
Yes, you must have soldier.
Okay, so what is
now?
Good, beautiful. Thank you that you are alluding to that, to maintain peace. So would you also agree?
Is that what you guys don't want to agree with me is that first, the man enter the estate without any military protection. Secondly, he came to that palace without any military protection. And from there, he moved to that second palace, which privately belonged to him. You see, one of the things I want you guys to understand is, unless you understand that terrain well, you may not have a clear picture of what is happening here. First and foremost, they have their traditional palace. That's where Sanusi is presently. They all have their private palace too. That's where that guy moved to now, his own. Now, to have military on ground, we've all be talking about there could be bishop, priest, and co. If you look at when police was addressing today, you will see some military guys with the police in their first headquarters. That's the commissioner of police office. You see them, they line behind the media and they address the media.
Yeah, I saw that. That's correct. Yep.
Yes. And they said, we are here. We will obey the order of the court. Is what you guys are saying is they shouldn't obey the order of the court? Is that what you guys are saying? Because I don't understand sometimes when we we have a way of, it's not the amount of argument you canvass that make your point tenable. It is amount of fact you are able to gather when you are making a point. So
go ahead.
My point is this: what Atiku is alluding to are just full of speculations. One, Ribadu has denied the fact that I did not supply anybody jet, and it's even gullible for Atiku to even think that Ado Bayero, that they have their own private jet, will be borrowing private jet from Ribadu to fly into Kano. Somebody that they said they just disposed 2 days ago. So he doesn't know anybody again in Nigeria that will even, assuming he doesn't know anybody again in Nigeria that will give him private jet to fly in, right?
So the problem I'm having with your assertion, I mean, you expect me to believe anything that come out of this government, they're 100% right? I mean, we've been deceived so many times.
I mean, Kano State government,
you make us sound like we are stupid, you know?
Which government? Kano State government or federal government?
No, the federal government.
What's federal in this issue now? There's no federal yet in this
I don't know, but the problem I have with your narrative, because I'm not saying what they said is right, but you're making a categorical fact. Like you know the fact, you're on the ground. But you're not. You're in London.
The military has not intervened in all this matter. The people that have been talking in all this matter is police. That's not military. I don't know your understanding of military.
Is police not federal?
But Ogbeni, what is the military doing in the midst of police when they are addressing the why the military there? Why military personnel? Why the military personnel in the midst of police when they are addressing the press?
They are joint tasks now. Except you don't see that the EU that is on ground can actually breach peace in that place. And if it happens tomorrow, this Atiku will come out and say, why is Tinubu not proactive enough to protect the Kano residents? You all know how volatile Kano is. You remember the last time when Supreme Court was about to give judgment in Kano. You remember what started happening even before that judgment alone. As far as I'm concerned, Kano is a very volatile place. Now, you have two Emir now sitting in Kano. Except you want to tell me that you have taken side already You decided who should be your own emir. But as it stands now, both of them are claiming to legal rights, which wrongly or rightly, they are right in their own respect. I've done the analysis yesterday. I don't want to repeat it again. How Sanusi can claim right, and now Aminu Bayero also can claim right.
Ogbeni,
Let me ask you a question.
Ogbeni, I'm on the side of Sanusi as the mayor of Kano. And one
That
of our
is
guy here, hold on now. One of our guy here is as well on the side of Sanusi.
That is you.
And he's saying that his people are seeing Tinubu action now, trying to send military there, already send military there as enemy combatant, according to their people in Kano.
That's how you guys gaslight issue.
Eh?
Does fact on ground show that you?
No, he's coming from a Kano guy, yo. He's coming from Ministable. I mean, what's his name? Jafar. He's a Kano guy, and he's speaking in favor of Sanusi, saying that the federal government should stay out of the
federal government cannot stay out. The reason is this: you don't have a state police in Nigeria. You have one police being headed by your IGP. The same way you cannot say that the governor should stay out of chieftaincy matters in the state. Federal government cannot stay out of anything that is capable of breaching insecurity in the state. Except you want to tell me that Kano is a republic on its own. It's no longer within Nigeria, Federal Republic of Nigeria.
No, what they're saying is that police can handle the job better, and the military should not be sent on the ground, and because that could invite violence and anarchy.
Then why don't you ask that person, has there any time that military has not always been on ground in Kano? Has there any time that military is away from Kano? You see, when we pedal, and that's why for me, generally, Kano is a place I do go to often and often. And because I know the late Ado Bayero very well, and I used to go to that palace once in a while in those days, 2011, 12, 13. No, to 12, not 13, to 12. So I can relate with those terrain a bit, and I can relate with probably what is happening there now and what I'm picking from the news. So as far as I'm concerned, what I've seen so far, I don't see why Atiku should be gaslighting issues that is there so far. Even if Atiku is going to talk, it's not to say, oh, if anything breaks out, if war, look at it, if war breaks out in Kano, hold Tinubu responsible. That's a political statement you are making against election.
Okay, I have a question. I have a question for you, real quick. Let me ask you this question real quick. You keep mentioning Atiku, saying if war happens in Kano, you should hold Tinubu responsible. Yeah. I mean, the statement he made, there's nothing wrong in that statement. The only thing is, this is the question. This is my question. This is my question for you, right? Yeah. You are saying Atiku should be the one instead of Tinubu. What stake does Atiku have in all of this? Atiku doesn't work for hold on now. Atiku does not work for federal government, right? Yeah. Atiku is a private citizen, though he was a vice president before. Yeah. Okay, he's another state man, supposedly. Okay, but with what is going on right now, being a opposition leader, he is responsible to at least put a statement out if it deems fit, and if you have such a situation going on as an elder statesman. Okay, so I don't see what he has said so far as out of context. Okay. He's in his right to say that, and it's in the right of Tinubu to ensure peace in Kano, which of course he's doing right now. But the points the area I kind of disagree so far is trying to impose Sanusi. I like Sanusi, don't get me wrong, but if Sanusi should be truthful and sincere to himself, he should forget that throne so as to allow peace to reign in Kano State.
Because so the point is that we are saying the same thing. My analysis, let me start from that last one you make. My analysis arrive at the conclusion that Sanusi should allow peace to reign in Kano. We don't disagree on that. So I don't know the angle you're coming from. Now, on the angle of Atiku, we both agree that if there is any military and police on ground, they are maintaining peace. So that is the right thing Tinubu should do. And it's the same point I'm making too. We both agree on that. The only disagreement area we disagree now, in the little you have said now, is that what Atiku has said is right. And I said no. And my logic is that if we both agree that what Tinubu is doing there presently is to maintain peace, then it will amount to gaslighting for somebody to now look at that and said, oh, you'll be responsible if there's any war breaking out because of your action. That's gaslighting. You're speculating.
I don't think
Somebody
so.
is doing what he should do.
No.
And then lastly, you asked me what stake does Atiku have?
Correct.
I think you need to understand that terrain very well. Atiku is a northerner first. Atiku is part of Northern, their Eda Vorun, this Arewa, this and that and that. So, and don't forget, Atiku is a Fulani man. And we are talking about this tool that belongs to the Fulani, not even the Hausas. Those tools belong to the Fulani oligarchs in the north. They have, I think, about 11 of them. The Sheu, Bonu, Lamido Adamawa, Sultan of Sokoto, Kano, Zauzau, Zaria, all of them. They know each other, one another. They intermarry, they do all these things. So Atiku belonged to that group. And so I see Atiku as an elder, not only elder statesman for Nigeria, elder statesman for that northern space, to be able also to come and weigh in. Just the same way you find somebody like probably when Matama Sule and others were still alive, Abdullah Ibrahim and all those guys were still alive, to weigh in into what is happening in Kano. So for me, if I find myself in the issue of Atiku or an average person is analyzing the issue, I won't be expecting a responsible leader like Atiku to be gaslighting this issue now or playing politics with it. I'll be expecting somebody like Atiku to be saying, oh, let there be peace there, placate this person, placate this person, and find a mid-ground and say, for instance, you can say, okay, let all of them wait for the judiciary. Then you can hold the judiciary to accelerate the hearing and determine who should, so that Kano can rest. That is one way. You can in another way say, oh, look, guys, Sanusi they should allow Sanusi to be there, and then let Aminu go to court and make sure then nobody should disturb his area in Kano. And these are responsible things you'll be expecting from an elderly statesman, but not there's an issue on ground. Then the next thing another statesman is thinking about, how do I demarcate my opposition? Tinubu is my opponent against 2027. I can demarcate it. That's not how a statesman should think. From my own perspective, that's the thinking I have, and by virtue of my training, I don't denigrate anybody.
But Ogbeni, there's political angle to this. So if Atiku is playing politics to it, I don't think he has done anything wrong, because there's political angle to this. What is playing out in Kano. So is the head of opposition, and the ruling party, former governor, is on the side of the deposed Emir, and the new party reinstating the deposed Emir. So the political angle to it, Atiku playing politics, nothing he has done wrong, because there's political angle to it.
I agree with you that there is political angle to it. And yesterday I've talked about why I don't think we should allow silly politicians to desecrate the traditional stool. People may be fine with their why they think there must be politics played out in all this. I'm not fine with it, and I will not bless or support or relate or affiliate myself or associate myself with whoever believe they should be playing politics with traditional stool. And the fact that they've been playing politics with this over years doesn't make it right or doesn't make it proper. Traditional stools are stools that had been there thousands of centuries before they born their forefathers. So I don't think anybody should come. And there are stools that will be there even when we've all gone, and our coming generation will keep enjoying that stool and then paying respect for that stool. So I'm not one of those who believe that they should be playing politics with it. And now when you talk about even politics, I don't see where Atiku is coming in terms of the political thing that is playing out there. The reason is this: it's politics at best between Ganduje and Konkoso. Not even APC and NNP, is just purely between Ganduje. So where Atiku comes in is what I don't know. But the only thing I know is where Atiku is coming in now is just Atiku is just looking for a way, drag the president into it. And by the way, even when you are dragging the president into it, don't forget that President and Sanusi Lamido, they are even closer than the president will be closer to the Bayeros, because we've seen them together in numbers of time. Lamido has gone to see the president and came out from there with good report and talk and go. He has been advising them. They put him in one team recently and all those things. So that's for me. So if you now say, oh, you want, I don't think Tinubu will now put military on ground to vilify Lamido or to militarize the place against Lamido for what? You know? So that's it. I just say Atiku playing politics, which ordinary politicians should play. But I just think it's silly of him as a responsible and elderly statesman. But as a politician, fine. He's playing his politics. That's on that. Let me quickly go to Burkina Faso. Woman. You see this Burkina Faso,
Yeah.
The Yoruba will say, tí ara lé ẹni bá ń jẹ kòkòrò tí ò dá ó yẹ ká tètè bá wí torí kùrùkẹrẹ ò ní jẹ́ ká sùn lóru. You see? Okay, let me translate that. So that simply means that if you see your neighbor, somebody you sleep together in a place, you see him taking something that you know can worry him at night, you better warn him now, because when the problem comes, there's no way you won't share from the problem, because at least you won't be able to sleep. And so that's the way I see this Burkina Faso thing. I said it here. I remember when I think Baba Jalinko was a major voice against my position back then too. When I said, you see, look, all these guys, Mali, Niger, all these guys are taking over.
These guys will be there for the next 30 years. Forget this.
We said it now, Mama. I remember vividly. They can play back all those weeks when I think Niger and others were taking over. And I said, look, have you ever seen military? Military don't really... because you guys don't care. You think they care about their country? Okay, what has this man even done in the Burkina Faso? What has he done? What was the GDP he made there? What's the GDP now? What was the infrastructure development there? What do you have now? The only thing we'll be hearing from these guys is that we are moving towards Russia. And I remember then I said, look, you are leaving one colonial master and going to another colonial. Which country has Russia ever blessed in this life? Russia was behind Mugabe in Zimbabwe. Is Zimbabwe a litmus test, a good model for any country today? The answer is no. So why don't you look at the another slave master that you are going to? Because I remember back then somebody argued that they must get somebody, at least they need a superpower. I said, okay, you need a superpower, but look at that superpower. Is there any country
Ogbeni, you are asking question that what has he done? What has he done? He has done a lot within the short time that it's been there.
Okay, like what, sir?
Like now, they are in full control of that goal, their resources. All right?
Okay.
And they are partnering with countries that are ready to be partnered with them.
The Russians, you can say it now. The Russians.
No. Even the Russian is protecting them because of the gold. They give them concession to mine gold in payment. Don't forget, 3 years ago, Akufo-Addo came to US. Akufo-Addo came to US and reported this junta 2 years ago to America that the Russians are there. He was the first person who alerted the world that the Russians are secretly in bed in Burkina Faso, because it's on top of Ghana. That country is on top of Ghana. So they are almost the same thing. Their border is even seamless. He was afraid then because he was talking to Blinken and we are blaming him that, you president, why are you complaining to Blinken? Why not directly to the man in charge? So he's replacing one colonial master for another one.
It is not colonial master for another one. You know that in this world will leave any underdeveloped country or developing country on a line with one of these powers, whether you like it or not.
Do you think the Russians will hold on? Do you think the Russians would exploit them?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Russia doesn't have
so
If
that
we
is
Alita
do you think,
Aja,
okay, let me ask you another question. Do you think the Russians are there out of the goodness of their hearts on humanitarian something? Is that what they are doing?
No, it is not. It is, hold on. You don't have it in history of Africa that Russia carried out exploitation of us, of any African country. There's no history to that. Hold on now. There's no history to that effect. If you have any, tell me.
He's asking you what of Zimbabwe.
I give you Zimbabwe.
What is happening in Zimbabwe?
Russia was the backbone behind Zimbabwe when Gaddafi started fighting the West. And they supported him to death. And Zimbabwe currency dropped, GDP dropped, national income dropped, everything about Zimbabwe nosedived under their watch.
What is responsible? Hold on. You see, sometimes when you guys talk, trying to give justification to Western countries' exploitation of Africa, it can be laughable.
Okay.
Are you telling me that Zimbabwe, a small country, deserves that sanction imposed on her by all Western nations and threaten every country in the world?
It's simple.
Not to do business.
It's simple. You said,
look, we have to.
Wait, now let us also.
We have to be objective
yes, let's push back to. A country came and said, we want to break ties completely from you guys. And those guys said, okay, go and meet your Russia.
Which country is that? Which country are you referring to?
France, UK, US, all US allies. All US
Which
allies.
country? Which country is saying you want to break ties with them?
Zimbabwe. Mugabe break ties with them.
Stop it, Ogbeni.
And even sent farmers away.
No, stop it. He didn't say that he want to break ties.
Okay, what did
hold on, Ogbeni.
Okay, what did he say?
The Zimbabwe did not say, I'm breaking tie with you. He didn't say that.
Okay, so what
Zimbabwe, after independence, waited for 10 years, over 10 years, with the white farmers for the distribution of land. They don't want to engage in distribution of land. They control 70% of the land mass. The whites that are, the whites that are minority control the 70% of the land mass, and particularly areas of economic importance. They control it.
And what happened when the agrarian land went back to the blacks, when he redistributed it, what happened?
Okay, when they took the land, when they distributed the land in favor of the black that originally owned the land, that the white forcibly took the land from them. All right? When they redistributed the land, then the white country, Britain particularly, leading that opposition against that action of Western nature, convinced America with other Western countries to slam sanction against economic sanction against that.
No, Aja. They single-handedly couldn't manage it.
They can't.
They couldn't manage the land. It's not the fault of the West.
Yes,
you have the land. They do throw corn there and it didn't grow. They couldn't manage it.
That is one. Two.
So why imposition of sanction against them?
Let's push back now.
What is responsible for the imposition of sanction?
Let's push back, please. Let's push back on this because we are all well informed also on this matter. There was about almost maybe 2.5 or 3 point, I can't remember, $billion that Zimbabwe government was supposed to pay those white farmers as compensation. Don't forget that it didn't only seize land from them. It seized their produce. It seized the land, it seized their produce, right? and chase them out from the country. And it was supposed to compensate
Even
them.
Saraki
Yes.
gave the
In Kwara.
farmers some land, the white farmers. I think they
Yes.
came to Kwara. Some of them came
I
to Kwara
remember.
State.
He was supposed to compensate them. He didn't compensate them, and that became an issue. So sometimes when we peddle one side story of, the sanction just came, sanction didn't come in a day or 2 days or 3. Sanction came because a lot of things happened. You did not compensate. You chased them out. They started wandering around. You took over those lands. You can't manage those lands. Then you start making different flop policies, land reform policies that are flop, and then there were sanctions. Now, when you look at these sanctions, what do you mean by sanction? So you want the West that is fighting to still be spoon-feeding him when you have a new slave master.
In fact, Ogbeni, it was when Mandela saw what happened there with the blacks that then himself he slowed down on the whites. You know, the whites were supposed to leave South Africa.
Yeah, and that is why today you see those those economy front, those guys, they still blame Mandela to date for not kicking out those whites out of.
And if he had left all those assets for them, what would the blacks have done?
They
with
wouldn't
it?
have been able to manage it. The same Zimbabwe experience would have happened to them. And my issue is not even about that. My issue is mainly that, okay, now that you have a new slave master, why can't Russia manage it for you to improve and prosper your country? Why do you still want the same West? And you are now blaming your own woe on the sanction of West. What do you mean by sanction? Sanction simply means I don't trade with you. So you still want to snatch land.
Benny, why are you talking like this? As if sanction is like I want to buy bread. Oh, I'm not selling bread to you.
Yes.
If Western nation impose impose sanction on Nigeria today, do you think Nigeria can survive?
If we have,
you think Nigeria will be able to survive if all the Western countries?
We did when they imposed sanction on us during Abacha's time. Have you forgotten?
Oh God, that is no sanction. What is sanction against Abacha?
Why do you
what
say
is sanction against Abacha?
They
are targeting
us.
What is sanction against
We're
Abacha?
like pariah. We're pariah state.
What is sanction? Is that comparable to that kind of sanction that were imposed on Zimbabwe?
Like what?
I mean, what are we talking?
Let's be specific. What did they impose on Mugabe that they did not impose on Abacha? Let's be specific here. The simple fact is that
look, Benny.
See the simple fact. Mugabe came with a very ambitious anti-West stance. Good for Pan-Africanism. But when you look at his own approach to his own Pan-Africanism, he went to go for a socialist communist nation as your new slave master, but you are still running a capitalist state. That's the contradiction. That's my own understanding of the ideological.
Ogbeni, do you know during the time of Ian Smith, Zimbabweans were the most educated Africans? Google it, check.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. But I think I want to agree with Ajanle Koko here, because the sanction we had then, compared to what's going on right now, is totally different. Because they didn't really go all out on us with the sanction. If they did, I'm sure a lot of us probably back then would have left Nigeria earlier than we did. So
you mean Abacha time?
Yes.
There was no sanction like Mugabe in Abacha.
I didn't say there wasn't. What I'm saying is that they didn't really go all out. Like,
do you know why? We didn't go for a new slave master. They were simply fighting Abacha because of Abacha's policies. Mugabe went for a new slave master. Mugabe will go to United Nations to go and speak against them directly. Mugabe, in all his policy, will give you anti-West policy straight, and he will tell you his target. So, and that caused for the reaction from the West by all those sanctions. And what were these sanctions? Sometimes we like these sanctions are, we don't trade with you, we don't do business with you. Then you have a new slave master. So why can't your new slave master trade with you, do business with you?
Benny, you don't understand this the way this geopolitics work.
Okay,
look, in any, let me tell you, in
All right.
any place in the world
Yeah.
where the white man interest
Yeah.
is taken over from them, taken away from them,
Yeah.
they will fight back.
Of
They will
course.
fight back dirty,
Of
hard.
course.
They will
Of course.
mobilize everything, institution that run this world
Yes.
to run you down. And that is what they did against
Does that
Mugabe.
does
And they
that
will
Hold
use
on,
your own
include
hold
people
on.
against you. Yeah. Mhm.
Hold on.
does that include Russia, or you don't
Look,
count Russia as part of white man land?
look, no, we are talking of Western nation. I'm talking of Western
Oh,
nation
so my
where
question
their
is,
interest
yes,
is in jeopardy, where a new leader comes and trying to shake up things to allow their own interests to overrun the interests of the West for the betterment of their people. They will come all out against that country. So, and that is what played out in Zimbabwe.
in Mugabe,
The
right?
redistribution of land does not warrant the action. It's an internal affair of
He didn't pay
Zimbabwe.
them compensation.
Hold on now. Hold on. Let us look at this. Look at this thing, you know, with absolute sense of objectivity. It is an internal affair of Zimbabwe. The
It's
white,
not.
the black, it is.
It's
The
not.
distribution of land is a Zimbabwean issue. It
No, it's not.
has
You
nothing
see,
to do with the West.
it's
But the
not.
West, because, oh,
Baba
this is
Dale
our
Koko.
own people that you are doing
Baba
this
Dale
to,
Koko.
oh, you will suffer it.
Baba Dale Koko, you are just trivializing
Oh,
ambiguity.
okay. All
But
right. As
hold
if
on,
you
hold
don't
on.
know
That
the way
land matter.
the geopolitics
Let me
work.
ask Obeni something.
You see it as simply a land matter. It's not as simple as that. It's not as simple as
Ubeni,
that.
you
Yeah,
seem to
yeah.
be a proponent of Russia imperialism, but can you point to any country in this world that Russia, Russia has colonized that show any progressive economically?
And
Just give me one.
you are
Man
supporting
of
me now.
prestige, they don't even have the ability. They don't have the might.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They have not. I'm not for the West either. But for we
Man
to
of
come here and
prestige.
say Russia, Russia, I mean,
No, man of prestige.
all of
You
them are
see,
the same thing.
man of prestige. There is this mindset you have about Ogbeni. We are just on the same page now. I'm telling you that there is no country that Russia has supported, that Russia has prospered them. That's my position now. So your question should be to Baba Jale Koko, not me.
No, but I thought you know the one that said, they should allow Russia, to do whatever they are doing, instead of, kick out the Westerns.
No, that's not my point. My point is that I said it here. When they said all these people are taking over, I said, you are moving from one slave master to another. And you don't even go to choose China and all these countries. You went for Russia. And I said, is there any country that Russia has ever been their slave master and then Russia allowed them to prosper? And I gave an example of Zimbabwe. When Zimbabwe moved away from West and they tilt towards Russia, what happened of Zimbabwe eventually? Zimbabwe is not a pride for Africa any longer as they used to be. So that's the structure of my conversation. So it's Baba Daleko that is pushing back.
Oh, okay. Maybe I've been selective because I left a while ago. Maybe I
So
had
it's
the last
because
part.
of Benny now. You know Benny now.
And what I was saying, that Russia doesn't play master. I mean, there's no history that they colonize any African country.
No, because they are
Yeah,
not capable.
it is not
They,
all.
they,
No,
they
they
are not
don't.
capable.
Hold
But they
on.
have the motive. Ajalo, if
Hold
you are the one
on. No.
insinuating that.
What do you mean motive? Which motive?
The same
Where have you been?
imperialistic motive,
Hold
like all Westerners do.
Hold
I mean, they have
on.
the same thing.
Where have you seen their
Okay,
imperialistic
okay, let me turn the same
towards
question
any
that I asked
Africa?
Oboni, because I thought Oboni was the one making that narrative. Tell me
It's not
any
me.
Russia, any country Russia has colonized or intended to colonize that have progressed.
None.
They don't have that instinct of
Yes, they
colonizing
do.
other. Okay, tell me any country that they colonized.
They don't have the manpower. I mean,
It is not the manpower. It is not about the manpower. Whether you what manpower they do not have. Are they not one of the greatest countries? Are they not one of the greatest countries in the world?
There was one of the greatest, but they are not anymore.
Oh, look at you!
Really?
Yeah, this one don't know what is going on. They are not anymore.
I know what I'm talking about. I'm very conversant when it comes to foreign policies.
You don't know what is going on in this world. You don't know.
Tell us
I'm suspecting that you went.
What you understand by manpower?
You went to trade union school in Moscow.
What did he say?
No, it's Aja I'm talking to. I'm just jabbing him. I said I suspect he was a scholar in Moscow on unionism. But that's what they recruited Africans
for. I totally disagree with you, saying what have they benefited? What has the guy done in Burkina Faso? He has done a lot.
Nothing.
As your leader,
I don't know. Can call me. Yeah. You've not even allowed me to land on this my matter.
Okay.
Now, let me put back a bit on.
Just pushing back at you for everything you are saying, condemning those guys.
I'm coming. I'll soon go. You have given me an example of what you think is an achievement in Burkina Faso, but you have not given me any achievement at all. The only thing you've been able to give me is that they've kicked out white from their land, and so they kick out West. Is that an achievement? Then
what I'm saying, another thing is that
they now have Russia. They are in control of their resources.
Yes.
And so what?
It means France is no more in control of it. What do you mean by and so what?
I'm coming. I will tell you and so what. See, in Yoruba they say
who is buying it now?
Oh man, gold is selling like it's more. Do you know how much an ounce of gold is 2,300?
So I don't have information about that. So have they increased their internal generated revenue since that time?
Not. That's where I'm going. Go and check statistics. Where were they? Where were they in the poverty line when these guys took over? Where are they today? Check statistics. Then another thing is that when they took over and now, UNDP was telling us, I think the last time I checked, 40% of the population in Burkina Faso are living below the national poverty line. Where are they today? Have they improved their people's life? These are the questions you should be asking. It's just like when we talk about our Niger Delta. Okay, they were fighting for resource control and they wanted money. At a point in time, they were collecting zero from the oil. At a point in time, they started giving them money during Abacha. Today, they are receiving 13% derivation fund. Has their community be better by that 13%? My simple answer is no. That is not better then. But
so what is the reason behind that? Tell us.
Because some few idiot leaders just hijack and then it's their time to make money. And then they divide it somewhere and be chopping. And so for me, these military junta guys just come in. They're having their own enjoyment there. Now today they are saying we are extending our tenure by another 5 years. God spare our life in the next 5 years. If there is no counter coup, I think the guy has truncated about 2 counter coups now. Okay, he's lucky. If there is no counter coup, you will see them extending it all over again. We have experienced that in Nigeria before. So we should be able to have an understanding of how military think. Babangida was there, kept extending until civil society said, no, you must just leave this place this time.
Even Yakubu Gowon did.
Even Gowon and all of them, you see them extend because as far as I'm concerned, their motive of getting to power, any military, is usually not because they want to favor their people or because they want to be pro-people's, they want to bring pro-people's policy in their space. They are just military guys who just took advantage of vulnerability of who was in government there, and then the acceptability from Russia, who happened that he has interest in the resources in that region, and then now they are in control. Now you see him rolling the street of Moscow every time. You will see him going
Ogbeni. Let me put back at you.
So
Ogbeni.
Hold on for him, let him land.
Yeah.
Let it translate to improvement in the welfare of their people. Let us see GDP improving. Let them return to pride of Africa, where everybody wants to go to. Let them, the population that is below poverty line, improve cost of living. And then I think as of today, they are number 184 or something, or 85 out of 191 in terms of poverty rate in Africa, in Nigeria, in the world. Let him improve it. Then we can now start saying, oh, it's like this coup. It's even better. Oh, these guys that went to Russia. But if that never happened, they shouldn't blame the West, because they decided to move away from the West. That's my point on Burkina Faso. Abadale Koko, I'm ready for you.
Okay. I got some information here for you. Here are some information about Burkina Faso revenue from 2020 to 2023. In 2023, Burkina Faso general government revenue was 20.57, blah, 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 20 plus, compared to 19 in 2022 and 17.80 something in 2021. So that's a remarkable revenue generation by the government. So you can't tell me that they have not done anything.
But the guy took over in September 2022.
Yes, exactly.
2020. Okay. Oh, hold on now. It took over in 2022. Now
Yeah.
revenue. What do you call it? In 2022 was 19.44. I don't know what that is based on, but 19.44, 19.45. All right. And in 23,
but before he took over, he went from 17 to 19.
No, if before he took over, it was that in 2021 was 17.87, and 22 was 19.20.
Yeah, but he took over in September,
19,
so
the last quarter.
it wasn't responsible. You
no,
mean
2023 is 2057. So there's an increment on the GDP.
In fact,
on the revenue.
It's actually reversing back.
What do you mean? What is reversing?
If he went from 17 to 19, and then he took over, and then he went from 19 to 20. So that tells you that the trajectory is reversing.
Are you not going to consider the economic reality of in this world now?
Oh, I thought you were saying he was doing. Also, he's not doing Marvel.
Did he not record increase? Did he not record increase?
It did not increase. Now, if he went
from 19 to 20, it's not increase.
If he went from 17 to
19.4, 19.4 to 20.5,
what is that now? It's not generating anything.
From 19, hold on, from 19.4
all over Kremlin. It's just wearing beret all over Kremlin.
And showing 6-pack or 9-pack.
Yes, and it's wearing this ridiculous bulletproof all over.
From 19.4 to 20.5 is an increase. Whether you like it or not, that's a 1% increase, and that's a
but what was the increase before it took over from 17 to 19?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's forget about that one.
That's a layman argument. It matters. Look at the trajectory. I mean, let's just use 2 points before. Now they didn't generate more than 2 points during their time. If that's what you
it's reversing, it's destroying the economy.
It's destroying the economy. Okay, it's not reversing. There's an increase. You're just trying to rubbish what he has done.
If he went up about 3% before he took over, and then when he took over, he went up 1%. Is that not a reversal?
What is reversal? Is it going down or going up? How can you say it's reversal?
It's going
down. Forget it. No, economy. What of your own? Check yours, Nigerian own.
Wait a minute, I think what
Burkina Faso we are talking about.
We have
economic recession in the world now.
You're missing the point.
I got what you mean, but you have to put into factor the economic recession in the world that affect every economy in the world. So even with that economic recession, it was still able to pull a point increase.
I don't
So
know.
you can't say
They didn't do any
yes.
magic in my own opinion. I mean, even at
You
per
got to
capita,
give
the
him
country is
time.
still
You
at the
got to
same
give
level.
him time. You got
They
to give
were
him time. It's just a year there. So give him time, like 2-3 years, then you can compare it with those governments in the past. It's just a year old, going
I
to
don't
like
know.
2
I'm
years.
never. Let me use this opportunity for a
Now
minute.
in
I'm never
September
a
it will be
proponent of
2.
military, regardless. I mean, the civilian government there that was perpetuating institutional corruption, but when they came in, they said after 2 years we're going to hand over, whether it's official or not official treaty that they have. They should have honored that and tried to form a very basic democratic government that that will be sustainable compared to military. They are all greedy. They are all nothing different from the military. Don't so you can't come here and tell me that the military is going
You
to
see,
fare better. I don't see
the
what they are
guy is
faring better. They are going from one master to another master. Nothing different.
Well, you
prestige. The
guys
guy,
can describe it any way you like, but the people of Burkina Faso go on the ground. They will see the reality, how the people in that country
Have you
are.
spoken to have we spoken to them?
You don't watch what is going on online. You don't watch YouTube.
That's propaganda
You don't
now.
watch the youth. It's
I'm sure you know
propaganda. Oh,
this is
okay. So where are
propaganda.
you getting your own that is not propaganda from? Look, look. All this country, the common people are on board with them because the politicians in the past never served the interests of their people.
Yeah, but their interest
That's the
is not being
same way
served
that we are
now.
having in Nigeria
No, don't
today.
worry. Oh, Ajan Lekoko, settle down now. Their interest is not being served even now. How is this guy serving their interest?
Well,
Is
the
hemorrhaging
interest
the economy according to your figures?
is not.
All he's doing is doing
It's
fine boiler all over the
He's
world,
not doing fine,
opposing.
boy. He's fighting a
One more always
serious
come with this fine
battle.
boys out.
He's fighting a very serious battle against the colonial master. They're ganging up
He's
against
not
that country.
fighting
They
against
don't
any
want him.
colonial.
They don't
If he
want
was
him.
fighting
They don't
against
want
any
him to
colonial,
succeed,
oh
but
God,
they're gonna
just do
succeed.
it. Yeah.
So
They're gonna
who is the
succeed. They don't
colonial
You
want
are
them
master
not
to
that
listening
is
to
succeed.
is
any
France
counter
too?
argument, Ajale Koko. He's not fighting any colonial anything. He's substituting one colonial overlord for another. That's just what he's done now.
No, they are not substituting. They're partnering now.
What do you
Before
mean
it was
partnering? Don't be
master.
sick.
They are partnering.
What partnering? What
They're
do you mean?
partnering. They're partnering with
All right.
Russia.
Okay.
They're partnering with they're partnering with partnering with
Hey. What's that
who is
noise?
that?
I don't know. Sorry.
Ajale Loka, you believe in
They,
Russia partner for your own
no,
peril.
hold on.
Russia never
They
Russia always do
partnering
something
with
for their own
China.
advantage.
They're partnering with Russia. They're partnering with other power that can push back. That with them can push back against the Western, influence in their country. So you can't tell them not to have some, powers.
Ajale Loka, if
You
they are not greedy,
know,
why
to
didn't they honor their 2 years stay? Instead of extending them more. Look at that narrative.
you don't worry about that.
All right, Prestige. Let Ogweni bring it home, and then you take the floor next, so that we can wrap it up earlier. Ogweni.
Oh, thank you. I intentionally put that Burkina Faso thing up so that I know Abadale Koko will do a lot of pushback on it. Is the pro-military people around us here? He's the one that want military to still.
Somebody is saying at the comment section that Ajanle Koko is right. He said he lived in Burkina Faso for 5 years. White, I mean, one man, why are you not flashing that? Why are you not flashing that? The guy that said he lived in Burkina Faso for 5 years is confirming to us that that country is getting better than it used to be when the civilians were running that country. Why are you not flashing it?
Fake news, Ajale
The
Koka.
guy is anti-establishment now. Derek.
Oh, okay.
It's always contrary to whatever is going on. It's the opposite of everything.
But I give kudos to you, my friend, that live in Burkina Faso for 5 years. Thank you for flashing that important information for them to know that the people of Burkina Faso are in support of what they have today. as far as governance of that country is concerned. Thank you.
You know, it's good because people will tell you we live there and then the place is improving, depending on where are you talking about here. There is improving. I don't see any of these country that is yet a pride for Africa. When I say a pride for Africa, there are countries that even with all the problems we have in Nigeria is like them going abroad. If you give them ticket to come to Nigeria, they jump at it. You know, we don't value our own things as we see. So when you see people, I've seen many people comparing even Rwanda to Nigeria. I've been to Rwanda severally. I've been to Ethiopia. When I was in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, in the part I went to in Addis Ababa, no electricity, no internet. But when you see people painting Addis now, they will tell you, Addis Ababa, the train in the middle of Addis was a very old train that we took. But today, when you tell them, oh, Nigeria is Nigeria, go to Rwanda, go to Ethiopia, I say, well, it's good that some of us don't stay in our village.
I always laugh when I hear that too.
We've traveled
and
we are still traveling. We don't stay in the village. So when they come with all this, go to Zobia. Well, have you been there? Okay, you've been there. Okay, thank you. Thank God for your for your experience of being there. But some of us went there and we couldn't really find all these things you talk about. South Africa is the only place I've not been to that place. The only place I see in Africa that has so much love and enjoy and I feel, wow, bet anywhere you go to this place, forget Nigeria, particularly some places in Nigeria, is this Seychelles Republic. And when you go to that place, it's still more like a British colony, but they have a lot. And the life expectancy, very good.
Yes, I was going to say that you couldn't really measure that country. It's almost like a Western outpost now.
You mean South Africa?
No, Seychelles. Seychelles.
Okay. It's Indians that made that place now.
Yeah, and British is still more of a British colony. And then they go to more of Japan, India. When they want to travel abroad, they'll be telling you more of India, Japan, and others. But very nice place, very good place. You won't think it's part of Africa. Very, but what's the population? What's the GDP? What's the economy? It's a very small population.
No pressure, nothing.
No pressure. If just one tsunami happens,
it's less than 1 million, isn't it?
It's even up to 200,000.
Yes,
it's even less than 500,000. It's very small.
And is it not one of those money laundering hubs?
Exactly.
Yeah, tax having all those things. Yeah. You see many Nigerian politicians. You see their buildings everywhere around the place in Mahi.
But that country shouldn't be a benchmark for comparison.
Was that not where Oshiomhole went to buy his wife?
Yeah. So his wife is a Cape Verde. Is up there. This one
man,
is
are you jealous?
This one is after.
Baba, are you not jealous?
This one is after Somalia. You go further down.
Oh my God!
The beauty and the beast.
That is correct, Baba.
So that is it for me. So I don't see. I wish them well, but my prediction is coming true. My prediction is that they will keep asking for more time, and they won't ask for small time. Now they're asking for 5 years, and those ones who hailed them to power, by now their hearts go declare small, like we think this guy will conduct election now. They're not going to conduct any election. No. By next 5 years now, that will take them to like 6 years plus, right? In power. By then, they must have kicked off any opposition voice from that space. By then, they must have intimidated many politicians must have probably gone under. So after that 5 years, no voice will speak against them. The West that have been speaking before they've kicked them out from their place, Russia will just be looking. Whatever you do, as long as you are not affecting Russia's interest, Russia will not talk because they hardly talk. So, and then they can now settle and say, okay, give us another 5 years. That will be 10 years plus. Just spare our life. See what happened in that space. That is if there is no counter coup to get this guy off, and then another people coming in to have their own space there. So that's about Burkina Faso, but we wish them well. If they become pride for Africa, it will be pride for us all as a black race, because they are black Africa, unlike those ones who are white and they pretend to be part of Africa. Let me go to South Africa, EU, and that's where I will stop this one. Yeah, see, this South Africa thing, like Z Baba said, South Africa, I don't know why, but one thing I know in South Africa, there are some voices that are still speaking for Nigeria there, and that is what I find. That is where I find solace once in a while when I look at South Africa ages. Okay, but for me, while we were in school in our university days, we used to read a lot, particularly if involved in student union thing. There are some books we read, apart from the Law Walk to Freedom. There were some books we read about South Africans, those activists that even came before Nelson Mandela. What's their name now? Enough of them. We read their books and others about South Africa and
Steve Biko and all the rest.
Yes. So when you talk about the Pan-Africanism, when the Kwame Nkrumah and others were here still shouting about, okay, let's try to form things together, in South Africa, they've been able to consolidate their base to have that Pan-African voice. And it was that we were able to rely on and solidify the Pan-Africanism thing. So where they got it wrong is why I can't even really understand on how to explain. I cannot understand it. But I've read somewhere before, and I think somebody muted it here again, that even when Nelson Mandela got there, Nelson Mandela never, by his conduct, appreciated really what Nigeria did. While he was in prison, yes, we were doing all those things for him. But when he came out, the narrative was that he never really come out to really appreciate it and let Nigerians know that, wow, you did well for us. And somebody gave an example of when Abiola was in. Well, that one is internal conflict. I agree that one is internal conflict. But xenophobia in South Africa didn't happen today. It didn't just start happening today. It has been there over years. And all those ones that were with, except few ones, like this Malema guys now has been talking against it every time. He would rebuke them. He will remind them what Nigeria did for them during the struggle and everything. But Malema is just a lone voice, but we still take solace in his voice because at least we still have people in their houses, talking. But now, if you now flip it down to what Nigerians do abroad or in other spaces too, it's appalling. What we go to do, it's appalling. When you go to other people's space, you go there you commit crime. We can't shy away from that. We go there to commit crime. We go there to change demography. We go there we do a lot of things in other people's crime. And these are the things that they don't come to do in our own space. In our own space alone, you see, an average South African and Nigeria, apart from the fact that they have their corporate entity like ShopRite and all these things in Nigeria, that they still use Nigerians. There are Nigerians that you will still find there. Somebody tell me that, do you know many of the companies that Nigerians run in South Africa, they don't employ South Africans there. They would rather import Nigerians from Nigeria to come and work in their companies. Why do we do that?
They don't have any skill. They don't have any. They don't go to school.
But
it's
apparently,
just a small percentage of them.
But
and those ones are enjoying. They are doing well.
But apparently, we do it the other way around as well. I heard that in the hospitality industry, especially hotel management in Nigeria, they usually import Kenyans in to run hotels in Nigeria.
That's Kenyan hotel, importing Kenya.
No, Nigerian hotels importing Kenyans into Nigeria to come and run the hotels.
I don't think that's true.
That's new to me.
I don't think so.
Okay, anyway, that's where I would like to stop this morning. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening to me.
Yes, one man, before someone comes in, please, just 1 minute. I want to introduce to the panelists your good self. Because of what we said, we texted you and I a few weeks back about African leadership in Nigeria or the black leadership in the US. There is a girl, 43 years old. Her name is Jasmine Crockett. Well educated, articulate, and have a big mouth. And she's using it in the Congress. So please follow that lady closely. We have a new black leader in the US now, Jasmine Crockett, Congresswoman from Dallas, Texas. Thank you.
How old is she? What's her age bracket?
43.
All
43.
right.
She's a lawyer. I think she's a lieutenant colonel in the guide, and she packs a lot of as if he's very rich. And I mean, she's an old soul in a young body. That's what I would describe. That's how I describe her. Very, very, very brilliant. Jasmine Crockett, Congresswoman from Dallas, Texas.
Okay.
All right.
Before I
Everybody
come
take
in,
note of that.
one man,
Yeah.
let me ask Baba something before before he leave, because I follow American politics. I'm not aware of this, but I'm going to follow that up. What is her political narrative when you say she's very articulate and she's? I'm trying to find out before I go into. I
Yes,
go that.
where others are shying away from talking about their black or articulating at this, and people like Carson, Byron Donalds, and Tim Scott, those ones. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to
Oh,
talk
those ones
about
are
them.
they are Uncle Tom's, so let's not
Yeah,
mention them.
but this lady is talking and promoting the black interest in the
Blackness,
Congress,
right?
and she's very articulate. A week ago, she was taken on and where she was bullied in the House of Representatives by MTG. You know MTG?
Yeah.
That
Oh, you know
and
what? I just lost my. Yeah, I know. I follow that drama that happened in
the
the Congress.
basics,
I know
the
the black lady you're
basics
talking about right now.
response. Yeah,
Yeah, I couldn't recollect the name. Go ahead.
dynamite come in small packages. That's that girl. Brilliant.
Okay.
Please look her up.
Yeah. I followed that in the Congress, the fracas that happened in the between Marjorie Taylor and her and one other lady. I think OAC,
Yeah,
jumped in.
OAC.
That was a mess. One man, you need to watch that. I mean, they was talking about each other, lipstick, eye, lap, all that kind of crap. But anyway, okay,
And
I'm
she
gonna
used the
follow more
word
about her. Yeah, I remember that.
bleached blonde, bad built,
Yeah,
butch body. I
yeah, I
mean,
remember that.
it's on T-shirt now.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, woman, for the indulgence.
All right, brilliant. So a bit of American politics are always good to hear from that space. Floor is yours. 8 minute monologue, man of prestige.
Thank you, one man. I'm gonna start from the latter, which is South Africa. You see, this South African xenophobia, is getting out of hand. Okay, let's call a spade a spade. I mean, we know that a lot of African countries hate us, but it's not anything in comparison to where South Africa is. I don't know where that originate. If I'm trying to make a research or whatever, see why they hate Nigerians a lot, because Nigerians have a lot of business in South Africa. I follow South African space. I have not been there, but a lot of time I follow what's going on in South Africa. Because if you look, they don't like you for you to mention anything about Nigerians. People will be saying, like, let me use music for example, which I follow a lot. People say they only play on my piano. Yeah, of course, they only play on my piano, but they play American music, like all these break dances and everything. They do play them, but when it comes to Nigeria music or anything about Nigeria, they don't play them. If anybody played in their club, they will say, stop it, don't play. I mean, let's be honest, they are more developed than us. If you really watch most of their city, Durban, Pretoria, or, forget about Johannesburg, it's a big city, so that's a different thing. But the way they hate Nigeria, I mean, it's on a different level. I kind of bother me. What had Nigeria done to them? I mean, sometimes I sit down and say, what has Nigeria done to them? I thought about visiting that country. My brother has been there, one for business transaction, but I'm hesitant to go over there. Not that I'm afraid they're going to do something to me. I mean, Nigerians are living there prosper, but It's just their behavior, and I watch them. I watch them. They try to they imitate American life. A lot, but the black people. So, but is the white? If not because of the white people, South Africa won't be where they are right now. Let's be honest. They are well developed. There's no doubt about it. But is the minority South Africa? If the South Africa has left, where nobody knows where they could have been at this particular time. So my main emphasis is about the xenophobia against Nigeria. I know there's xenophobia to many African countries, but when it comes to Nigeria, I mean they have taken it to a different level. So I don't know where they got this hatred from. Up to being a xenophobia standard right now. So I just needed to comment on that. And it's not just African, thing. They does it to many African countries, but when it comes to Nigerians, and I don't believe now, I won't put them in the same category with Ghana or some other African country like Kenya or whatever. But they are men. I don't know if it is jealousy, but it has, it has went beyond jealousy. I don't know reason why it should be jealousy. Like I said, South Africa, they are more developed. What are they jealous about us for? Plus all what we did for them you know, who play a pivot role for their own, liberation from the white apartheid. Nigeria is number one. Western country in America, they play a very minor role. But if Nigeria hasn't pivot the role, lead the role, they wouldn't have come out of, wherever they are right now. So for that, I don't know. So I'm speechless about that. So that's what I have to say in that. So the next one is about this the Burkina Faso we're talking about. I'm never a proponent of military. Let me be honest. But like I think I said something like that. Even the civilian rule. They perpetuate institution corruption. And put the country to undeveloped standard for a long time. But military is not the way to go. But okay, let's assume they intervene. They didn't like what the civilian government was doing, but they promised that they're only going to be there for 2 years or less. But what are they doing right now? They have extended it to 5 years. But who to say that after 5 years they're going to leave? Is that going to be any progress? They are going from one colonial master to another colonial master. People are saying about Russia. Russia is only going to be there for their own benefit. Look at what's going on right now. Why are they trying to annex Ukraine? Okay, people are going to say because they don't want them to. They don't want them to join the West. Yeah, that may be all true, but it's for the same motive too. So I don't see the benefit of this, the military rule they should have honored. When they start deviating from their promise, that's why I know that they're up to something. They have no intention of handing over. And that country, you and all of us going to be alive. They're not going to prosper where they are, better than where they are, right now. If they stay there for the next 5 years, because they're gonna, they come there with their own greediness, like the African leaders do. They are the same thing, but with military rule, it's gonna be very authoritative. They're gonna submerge their people to a lower level, like Ajali Koko was saying. He tried to compare, the GDP. It's not that much different. Nothing has changed. Even at all, they are getting more revenue right now. French used to control about 70%. So where is the whole revenue supposed to be going? Nobody know what they're doing with the money. So that's the problem we have in Africa. So I don't agree with what they're doing. I'm totally against that because we don't know what's gonna where they're gonna.
How do you want to use 1 year performance
It's
to
more than
compare?
1 year,
Hold
but
on
I
now.
tell you about the
Hold
promise.
on.
This is
No.
my problem.
Hold on. A year performance is
Why,
never
why
used to.
if not,
Oh, let
why
me.
are we judging Tinubu with 1 year? What are
You
you talking
you wait.
about?
Hold on. You cannot use 1 year performance of Burkina Faso military junta against 3 years performance of the previous. You cannot use it. Let them use 3 years, then you can compare both to see who has outperformed the other. But looking at 1 year to say, oh, they have not done well, even though it is just only 1% above what they had last year. You say, oh, they didn't perform magic. Look at 3 years ago. Look at the performance between these three. You can't. That is not the way. That is not the way it is done. It's never done that way. Let them be
But
3 years
Ajalico,
and
didn't they
compare both.
promise? Didn't they promise to hand over? You see where this is going to?
when they don't hand over, go and ask the Burkinabe people, are they happy with them the way they are governing? That is what matters. If government can deliver, good governance to the people, I don't care what kind of
But
government. Government is government.
that's how human beings are, because of the way the previous government was subjugating them
Generally,
to a
people you
poverty
support
level. So they probably just
change.
want to change. But just there's no fruit yielding to that for the change that they have right now. I mean, you need to look at it from that angle. So I mean,
They
they
are
need to
performing good now. If they start performing bad, then we will go after them. But as of today, the people are with them. The people like them. And what are we doing to keep going against the government that the people of the land like? They like them.
I don't know. I'm never a proponent
You
of
go
military. I mean,
and like your own government. Like your own government.
So this is a question for you. If you say you do not like military, so what is your own version of governance?
no, the problem I have was the promise that they made that they're going to hand over, but they haven't hand over. So where is it going to lead to?
Yeah, even in democracy, some democratic government would make promises and will not keep to those promises, right? So we could say the same for many other kind of government around the world. So I mean, just like Ajane Koko has put to you, it doesn't have to be democracy for the people of Burkina Faso to actually enjoy. It could be military. So what I'm saying here is that the kind of government.
The lockabout, Amazon lockabout.
Oh, it's in there.
Okay.
If you make a left, it's gonna be the
Sorry,
What's going on?
what's going on?
Yeah, that's it. Right. Okay. Thank you.
No, oh God. Sorry, carry on, Prestige.
Okay, I don't know the guy that was speaking earlier, but anyway.
No, that was Ake, and then I think Dewale unmuted maybe by mistake. Carry on.
Okay. No, I think the problem I have is them making a promise. Okay, that guy was talking about government. They make a promise. Those are policy promise. Yeah, we know every government. Even here, they don't keep all the whole promise or whatever they write in their manifesto before they came in. But this is a principle line that was made pronounced. It's different from policy that we're going to hand over. That's where the mind of a man when they didn't honor their promise in that regard. It's more higher than just policy. I mean, we know how politicians talk. So we're not calling them a politician, but they are coming here to perpetuate the same thing on a different level, on a different dimension, which I consider to be more important than just policy. Government coming there to promise. When somebody say, "This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to hand over." It's just like we was criticizing Obasanjo after 8 years. He tried to change the rule, tried to change the rule of engagement in order to rule for 3 or 4 more years. So is it not the same thing? We need to bash them on this. What would be their motive?
Yeah,
That means they plan to stay there forever, or do what, perpetuate the same, corruption or, if the previous government did. I mean, that's how I see it. They're not honoring their promise. That particular area, I have an issue. I have no issue when they did the overthrow initially. Of course, like I said, I'm not a proponent of that. But they should have been able to come by now to formulate a better way to make a good transition to a civilian government. Because what's going to happen right now? Let's assume by the time you get to 5 years, then they're gonna change it. Maybe they're gonna bring somebody they like, or one of them is gonna retire and become the president. Mark my word, this is how African corrupt military or civilian. This is how they run. All these young guys, by the time I don't know how old they're gonna be by that time. After 5 years, they might be the next president. And this country is still going to be on the same quadrant where they are right now. Nothing is going to improve for the ordinary people. I mean, it's the ordinary people that's going to be, the poor people that's going to be suffering. I mean, they're not, they're not going to improve, from their standard, for, where they are in terms of poverty level. The same, poverty level. I mean, they may like it right now, but after some years right now, they're going to be said they are all the same thing. Nothing has changed to the common people life. So, that's how I have an issue about that, because it's not who is there, but it's how they're going to handle the situation.
All right, take us to the Sanusi space, and then we go on to
Yeah. I mean, we have flogged that Sanusi space a lot. I mean, I was able to interject. But the only problem I have in that regard, when we was talking about the military coming in, and I do support with what Atiku said. Because it is the federal government, that is sending. He has a right to make that statement that that he's making, because what people don't realize, Kano State is the cradle of political political space in the north, and it might degenerate to every part of the country if there's any kind of military rancors in that space. I mean, it's not good. So they should tamper that. I don't know how that is. I don't know how that's going to end amicable right now, because like Ubeni properly stated, they gave us the historical and cultural background. Yesterday. I mean, Sanusi was it. Hand was it even clean too? So the way he came in, that's the way they tried to bring him back. So nobody had this clean. They have to find a way to. My only problem I have, is the diminishing of, I know where I'm from, we don't have that much of all these cultural leader, like the so-called Obi self, I mean, I think the Obi don't, what people don't realize, Obi is not all part of Southeast, only is in Onitsha, which is in Anambra State. The other minor ones we have is like Eze, but who cares, I mean, there's no respect for them. Maybe in a rural area, but all those Eze or whatever they call them, they don't, they don't have any relevant. I mean, the little relevant there that any I can have in the East, just one place on nature, the Obi of nature. And in my own opinion, it's a civil servant. So they don't have, they don't have any relevancy. That's the problem I have. I mean, all those of our cultural heritage that we inherited, they are diminishing it by being a civil servant. Even the so-called revere, with no offense to the people of Benin, I mean, their Oba there is a civil servant too. So I mean, they are being paid by the government, and they try to be a political servant to them. So that's the way I see the whole thing. They need to be very careful and trade it with careful in whatever is going to happen in that space. One man. That's all I have to say.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent man of Prestige. So thank you, Prestige. Stay there. Let's go on from you to Akin. Kinzo, you're up next. 8-minute monologue.
Yes, one man. Thank you so much, and good evening to the panelists. But before I actually go ahead, one man, I just want to caution you, if you would like, or of course, suggest to you, because yesterday I was actually on the platform and I tried to interject. I think you gave everybody 8-minute monologue, and what I kind of observed is, whenever you have a full house like that, I think 8-minute monologue, in my own opinion, is too long, right? If you trim it down to 5 minutes, that's better. And why do I say 8 minutes is too long? It's because of many interjection, right? As we speak, or as an individual is speaking. So if you put that into cognizance, that'd be great. And of course, I believe I slept off because, at some point it became boring. So when I kind of got up, I realized that I was backstage, right? I tried to, speak up, or of course, chatted the co-host, Thomas, but he never responded back until later on, and that really got me frustrated. I probably could have just logged off immediately. So I just want you to take that into, into consideration. Now, let me go into the main topic. Let me start with the rancor going on in Kano State. I think, if this problem ought to be solved, or if it must be solved, Lamido Sanusi should be sincere to himself. In as much as I like Sanusi Lamido, he is the one that will bring a solution to the brewing problem or the brewing crisis that's about to overrun Kano State. And the reason I say this is because who guarantees him that should he be reinstated today, if at all he had not been reinstated as of yesterday or 2 days ago? That's next 4 years, if Kano State has another government, they will not overturn his emirship and give it to someone else. So all this issue of emirship tussle every 4 years or every 10 years, I think to me it's a shame to the traditional institution. So in other words, what I'm saying here is that Sanusi Lamido Sanusi should step down and allow peace to reign. If he's so just like he claims that he loves his people, okay, if you love your people, you will never see them, go on the streets. And of course, going on the streets definitely would result into many different things, including death, and we do not want that, okay? And that will create a spiral effect around the northern region, and if possible, the entire Nigeria. And we don't pray for that. That gives the present administration a bad name. And that is the more reason Atiku is picking up, which of course I do not see any reason, I do not see anything that is wrong in what he's saying. Okay, if there is a political undertone in what he's saying, so be it. Because why? We're in a political space, right? So he has every reason, he has every right to speak to what is going on. And just like Ogbeni said, that he should actually be in the midst of settling the whole drama and stuff. Yes, the only thing he can do is to speak up. He does not have any powers, any constitutional right, because it's not in government. The person in government right now is Tinubu, right? And he's doing his best to ensure peace in Kano State. The political opposition leader we know right now is Atiku Abubakar, and of course Peter Obi, and the rest of them. Okay, so they should be speaking up. And of course, the limitation of everyone as regards the traditional institution in Kano State is limited. I mean, Atiku is not from Kano State. Atiku is from Adamawa State, unless maybe he has changed state of origin as of yesterday. I don't know. However, again, going back to the first statement, I mean, the comment I made about Sanusi, he should step down. He should just decline the acceptance of that offer. That is ridiculous. I don't even know what he's thinking. Okay, so I mean, for now, that is all I can say about that. Now let's go to the Burkina Faso. I think we should look beyond the uniform. If the people of Burkina Faso, if they are contented with the present regime in power, so be it. We shouldn't look at it as if, well, why should the military be in power in Burkina Faso? We should look beyond that uniform. We should look beyond, okay, it's the military. We should look at it as, well, it's human. We are human. And anything that human is involved, there's got to be one or two problems here and there. And then, of course, all this, like, if I'm in power, definitely, for example, in Nigeria, one or two people who I know in this platform, I want to contact me and say, hey, I thought, you used to come to one man's show. I think we should talk, with regards to so many things. Maybe it could be contracts, it could be many other things that we want to talk about. Okay, so this is this is the problem we're having around the world, not just in Burkina Faso. So we should stop looking at it from the angle of military taking over. If that is what suits them in Burkina Faso, that's fine. Okay. After all, democracy is not traditional to Burkina Faso. It's an imported thing. If it's whatever thing that it could be coined as that is suitable for them, that's fine, right? So the people of Burkina Faso, they are cool with it, and of course they are not complaining. The only time they will have any trouble or problem or any concern is probably when I hear that people have been shot or have been, overrun by the present government in Burkina Faso. Then I know, okay, there's trouble here. But as long as things are being, taken care of in terms of basic needs of the people, I mean, come on, we should stop bringing that sentiment of military power or whatnot. That is, by the way. So, I mean, let's go to what other thing do you have there, woman?
I think you've run the list. We were talking about because the news cycle, as you maybe noticed, is not as given as it was during the elections. So you've spoken about the Kano situation, the Burkina Faso. Have you spoken on South Africa?
Oh, okay, yes. So I mean, I think when Baba was speaking, is it you who asked a question or someone asked a question that what could be the reason that Nigerians are being hated in South Africa and of course all over the world? And I heard you say there is jealousy, right? But I mean, woman, we could say that's very easy, convenient for us to say jealousy. Okay, but if we just say it's just jealousy in South Africa, is it the same jealousy that we're experiencing here in the United States? If Nigerians are not being liked, is it as a result of jealousy? If you go to Canada, is it the same thing? And of course, UK, where you live, right? Is it jealousy? And all other part of the world. So I mean, I think we should actually find out why this is happening, and of course, our governments should step up, to actually know what is going on, what is the root cause of what this problem we're having. Yes, jealousy, I'm not saying it's not part of the problem, it could be, but that couldn't probably be one of the major problems. That's why Nigerians are being, hated all over the world. It's beyond that. I do not want to be speaking much on some specific things that Nigerians do. It's understandable. We are all aware of what some of our people do.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
I don't want to put word in your mouth, but if I have to read the way you are narrating, if you don't want to mention it, are you talking about in terms of crime? But if you're going to talk about in terms of crime, in my own opinion, I'm not saying we don't commit crime. I think they are basing that on the population because if you look at United States, you can say 4 out of 10 is Nigerian. So if you base it on that merit, try to make comparison. Let's assume they commit 5 crime in Africa, in America. 2 of them or whatever is going to be Nigerian. So if you're talking about, let's go back to South Africa. I think the problem in South Africa is that they don't travel. You hardly see very few South African travel out of South Africa. And if you look at the crime index in Africa, they occupy number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 before you can even talk about, say, they put Lagos there number 5 and some other city. So we don't commit more crime than the South Africa commit, but the problem is that they are not privileged to do that. So in crime wise, believe me, South Africa are more violent and crime and other kind of things than Nigeria. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, I mean, that's a valid point. That's a valid point. And of course, let me help you too. Let me add India to it and Pakistan. Okay, Indian population is more than Nigeria, and of course, I know all of us in this panel will agree with me that Indians probably commit more than enough crime than Nigerians, right? But there's got to be one thing that's that is prompting other people from other part of the world to not like Nigerians. You get it. So I mean, I agree with the point partly, but there's, if we do more deep diving into this, there's got to be more to this problem or situation that Nigeria is finding has found itself all over the world. Okay, because if it's just one country, we could say, okay, well, maybe it's just
one more minute. Or yes, or bring it home, brother. Bring it home. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean that's it about. That's all I can. I think you brought to before. Is it for topic or what? What's the last time?
I think you've run the list of all the topics.
Oh, I've run the list. Okay, that's. I mean, yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about them.
Can I ask the speaker a question?
Oh yeah, carry on, Okwene.
Could the reason why I know that this enmity thing has been there for a while. It's not today, but could the trend or the recent trend, which we see the hatred increasing recently, could it be because of our visibility on social media, and then the way we are not only visible on social media, but we troll, we like trolling, and we talk back, then we like show off, and then we like this way of proving that we're superior some kind on social media. Because if you watch the space of
all of the above, Ogbeni,
yes,
all of the above.
Thank you, Ogbeni. Nigeria not agree now.
Benny, you have a very good point here, but of course, let's bring it to the United States. The United States, I'm sure, is more louder than Nigerians. Okay.
Those ones, they believe they are better than everybody in the world.
There you go. So, but why are they not hated around the world?
Don't go there.
Oh, they are. Even in Europe.
They don't like Americans now. You think a British man likes Americans?
It's only in Africa they like them. In Europe, they don't even want to see them. They believe Americans are bush people.
Yes, and if you go to the Middle East, they hate them like anything.
It's not all the Middle Eastern countries that hate them. Some of them worship Americans like they're next to God.
Maybe they are elites, not the commoners. Even when you go to Dubai and others, they are elites. We speak good about them because they are partners. But try and relate with the commoners, the businessmen then and others, and talk about America. If they really want to talk to you genuinely, you see what they will talk about Americans. So for me, I'm thinking maybe because we are so visible and we know they agree, we show off, we talk, we put this post of superiority thing out there. Maybe because if you look at this, the last African sport thing that we had, and it seems that like the whole Africa now was against us. Even when you see us playing against Cameroon, Ghanaians will be praying that we should lose, Cameroon should win. And you now wonder, Cameroon speak French, Nigerians speak English, Ghanaians speak English. They should be more of our brother.
Ogbeni, I don't know about other panelists or people in comment section, but if I must confess, I feel superior to other Africans. I don't know why.
Thank you, Baba. I'm with you on that, okay? I'm with you. Absolutely. I'm going to say, so what if they hate us? I don't really care.
Absolutely. See, I don't know why we are like that, but I try to curb it, but it's there.
I think we shouldn't confuse superiority than I think we are confusing being superior with being overconfident. Nigeria are just too overconfident in themselves. So other
Nigerians are arrogant and brash and rude, but you know what really kills them? What kills them is that you can back up your arrogance with action.
Correct, one man. I don't say anything wrong with that. I mean, that's just the way we are.
You are smarter than them. You are smarter than them in school. You are richer than them. you are more talented in music, you are better looking, you get their women, and then you rub all of that in their face because you are so arrogant, and that's why they hate you.
You know what, man? Let's right there. You just made a point. You rub it on their face, of course. So you think they will like you?
That's who we are. You can't change what you are. You can't put a lipstick on your. You can't put a lipstick on Nigeria and ask them not to behave like Nigerians.
How would you rob me? How would you rob me and still come to me and start to the bragado? I mean, come on now.
Come on now. I mean, there's nothing wrong. I don't know. I don't care about that. I mean, if you can't deal with it, that's your problem.
You can't steal my money, okay? And yet you can't stop my money.
Whatever.
Akin, what you are proud of, can you tolerate it if other people are doing it to you? This thing that you are talking about, can you tolerate it? Let me give you an example. Hey, hold on. How many Nigerian ladies do you see that are marrying people from other countries? Nigerians may marry a lot of foreigners, but how many foreigners men that married our own ladies? They can't tolerate them. We can tolerate.
It's not that they can't tolerate them. They are not brave enough. They can't take them.
It's not true. It's not true. Why do we go for foreigner? Because of their humility, because they are calmer, because they respect you, they give you a peace that you need as a man. That's why you go for them and you abandon your own. Why are you proud of something that you cannot tolerate? All those characteristics, all those properties that you have, you cannot tolerate it as a man. So why are you bragging about it?
You're absolutely correct. You are absolutely correct. What our people do in South Africa is not the best, and because particularly most of our people, the way they get their money in a illicit way. Because of that,
come on, dude. Stop that misinformation. Stop that stereotyping. That's not true.
Don't tell me.
Just say 1%. Not on Nigeria. 1% or 2%.
Allow me to hear my own view, because I equally have the people that have a personal experience there, and even let me tell you, South Africans people, they are highly, of course they are also like a crime in that place, but when it's come to financial and the corruption, it is not as bad as Nigeria. A senior official in South Africa, SAA, SAA inspectors, I think around 2015, they came to, we want to do the certifications for us in the maintenance aircraft maintenance organization that I was working as a quality manager. We want to have their certification for us to maintain an aircraft that is registered, South Africa registered aircraft in Nigeria. Do you know that a senior CA inspectors, while we were exchanging complimentary cards, he told me that he did not have a complimentary card, that it has exhausted. Do you know what he did? The complimentary card that he had when he was coming to Nigeria, he did a photocopy and cut them into the same sizes of the normal complimentary card, and that is what he shared. You see, in that our people with our mentality, we go there, we flaunt whatever either legal money or illegal money. We flaunt it, we rub into their. We don't give them the respect. This Canada that we are, we Nigerians, we don't commit much crime here because there is no opportunity for us to commit crime. In this place, there's no the way they handle everybody, because they know that slightest thing, they will deport you. So what we are doing, that part of the problem that Nigeria faces in South Africa is caused by our attitude. That is my that is my contribution.
Let me ask the guy something. So, I mean, your narrative that you come here and paint, I'm not saying we don't commit any crime, okay, but in my own, I'm basing it on population index of, compared to other Africans. But having said that, how come South Africa ranked number one, their series, number one? Go and look at the crime index in Africa, violent and other crime. How come they rank number one, number two, number three, and number four before Nigeria itself? Can you give me that fact?
Man of prestige. Hold on. If you are committing your crime in your country, you will not even report it. You will not. Nobody will know. But by the time you are now exporting crime to other countries, let me give you another example, Mr. Prestige. Even we find it very difficult. Excuse
what
me.
do you say we're exporting crime?
Yeah, if you are committing in another country, that is what I'm talking. If South Africans don't travel, so how many times have you heard on the international news that the South Africa committed a crime somewhere?
Because they don't travel.
You hear Nigerians. That is what I'm saying. If you are community beyond the shore of your country, it is something that you have to think about it. Other people, by the time they travel, they conduct themselves very well. Okay, now let me tell you this, Mr. Prestige. Why do we even find it difficult to even tolerate ourselves? No, tell me the reason. Even we cannot tolerate ourselves. We cannot tolerate our shenanigans. We ourselves. You, how many Nigerians can you do business with? How many Nigerians can you trust? So, and it's not, the reasons are obvious.
Answer, man of prestige. How many Nigerians are you doing business with? Answer now.
Well, I do business with Nigeria. What are you talking about? I have to do my business like
your
do
voice
anybody.
is shake.
I mean, I have my own personal business.
Question, you know if you answer now.
I can't give you that stat.
Let me tell you, all of us, we should go back and rethink all these things that we are talking. We know the reason.
I think
we know the reason. We know our
about
attitude,
Nigerian crime.
Mr. Prestige, Mr. Prestige, Mr. Prestige. You are abroad. We know the way we behave. You understand? Even we ourselves cannot tolerate ourselves. So then if you cannot tolerate ourselves, then you now want other people to tolerate us. I don't know why you are just looking.
Mr. Prestige, you could see.
I'm here. I'm listening.
What happened in South Africa? You can even liken it to what happened in 2023 election in Lagos State. You know, a couple of Yorubas, especially our youth, they supported Obi, Peter Obi. But after that election, that Obi won in Lagos. Look at the way the Igbos, look at their reactions. We own Lagos. Lagos is no man's land. That was what hid many of the Yorubas. So it is the same. There's no. We can be. South Africa can be committing crime in their country, but you don't go there and commit crime and even rob on them. Look at even their wives. Their wives, you snatch their wives. You use money. You go to any length. What the way Nigerians behave in South Africa? Why are they not doing it in Canada here? In Canada here, Nigeria. If you see anybody that is committing crime, the crime that most of Nigerians commit here, a traffic offense, you don't see them committing the serious crime because they know that slightest anything like this, they will deport them.
But let me ask something. Do you have the statistics to back up what you said that Nigeria commit the most crime in South Africa? I mean, all these things you're saying. I'm not saying they don't commit crime, but I think, in my own opinion, I think it's overblown. I mean, because
so what the question I will ask is, if they commit crime, Does that justify spilling their blood on the streets? Don't they have courts? Don't they have jailhouses? Why do you slaughter them on the streets? That is the question they must answer.
I don't know. I mean, I still find it difficult to believe that that Nigeria is the problem of South Africa in terms of crime. Because other foreign, Zimbabwe and some other people there, I've been reading. I follow South African space. Some other countries, commit crime, but whenever anybody,
They commit
any foreigner
robbery
commits
all
crime in
every
Nigeria,
day.
they
They
tend to
commit
look whether it's
robbery.
in Nigerian first. So there has to be a root cause of that hatred that's coming when it comes to against Nigeria. Believe me, I'm not here to exonerate
And
Nigerians, okay?
Simba, I
That's
don't
not what
think
I'm preaching here.
Nigerians hate themselves because anywhere I am, airport, hotel, on the street, once I hear you speak a Nigerian language or you dress in any of our traditional dress, something, the spirit in me draws to you. It's an automatic thing.
Baba, I don't know where people are getting all this that
And
Nigerian
if you are
hate.
carrying a
Forget
baby,
about what happened
I will help
during
with your
political
baby
time.
if the babies are
I
disturbing you or
don't
anything.
buy that.
Man of prestige. Let's stop being in denial. Even Nigerians in South Africa are telling us that Nigerians commit serious crimes in South Africa. I'm talking about
Mike. What kind of serious crime?
They are
what kind of serious
notoriously
crime?
known for drugs. Literally, when it comes to drugs in South Africa, some Nigerians, organized criminals, they control
Look,
that
stop
shit.
perpetuating
Hold
that,
on, hold
Mike.
on.
Because when you go to that one man platform that comes during the day, you listen to all those South Africans.
Wait, let me land. I don't know why you and Tunanja, people like you guys always do this shit, man. Even Tunanja too. It was just being denied. Some South African were on the show. Guys were anyway. The Nigerian even calling to tell Tunanja, sorry. It's true. Nigerians in the streets of South Africa, in front of everybody, distributing drugs, selling drugs. They are notoriously known for it. They just accept that it's wrong and condemn it.
Okay. If they are selling drugs, why are they buying? Is the crime not between buyer and seller?
This kind of attitude, man. This kind of attitude. Why are they buying it? How can you be giving yourself? Just condemn it. I'm not saying you are guilty or I'm guilty because, of course, I didn't do it. You didn't do it. But let's just condemn it instead of being in denial and excusing it and all this attitude. I saw Tunanja on that panel too. He was there talking the way you were talking. I'm like, dude, these people are telling you that Nigerians are turning their children to drug addicts in their country and they're known for it. Just condemn it. Even a Nigerian calling from South Africa and saying, Tunanja, stop arguing with these people. Our people are doing this thing here. They are known for it. Let's just condemn it now. What is so difficult in condemning
Mike? Because the market is there. Why are they perpetuating that? Because they are the buyers. So if South Africa has the privilege to come here and sell drugs, if we are the buyer, they're going to do the same thing. So I'm not buying what you're saying.
So you're excusing the criminality of Nigerians in South Africa. That's what you're telling me. Because South Africans are buying or whatever. Is that what you're telling me? So will it justify South Africans, bunch of South African hoodlums come to flood Nigeria and start selling drugs in the street of Nigeria? Will you be okay with that?
Do you have the fact to back up that they're exploiting South Africa? Where's the stats to prove that?
No, forget statistics. Let's collapse. Let's condemn whatever transaction that is going on in South Africa by Nigerians. Now, stepping away from that, just like Baba said, that does not qualify the South Africans slaughtering Nigeria, murdering them on the streets. That is totally unacceptable.
Bro, let me guarantee you something, man. Let me tell you something. Yeah. Let me tell you something. Let's stop being hypocritical. I know for a fact, if any group of foreigners come to Nigeria, even Nigerians go to another region in Nigeria and start doing something barbaric there, they will slaughter you there. I'm telling you.
Well,
just go to northern Nigeria. No.
Okay, what is barbaric about selling drugs? Drug is crime. Where's the rule of law in America? If they commit crime here, they put them to jail for 10 years, and after 10 years, any drug offense, they deport them.
The fact of the matter is this: I'm not saying it's right, it's whatever, but jungle justice is known in third world countries. In Nigeria, they will still in the street of Lagos. They will burn your life.
Condemn it now.
So
jungle
the fact of the matter
justice should be condemned. You know.
Yeah, we should but I'm just telling you that let's not point fingers at South Africa as that's the only place jungle justice is happening or whatever. We all know for a fact any third world country in the world or any place in the world where it's not except advanced countries where they already have system in place to control the people. Population, if you go among a population, a foreigner there, you start destroying the environment, they will deal with you. It's just a fact. In Nigeria, they will deal with you. You another tribe come to my land, Yoruba land, start. You will get Yoruba very tolerant. He took a wife, but any other land, you go to Benin there or go to North anywhere, even Igbo land. So any other tribe come and start destroying your environment. They will deal with you. That's just
Even
a
in
fact.
Yoruba
That's
land,
reality.
even in Yoruba land, in Lagos, it happens.
Yeah, in
You know.
Lagos, he come started telling us in no man's land.
Okay, Mike,
I was
Mike,
you guys, you were lucky I wasn't there that time. I would have dealt with a lot of you guys. I mean,
Mike,
come on.
Mike,
Don't start
let me
misbehaving in
throw a
people's territory, man.
perspective into this, Mike. In the US, there is a certain region and a certain color of people that are known to bring in drugs massively over the years. I've not seen Americans slaughtering them in the street. And I've not seen America attack people that looks like that on the street.
Baba, when
Yes,
America
sir.
was a third world country, before America became an advanced country, you try they will slaughter that person on the street. You talk about same America.
That's another era you are talking about, Mike.
All right, Mike.
They were a third world country back. The reason you don't see it now is because the country is become so advanced and the government is put measure in place and things. They will hold people responsible. That's the only reason why you don't see it. The people haven't changed. It's the same Americans. America already slaughter each other every day. The black and the white and all they're ready. The only difference is that they know that the government is in full control of everything. They will literally fish out everybody. So that's why people are humbling themselves. But if you're talking about a third world country where people know that if they do it, there's no way the government can even fish them out. They will do it. So when you guys are saying America, it's just because America is advanced. Not the people, the American people, trust me, even the black American, all those, they are already, some of them are saying they want to slaughter immigrants or whatever. But it's because the government is so advanced that they put measures in place where it's not possible for you to go out there and want to organize and start slaughtering people. That's the only difference. But you're talking about third world country. I mean, come on now.
So what you're suggesting right now is that we should get to the stage of a first world country or advanced country. So
they have it's not because they are forced, it's just because they have the mechanism to control the population's actions or things like that, mob actions or those things. They have the technology in place. That's the only difference. We don't have it. South Africans don't have it. So you
Mike
can't say,
is right.
Exactly.
What Mike is simply saying is that let's all condemn it. Let's stop covering our sins.
No, we condemn it. Nobody is supporting it. But we're talking about the way they are killing. Look, it's mob justice out there in South Africa. They don't ask questions, and their police are complicit in this thing.
They just leave their country. That's
sorry, 1 second. Mike, check your DM.
Okay, I'll check.
Yeah, sorry, carry on.
Yeah, that is a problem anyway, because when Air Peace went there to carry our people, the last time they went on an orgy of slaughter of Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians didn't jump up on the plane. They chose to remain behind, and I was surprised. They took their chances. Maybe those are the ones that they're pouncing on now. I don't know. A lot of Nigerians choose to remain. Maybe it's because of the situation back home. Yeah.
Baba, let me expatiate on the way we behave. Recently, where I work, the Saudis, they are doing National Day. They now invited the foreigners that are working with them, nurses.
Sorry, Simba. Sorry, just hold your thought for 1 second. Let me be a hand over to Mike. Ayo, as you know, we mentioned Ayo again. So the super chatters, Kulata came in as well. So thank you. Let me swap myself over for Prince Daddy. Conversation carries on. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. And you can super chat to Mike as well. So to show him some love as well. thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, Simba, you were saying something.
Okay, so they now ask one nurses from each country to represent their country, and you have to dress in the attire of your country. You know, that day I was ashamed of myself, Baba. We have the largest population, apart from the Sudanese, of nurses from Africa in Saudi Arabia, even in my own hospital. They went for that occasion. It was only that nurse that was selected that went for that occasion. Other countries, even the Ghanaians that are just maybe like 1/10 of our population, the others that are free that day, they went there and supported the Ghanaian nurse. When they asked Ghana to come out, all of them came out and they showcased their country. Our own country, nobody supported that lady. And it was out of the way they are relating even before that occasion. You see other people, you see them, they come together, they have a community, the way they carry themselves. Even when you see them, the way they greet themselves. We carry our beef from our country, we export it to the foreign land, and we are behaving the same way there.
That's strange, actually.
You
That is very
see,
strange because
Baba,
in other
you cannot
time
be
it may be otherwise.
Let me tell you, so many times I've mentioned it on this platform. If you see the Indians, even when if they are running shift, you see that one person will represent and they are the largest population. You understand? You see that one person will just go and collect food for everybody. Nigeria will never allow anybody to collect food for. If you say maybe you put something or the other day.
That's strange.
It's not strange. Why are you behaving like this, Baba? What is strange in that?
Because I'm not. What I see is different. Maybe because I've not lived in Saudi Arabia. That's why I say it's strange. Because the way I know our people, we are filled with verve. We have this bravura to showcase ourselves and
Maybe
celebrate
that was.
ourselves.
I don't know where you are getting all these things that you are
For
talking
instance, for
about.
myself now, everything when it comes to
You cannot be
my
using.
GP,
Maybe that is you.
my
Well,
GP
I
is
don't
in
think that
Nigeria.
many people cannot disagree with what I'm saying. How many of us can
I'm not disagreeing. I say it is strange, Simba, because
Simba, I agree with what you are saying. Let me give you an example of where we are in the UK here. In the UK here, apart from those that I've seen now, that I've seen that a bit cooperation among them are our Igbos brothers. You see, they form association of Anambra, association of this and that, and they have this way of supporting themselves. Even with that, the kind of enmity still within, caucuses and everybody backbiting and everything that is going on in that space alone is so toxic. But one good thing about them is they form association, they serve as good, what do you call it now, welfare or social welfare, to cushion some effects for their own people. You see other tribes in Nigeria or other people in Nigeria I've never seen in this UK. You speak to a Nigerian. When you speak Pidgin, for instance, Pidgin is the common thing, right? The general language that everybody should understand. It is then they will switch to British English and start speaking to you. They don't want to relate with you, in fact, in the first instance. They see you like a threat the moment they see you around, as if you have come to take all their jobs from them, or you have come to compete with them in that space, or I don't understand the kind of mentality our people carries. And that is why that takes us to every gathering you see us. And every Nigerian here will prefer to relate with Kenyans, Ghanaians, and others than to relate with their fellow Nigerian brothers. And that also speaks to that issue of, yes, they don't commit crime here. Like somebody said that in Canada, they won't commit crime because they know the next thing is to go back home. And immigration is a key thing for many of them. That is why they don't. It's not as if they don't have that tendencies. Let me give you an instance. Here, they use what do you call it? They use NHS. yeah, NHS is generally for everybody, but you are not meant to overwork NHS. Let me tell you one of the things I realized recently. Do you know that a Nigerian who has been here, you've done your master's, you've gone back home, you are still sending to your friend to help you to be getting, because on NHS you can get cream, you get a lot of things. There are a lot of things you can get there. As long as you still have that your IHS number, you can say you need cream, you can say you need soap, you can say you need a lot of things. Can you imagine that Nigerians who are even no longer in the UK, would be using their colleague to go and get cream and all those things from NHS? Because you need to go and visit your GP before they give you all these things. And they're still getting it and sending it to Nigeria. That is what an average Oyinbo man will not do. Let me give you another one. Do you know Nigerians will go to food bank that is meant for poor people, the indigent, people who doesn't have. If you see Oyinbo, when they get to food bank, if you see Oyinbo only pick the few ones that they need. Oyinbo man will not go and pick, if they don't need canned food, they won't pick canned food. If they need spaghetti, they will only pick that only one that they need. You see my people, when they get to food bank, in fact, to an extent now, sometimes I'll be driving around after, to the extent now that they now give them tallies.
The best word to describe Nigerians is only.
They now give them tallies like parasites. They now give them tallies like, okay, you.
Then, Ogbeni, how do they fill their parties?
How do they
fill the parties? We see the parties they throw in UK there every time, even with musicians coming to play. Are they not Nigerians interacting and dancing together?
Yes, they will dance now because there is no interest.
That's the only time they come together now. Who I'm there, party, that's it. And in that party, they are gossiping, just to gossip about each other. That's it. After that, no, they don't get together for anything productive.
But when there is interest at stake, that's when you know that Nigerians don't really like one another. I'm telling you, Nigerians don't really like. Do you know how many people are persuaded to take earpiece? How many people? And they will still tell me that why would they take the earpiece? For what? Is it making money to their pocket? So we're not that patriotic. We should just tell ourselves the truth. And that is why, for me, I still cherish the Igbo brothers here. For them to even still, in all these shenanigans that Nigerians do, still find a way to form all this their association thing. It's not as if they don't backbite and do all those things, but at least you can say, okay, I'm from Anambra. When you land in a place where I am in Scotland, you can say, I used to know them, Anambra. That's why they used to have meetings somewhere. Go and join them there. You can't pay your school fee, they will help you. But you don't find it.
Okay. Let me interject. I don't know what part of the world you're living, but in the world that I live, hold on, now give me the time. The world that I live, California and Florida that I live, we have, the people I'm around, it doesn't matter what tribe, of course, I'm not too much concerned about that tribe. Something I didn't grow up in the East, so having said that, we have every tribe where I am right now. We are personally live, which is California. We, the Igbos, the Yorubas, they do their own meeting, but twice a year, we come and do, Nigeria get together. Particular on the Independence Day, we have it. We have one during the summer, then we have one, on our Independence Day for the whole Nigerians. So we all get along well. So I don't know what part of the kind of Nigerians you'll be meeting, you'll mingle. Maybe I can only speak about the space that that I'm aligned to. We cooperate pretty well. Even when I go to Florida, they do the same thing, and we get along well. I'm not saying we don't commit crime, but I kind of think, it's been overblown. Nigeria love themselves. It's only when it comes to politics, we allow the so-called elite, to deceive us. But that's only happening in Nigeria. But we're talking about abroad. I don't really see what you see. Okay, maybe just me.
Actually, in the United States, we tend to commit less crime. We don't.
I agree with Man of Prestige. Yeah.
Well, I'm only going to speak about my own angle. Okay, that's just me.
My experience also is like Man of Prestige.
That's true.
I don't dip myself into association or anything, but individually, even my GP. A Nigerian, I go visit and we sit down. Even before attending to me, we will spend almost 1 hour just chit-chatting and talking and things like that. Because I mean,
Baba, yeah, my family doctor is a Nigerian too. So I
I chose
mean,
her particularly because
I don't
I
know.
mean,
Yeah, mine is hard too. I
my
mean,
first
I
instinct
prefer
when
women.
I
I don't
get
know why.
somewhere and I have to choose, is there a Nigerian one available? That's what I always ask.
Guys, let's move this conversation around a little bit. I think we have some new people here. Who just came? Is Kaikan Fire? Is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
What do you have to contribute
What?
here, man?
Hey, what's going on, my people? Respect to all of you.
How you doing?
Yeah, I wanna just give. I'm a solution-oriented person, right? So what I'm trying to say now is what's happening in Nigeria or with Nigerians is happening with the rest of Africans also. You feel me? And same with the Black Caribbean people. So through color, because we was not we was a people who before colonization we had a little bad, but our bad wasn't that bad. You feel me? When we came to the colonizer, they showed us a type of bad that was so extreme we didn't even know what to do. So what happened is through colonization they have made us at least 80% corrupted in our minds, all of us. You feel me? So what that's what we struggling with. We struggling with a, a um a corrupt minded people. We are not. We were taught to be corrupt in the way we are corrupt. You feel me? In terms of they have taught us to be individuals. They separate our togetherness. They make us think of ourselves alone, including within families. They make us think separate from our
Who's this day
family.
you are talking about? I can fire. Who's day that make you? I mean,
Okay. All right, watch this. The missionaries are the same people that sacked Benin. The missionaries was the soft invasion that don't look like an invasion, but it is to manipulate you mentally. You feel me? So the missionary and the people that sacked Benin is the same people, one and the same. So I want it to get to you that they've done something to our minds. That's why they could have sacked Benin, because they softened us up first and have people that will show them where it is. You feel me? And tell them they drunk now, come. So what I'm trying to say is, right, we are a people who value money over our gold. We value money over our diamonds. We value money over a lot of things that makes money in Africa. You feel me? So it's like they make us value money, which is paper, and don't value wealth. You feel me? Which is diamonds, houses, land. They take that value away from us. They make us they practically make us think that that land is not riches. You understand? When land is the true wealth. So that's why a lot of Nigerians moving away too, because they and what happened is they corrupted us so much that we doing wickedness to each other. It's like this. We don't want to tell you the truth. The typical black people, Western, we in the West, and Africans, we don't see privilege for the black man. We don't think that the black man supposed to have privilege. It's because of Islam and Christianity. But we think that black people deserve begging. Like, if you see a black man begging, you are not upset. You actually think he belongs there, and you will pity him $1 or $2. You see me? So that's what's going on in our world, where we don't understand that the West, our Europeans, they actually outrightly support each other financially, in terms of they don't want their brothers to suffer, because they know that it weakens their power when their brothers suffer. You see me? So what they do is formulate strategies to get everyone in the society rich or close, or having things in life satisfying. You feel me? And that's not Africa. Africans can actually, it is only Africans that can get Africans rich. So Africans is not thinking that way, in terms of luxury belongs to all black people, or only black people. We could be selfish like that and say, well, luxury and wealth only belongs to us. You mean? But we need to have that frame of mind, into like what the dude is saying in term in South Africa. The dude is saying that we shouldn't go to other people's country and behave that way. You feel me? And it's right. You're right, but it's a lack of morality. It's a corruption that we have been taught through generations of getting acquainted with these missionary people and their way of behaving, and they try to make it look like they are different from the wicked people that is giving our African people guns, that is sending terrorists to our communities. They make it look like the missionaries are not those people, but the missionaries are in fact the same people. You feel me? Notice, the missionary do not try to get you rich either, just like the so-called white man that is secular. You feel me? They try to make it look different, but all of them the same thing. They don't want you to get poor, rich, and they will teach you not to try to make each other rich, and not to support each other to be wealthy. You feel me? That's what they teach. Even in your schools, white people institute your curriculum and set you up to hate each other. It's like they don't teach hate, but guess what they do? They don't teach love. You feel me? So they're not really like saying, oh, hate each other, but they're not teaching, oh, love each other. They're not teaching, oh, partner with each other. You feel me? And build. They're not teaching that. They try to make you ignore the fact that you're supposed to unite with each other and build you a human goddamn wall. A man is on another man's shoulder until we get to the goddamn top and fucking go over that goddamn wall. You understand? That's how we're supposed to behave. We're supposed to behave like white people. Actually, we are hypocrites. We don't really behave like white people. We do hypocritical stuff. White people care. We need to care for black people just like our white people care for white people. We need to make sure everybody else poor and we rich, just like white people do. You feel me? And that's the only way we can win in this game. Right now, we're like in a big old football game. We get the ball and don't want to pass it to each other until we get ran over by the other team. You feel me? Sorry, let me not talk no more. Go ahead.
So
Yeah,
where is the common sense of the black people? If you keep, I mean, your point, if I'm just made. I mean, even if let me just you know agree with you in a way that yeah, black people are in a way our own problems, right? But of course, you need to go beyond the notion of white people has indoctrinated our minds and all those nonsense, right? But where is common sense? Common sense should actually work in our minds. So where's common sense here?
Well, I'm not sure if I'm the one you talking to, but I'm gonna
Yes.
go off.
Yeah. The question is for
Yeah.
you. I mean,
Okay.
how do we apply our common logic, our common sense to
What do we take
ensure?
responsibility for our own thinking? That's basically what he's
Okay.
asking.
Yes.
All right. To take responsibility for our own thinking, we have to control our women more. We cannot be doing something and our woman is doing something different. Our women are one of the maintainers of colonization. You feel me? It's like sometimes we try to liberate ourselves without liberating the woman and thinking things gonna change. Because what happened is the woman is the distributor of culture, not the man, the woman. She actually start giving you culture from day one. She is in your life until day 15, 18, and you practically is in awe of your mama. And nowadays she has gotten rid of, she is trying to get rid of the black man. I don't say it's not an animosity. She actually, all right, the black woman is actually, our black woman is actually too friendly with white people. And we need to stop her. We need to stop her from cheesing with white people. In terms of, there is no way we can call her our woman when she can do as she like with another race. See, and then we gotta understand that her frame of mind is what dictates most of our movements, even as a grown man, because she teaches us things from we were a kid. So if we don't get our woman in a Pan-African black conscious mindset, she gonna raise pure idiots and have pure kidnappers running through our forest. You feel me? And we have to get a hold of who is teaching our woman. You feel me? Because sometimes, all right, I want to tell you, even in these great conversations that are triggering our senses and is making us question a lot of things, she's not there much. This is not her interest. Her interest is nails and looking like white people here, and and um strip club and twerking and all that stuff, all the little nun stuff, including being a bed wench. You feel me? Or wanting to be a bed wench. We have no protection for our women. We need to protect our women in terms of trying to make her mind more conscious and trying to make her be part of our fight. You feel me? She is practically almost left out because she's kind of arrogant. You feel me? And have no. You feel me? I don't know if I'm going wrong, but I don't like Muslims too much. But I think our woman needs some Afghanistan treatment and hijab.
But can I come in?
Especially
Yeah,
Choma.
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Let me make a statement. The brother has spoken well, but some of the narrative that he was going about this woman, black women, and something like that, I think I differ a little bit because I don't think we should the way he's making it. You know, we have to show our women love, like in terms of controlling them and some other things. But what you have to understand, when you go to corporate America, let's assume you go and apply for a job. A black man and a black woman apply for a job. Let's assume everything is equal in terms of education, experience, and some other things. They're gonna hire the black woman first before the black man because of their perception of the black, the black man. They don't like to do their job. They are strong-headed and something like that. That's just the perception. Of course, black men is
Man of
embodied.
prestige. Which black
Hold
men
on.
are
Let
you
me finish.
talking about? Are you talking about Nigerian men or black
No,
American
no,
men?
no. The guy is not talking about Nigerian. I think he's making a general statement
Yes,
about
I
No,
am.
us.
no,
Yes, I am.
you. I'm
Hold
talking
on.
about you. The
Yes,
one you
I
just
am.
said just now. You saying they think black
Hold
men is
on.
strong head. Are you talking about Nigerian men or black American men? Which
Well,
Yes,
men are you talking
I'm
I'm
about?
going with the
asking.
guy
Hold on.
narrative
Hold on.
because the guy wasn't talking
Okay,
about
anyway,
One second.
just go ahead.
Nigerian
Just
men.
go
One
ahead.
second. Hey, 1 second. 1 second. Right. I am talking about Africa, and the reason I know this is why I know this is
What I
because
mean,
of
you are
the
talking about African women and African men only,
yeah
not
yeah.
black.
All right, please let me speak, please. Mhm. All right. When it comes to us in the West, these things that I'm talking has already happened. When it comes to Africa, you haven't you haven't gotten the things that the West have totally yet. You see, they're trying to introduce homosexuality in Ghana and in some African countries. That's because they have some they have teamed up with people in your country already. That's because they have already have mental strongholds in your country. So what I'm trying to say to you is there's a lot of things in the West that we are trying to tell you and we are trying to get it to you. And sometimes you might not get it until the worst happens. You feel me? So I'm trying to say to you that our black woman is getting away with a lot of things without accountability, like teaching black skin hate, black hair hate. You feel me? To their children. They they are they have soft power. You gotta get it. Women have soft power, but their soft power is very powerful, bro. And you can go right underneath your radar without you even know that she has been poisoned and is distributing poison. You see these people that America is contacting to fuck up, to mess up our countries. A lot of women are in it. You see this gay shit and all that. A lot of women are supporting it. Just remember,
And
in the
I don't quite get. I don't understand what you're talking about. I mean, the way you're painting the women,
why
like.
I'm hold on, bro. I'm talking about our destruction. I'm talking about what is coming for the black man. I'm talking about protecting the black man.
So are you
And
saying they are
how,
using women? I mean,
of
to
course,
colonize us.
I
I'm a
mean,
little bit lost.
look, boss, didn't Delilah um um destroy Samson? Didn't it? Come on, man.
Okay, that's biblical. That's correct.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to tell you is why don't you why do you oppose when these facts are even in your biblical history? How the women are being used. You feel me? I mean, how can a woman um support homosexuality when she got all the holes? So what is she supporting? What she want to do with us? She actually want us to be as weak as her, that she can deal with us on her level. So what I'm trying to say to you is, you got to understand the woman. The woman has a mind too. She wants to be powerful. She wouldn't mind having our power. You tell a woman she's weaker than us, she might be getting upset or shit. You feel me? Saying we are misogynistic or some shit. You feel me? Only in earthquakes our manliness is really desired. Our masculinity is really desired. You feel me? In terms of rulership and telling her what to do and where to go, she don't like that, because the white man has already taken a lot of these traits away from her. You feel me? She's showing. They're showing. That's why she wear wig, because the white man is showing her a better life, so-called better life. You feel me? And you can't tell me I'm lying. Remember, Nigerian women, especially in the South, or wherever, is spending a whole lot on wigs. One of them have a video cutting off the Chinese lady hair to put on her head. What you think you call that? What you think you call that? If someone, let me tell you, if someone is willing to go as far as to try and change how they look and what they truly are, you that look like her must never trust her. You can't trust her. She don't like what she look like. Somebody teach her not to like what she look like, not to be proud of what she is. And she will sell you out. She'll sell you out just to look the same like white people. So if you have men sell out, why you think you don't have women sell out?
So let me ask you something. Does white people forcing our black women in Africa, to behave like them, all this learning behavior, you're perpetuating that, making it sound like they are forcing them? Is it not a learning behavior? They choose to maybe go change
Yeah,
their
you're right.
boobs, change their bottom, wear all this wig or something like that. They don't want to look natural. I mean, is it not the fault of black women? I mean, the white people are not forcing you to do that, to look like them. I mean, change your bottom, change your nose, change your boobs, all that kind of things. I mean,
yeah, they psychologically doing it. They made sure your God is white, they're richer than you, they have everything.
Okay, that part is true. That part is true.
The first time you see a TV, you only see white people on it. You feel me? That's the trauma that Nigerians went through. If it wasn't for black Americans, you wouldn't see no in all of Africa, you wouldn't see no black person on TV. All of the 1970s and the 80s.
I can't. I'm sorry. I don't think
No,
you know
that's not
Nigeria.
true.
We were doing our own programs. We were on our own TV.
Reading
We were
our
seeing
own news.
ourselves on TV.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe you're
Thank you
just
for interjecting. Thank you for
Too.
and
interjecting
this
there. I was going
idea
to
that we
interject.
have trauma. I don't think we have any trauma. So I'm sorry.
My bad. But I'm sure Nollywood didn't exist in the 1970s and 60s.
Well, it
We
wasn't
have a lot of
Nollywood, but
drama
there was
society
show. There were programs.
series.
Talking about.
All right, but I'm trying to say to you is the people has already been corrupted, because what they show on TV is white loving and
But
white
let me even
admiration.
ask you, why are you making this about Nigeria?
It's not only Nigeria.
But you keep stressing Nigerian this,
I'm
Nigerian that.
speaking to
No, I
to
think
Nigeria.
it's just saying black people are in general, but you're just thinking we
Yeah,
Nigerians
I don't look
kind
at
of.
it about Nigeria, but he's
It,
just painting the whole Africa
It's
black.
thinking, it's thinking the whole black world, Caribbean, African, we're all like
I
suffering from
mean,
some kind of traumatic something from
Maybe
white
I'm hearing.
people.
Maybe I'm hearing something
But
different.
it's not
Okay,
the
go ahead.
case. Maybe in the Americas, maybe you guys you guys went through slavery and all these things. But in Africa, it's different. We didn't go through slaveries and all this stuff you're talking about. And the
Africa
so-called
also
colonial.
went through slavery. Africa also went through slavery. Y'all trying to call it a different name. Forced labor is slavery.
So
They have a lot of forced labor in Africa. They've been doing that.
Africans did it to themselves. Well, I don't see white people did not come to Africa to start enslaving us. I mean,
no, you can't say that, bro. Why is South Africa have 6% of white people? Why is there 6 million white people in South Africa? How you explain that, bro? Since white people,
that's South Africa. We are from Nigeria. We don't have 6 million white people in Nigeria.
Yeah, and nothing's wrong with that. Just deal with things on how it really is, bro. You are saying that white people did not do this and do not do that, but I'm asking you how you explain South Africa then.
Well,
that's
Africa is not a
hypocrisy,
country.
because
That's one. So it will be very difficult for me to explain Africa to you, because Africa is not a country. It's a continent of different countries and
bro. You don't
different.
have to. Bro. You don't have to explain Africa to me, bro. You think I'm stupid? I know about Africa. I know some stuff. I know the whole countries. I can name the whole fucking countries, and I might be able to name their fucking capital too. So behave yourself, man.
That's good. That's wonderful. Yeah.
I ain't talking because I have no information. I have information, bro. Come on, man. And don't talk
I
to
know
me
that.
and I'm not being enemies. I'm trying to. It's practical. It save you. And I'm trying to give you the root matters of stuff and things you need to focus on. You got to get a hang of who is teaching your woman, because your woman teach the men, the boys, and the boys become men. You feel me? So everybody
I
got to
can
be
fire. I can fire. I don't think there's a white man in Yoruba village or Igbo village or some Ijo village teaching the women anything.
So if I get this guy, well, are you saying
okay. So
they're
you're
using our
saying that
women? They are using
did
our
you
women
know
to
that?
colonize us. Is that what you're saying?
All right, yeah. All right, did
You
you
say
know that?
they are pimping our women.
I'm gonna ask you something. Did you know that when the missionaries
Go ahead.
was
I'm
coming
enjoying
to
it. Go
Africa?
ahead.
Hey, did you know that when the missionaries was coming to Africa before television and back in the 17th century and 16th century and all that? Did you know that they hardly pay attention to the adult males? Did you know that? Who you think they pay attention to? They pay attention to the woman and the kids. So the woman would love that type of thing, support the church and all that, and the kids would argue with their parents
You're
about
right.
their culture when they grow older, and the kids would say the culture is aggressive and demonic and all that stuff. You feel me? So now you gonna have a Christian set of people in your country, you feel me, that you and them is brothers, but still they discriminate on you who have the old time culture. So they cause a whole rift in your societies where both of you have two different mentality, and Christianity has one in terms of more dominance, but they are evil and wicked and terrible, and they don't like anything black. They cheese with white people all day, and only Europe is something. Africa is nothing. Did you know it's Christians doing that and teaching their children that Africa is nothing? And you know it's the Christian Nigerians that come over here and be cussing Nigerians. Did you know it's them? It's them, the Christian ones. the dirty, nasty little ones who only praise white people. Those are the cussers of Nigeria. Those spill dirty water on Nigeria. So you need to understand, and you need to understand that the women have a lot to do with all of that. Sorry to be so blunt. You feel me? Sorry.
Yeah, you have a very good point, man. Yeah, I agree with you about the whole indoctrination thing. That actually happened back then.
Thank you,
But
man. Thank you, man.
yeah, they target the kids, they invite them to the schools and start brainwashing them to see their cultures as primitive, their language as vernacular, all those things. Yeah, it happened. You're right. You're right.
Of
Yeah.
course, Mike,
I mean,
because
I
you
agree with you
are a
for the
chief.
most part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Mike, you are a chief.
You
You
said?
are a chief and a master in your craft. And you know that there's a lot of Yoruba people who are looking down on their own old time culture. You feel me? You know that. You're
Yeah, that's
experiencing
true.
it. You feel me? And it's a and that white culture is a senseless culture. It's useless. It's making people think that they cocky and have more privilege with the white man just because they are Christians and their Jesus is white like snow and all that stuff. You feel me? When they're only becoming
I
devils. You
can,
feel me?
I try to explain that to a lot of my Nigerian people these days, but they don't want to hear me. They just think anything close culture that's closer to the Europeans is regarded as civilization, being civilized. When you act Western, you act civilized. So many of them they act like Black Americans and they think they're acting civilized. You go to Nigeria today, you see the boys want to sack their pants and trying to do other Black Americans. Because they think the Black Americans have adopted the white man's culture. They're the most civilized blacks. So they want to be like them.
And I wanna and I also want to explain that too. You feel me? So what I'm trying to say to you now is we can't you see men and what you see is men, but you don't even know what's in their mind. The Even in Africa, those Christian sellouts are acting off their mama. Their mama is the main supporter. Their mamas, they acting off their mama. So when you see some big men making some idiot, stupid choices, they really acting off their mama. Same with America. When you see boys acting
It
all,
can. It can.
hold on, wait. Well, let me explain this last part. When you see men in America sagging their pants and all of that stuff, they acting on behalf of the woman. It's the woman
Mhm.
that's sponsoring those behaviors and
Mm,
making them look so stupid. It's the
mm,
woman. You
mm.
feel me? Because the American woman is raising these Negroes. You
It
feel
can.
me? Go
I
ahead.
totally agree with you. If you want to propagate any tradition, any culture, anything in life, do it through women and children. That is the only way you can propagate it. You are very right, my brother. If you capture
Yes,
the woman, you capture the whole generation. You capture the generation. That is it.
yes, yes. You feel me? They are the carriers. And
And
this, and
if you see these days, you see that even now our men are getting weaker and weaker and weaker. You will see that they are now women pleasers. They want
yes,
everybody, all of them, they want to dance to whatever women are propagating. Once the women are seeing this, then they must dance to the women's tune.
yes. You see, the European promote roses and bow down at her feet and ask her to marry. It's foolishness. You're giving her power. Those things are foolishness. You're giving her power. They're making us bow to the woman, and the woman is getting away without no regulations from us. You feel me? Our women not supposed to be in European men's bed or Chinese men bed. We need to get a hold of that. We need to get a hold of that. No Chinese man or European man supposed to come to Africa and have their way with our women. You see me? We in the West, we don't have no power. But Africans, you have the power. You have the power to be racist. You can be like you, and I would support you. You can be like, no white people must survive in Africa, like get rich in Africa. No Indian, none of these people get rich. If you see they start anything, burn it down. Just like you burn your own people's stuff down and stop your people from being rich. You see me?
Quick question. Let me ask you. I'm not trying to be rude here. Where are you from?
I'm a Jamaican.
Beautiful, wonderful. So, can you tell me a little more about your women in Jamaica? If they are more westernized, and of course,
They are.
Yeah, go ahead.
They are fully westernized. They're fully westernized, dude. You don't understand the grabs of the colonizer. You feel me? You must not underestimate our enemies. We smile too much and we laughing too much. We think that our enemies is plain. Our enemies want us as slaves. If we're not gonna die, if we're not gonna be dead, they want us to be slaves. You need to know that. All of Africa. That's what they want with all of Africa. If you're not gonna die, well, you should be a slave. You feel me? And until we think that way, where we need to, we Africa, as Nigerian, every black African, should be forever enemies with Europeans, Western Europe. All people who have colonies in Africa and have us speaking their language, we should be forever enemies. Arabs, we should be forever enemies with Arabs, especially Western Arabs. We as black people need to be gathering our thoughts and gathering our knowledge and teaching aggression against these enemies. Africa, you not gonna get any respect until you trample your enemies. And I'm not asking you, I'm telling you that. So we need to understand that we need to get this 1 billion or 1 billion people in Africa with a diligent mindset, a African loyal mindset, a black loyal conscious mindset. You feel me? A black hair loving mindset. You feel me? And we need to go to war with anyone who opposes this mindset. That's the only refuge for us. That's the only way we gonna live in peace in Africa. Here.
So, how do you think this should? How do you think? How do you think? Right? These can be achieved or carried out, because you would have to.
Okay. All right, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So a lot of us I don't know if I'm potentially, but a lot of us is potentially rich. A lot of people have some money that they don't know what to do with, right? I am proposing we target the ministries of education in the particular black countries in Africa. We need to formulate organizations where we sponsor these ministries of education in terms of outweighing all other sponsorship. There we can have dictates. We can dictate that whiteness, that's white books and white promotion books, be taken down, and we can install black promotion books, black conscious books, and so we promote, we sponsor the teachers colleges. You feel me? We set prizes for teachers colleges that get masters in African history and black history, like a car. Like you say, okay, we have a car. We go to the teachers college and say we have a car for anyone or two, second place, first place. You get a car for if you get a master's in African history and black history. You understand? You get some a square of land if you you understand, incentives for knowledge and getting these teachers ready to teach these type of subjects. You feel me? If we don't concentrate on these apparatus of colonization, not break it down, but add to it. You feel me? Add to it in terms of getting black consciousness across to our people. You feel me? And getting African history in all our children's mind. You feel me? We need to formulate ways to stop graduating idiots. You feel me? You understand?
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
Yeah, so we can do our own NGOs and organizations that guarantee support for the ministries of education and get notarized as a supporter, in which you can instigate teachings and ways of teaching. We need to promote black privilege. We need to make black children feel like they own Africa. We need to make black people feel like they own Africa. We need to put total ownership, and actually enjoying Africa. We need to make black people enjoy Africa. We need to find a way to get rid of thieves and scumbags. You feel me? We need to get rid of these type of people. That means we need to get rid of thieving mentality women. You feel me? Scumbag mentality women. Because all they can do is teach that to their kids. You understand? Sorry for, hey, I have to be blunt.
Yeah, but this is the reason I asked you that question. That how do you think this can be achieved? I was expecting a response like, well, we would have to start with more communication, okay, like more awareness in our schools, in our churches, in our mosques, in our in our community centers, all right? And of course, without love, just like we were discussing earlier on, without love amongst the Black people, it becomes very difficult to actually achieve all of what we've just talked about, right?
Yes.
So,
yeah.
So I mean, while I agree with most of what you've said so far, I would say definitely if all these can be achieved, it has to start. It has to start by that deliberate action of you want to communicate to your people, and of course making them understand that listen, you should love yourself even better than those people who you idolize, and see yourself more superior than any other person, any other race, right? Because if this is not preached amongst Black people, it becomes difficult to understand who we are. You get it?
Yeah.
So,
and we also have evidence. We're the best singers and we are the fastest people. We are we run the longest. We're the strongest people. We have evidence of being superior. You feel me? So why not teach it? You feel me? Yeah. And have our people walk with grace and power. You feel me? But what I'm trying to say is this is what I'm saying, right? You definitely have to be deliberate for anything to work fast. You feel me? Because you gotta have, if you have the power, you have a 30-year window to change almost everything. No, and to see the actual change. Because what happens is you have to think about a 1-year-old until they get to 30 years old. So that 1-year-old, you can train this 1-year-old to be a diligent person by the time they get to 30. So what that is, it separates, that can separate, that can decide if the country goes to chaos or goes in line. Those 30 years. You feel me? So what they're doing is controlling the narrative. You feel me? So our people go through a lot of 30-year spells of them controlling the narrative. So each generation becomes the same idiots. You feel me? And crazy people who have no knowledge of self and have no logical behavior. You feel me? So that's and why I say 30 years now is, and most people outside over 30 don't do aggression no more. You understand? So that's how you can change things, where, because most of the people in the forest of Nigeria, most of them is not over 30. Most of them is between 20 and 30. You feel me? So what that's the most agile time for a human being. You feel me? So if you can get our mentalities to be coordinated by the time you're 17, then you'll have a black conscious 17-year-old who is not going around trying to kill each other. You feel me?
You can.
You're gonna have black conscious 20 years old, huh?
You can. Let me ask you this. Don't you think that it's going to be difficult now that we have these poor economic situations in most of the African countries? If you don't have the financial wherewithal, our people now, you cannot propagate anything if you don't have the financial power. Do you understand what I mean by that?
But some of you do.
People will not actually align with you. They cannot align with your reasoning. They cannot align with anything that you are
I
doing.
totally understand what you're saying, and we know that. We know we have an uphill journey. You feel me? We have to be sneaky about stuff. We have to try and do things underbelly. You feel me? That's why Rastafari is there giving us the music to conscientize Africans. A lot of Africans have a lot of consciousness because of reggae music. You feel me? A lot of Africans get up, stand up for your right because of. So that's how we have to do it. We kind of have to do under the belly, because you're not the ruler. It's like that, and that's proving that you're 90%, that you're 80% anti-African and anti-black. You understand what I'm saying? That's because you have to be worried now about interjecting any type of real behaviors, genuine behaviors that can get you killed. You understand? So someone is keeping you colonized. Someone is playing a part and making us as black people playing a part in our own colonization. And that's the woman, because she has never been addressed. You feel me? All right, I want to say this. The Muslims, right? The Muslims have control over women. You understand? Whether they like Islam or not, they have to just take that shit. You feel me? So the Muslim is a male religion and Christianity is a female religion. You feel me? The Islam promote power and empowering men, and Christianity empowers women. That's why women in southern Nigeria is wild, and you have no control over her. It's the white man that control her.
He can.
Yeah.
I may disagree with you that what the analogy of the two religions, because let me give you, for example,
Yeah.
Christianity does not really have any rule that guides anything. I'm very sorry to say that guides the way we live, the way we do things. That is why it is free for all. That is why you see everybody just doing it the way they just feel.
Yeah.
But if
Yeah.
you
It favors freedom for women. Freedom to do anything they want with
Because,
their private
no, no,
parts.
no, no, no. If you look at it from even from the Old Testament, there is no difference between what the rights of a woman and a man. If you look at the Old Testament and compare with what you see in Islam, it's almost the same thing. But with the so-called New Testament and the way people are now discarding whatever is in the Old Testament, everybody just looking for freedom, and that is why people have actually left what God designed for us.
No, no.
Everybody has
Hold on.
abandoned their role.
No, hold on. All right, hold on, boss man. Now hold on. Christianity is wrong and Islam is wrong. Both of them enslave our people. Both of them are oppressors of our people. Our people only get the shitty end of Christianity and Islam. That's it. So, we are praising someone else God. That's, remember, it's in the Bible. We going through oppression because we have turned our back on our true God. Our true God is Ra, Asar, Aset, and Heru. That's our true God. And we have forsaken our true God and structures of religion for Islam and Christianity. You feel me? And that's why we paying for it. You feel me? That's why we went through so much oppression. Until this day, we are being oppressed by these two religions, and we are part of it, worshiping this Arab bitch and this white cracker bitch. You feel me? So that's why we are going through our demise. You feel me? And we're not gonna stop until we get rid of these religion. And that's why I try to tell you that our women are playing major part in the maintenance of Christianity. It's the only them that goes. What's the percentage? What's the percentage? 30% men and 70% women. You see me? Over here in the West, it's 90% women and 10% men. You feel me? It favors the woman. The woman feel comfortable because she's closer to white men and closer to praising white people. You feel me? And she objects. She objects if you oppose the white man. Right now, the black woman in the West and in America and in Africa will oppose you if you start going against America and England and all these places. You're a black woman in Nigeria. They will oppose you. They start spreading your name and how you are a white hater and you racist and all that stuff. Hey, Tell me I'm lying. Y'all need to tell me black women we need to pay attention to the black woman. Because we here trying to liberate ourselves when she raising senseless Negroes and unleash them on us in the society. You feel me? You feel me? We think we have control as men. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't start sucking on a man's titty. You sucking on a woman's titty. You feel me? We suck on our woman, on our mama's titty. She tell us, she may be the one who teach us the first words out of our mouth. You feel me? She can train us into, she can tell us, okay, go be a warrior. Or she can stay in the house and be a bitch. She has these decisions. She can say, oh, you can be a bookworm because you're gonna be a president. She can say you must be loyal to Africa. She can say you must be loyal to Africa. And she can say you're better than white people, and you're higher than white people, and your hair is beautiful, and you have the best hair in the world, and all that. The black woman is not saying that. In Africa, right now, she's not saying that. Am I lying, my bros? Come on.
All right, now if I could piggyback off what Econ Fire said, first of all, brother, that was a very powerful speech that you just gave, and what you've been saying up here. And I think one of the things that a lot of our African brothers don't really understand, from us brothers over here in the diaspora, is you touched on it correctly. They don't really get how sometimes they don't really, a lot of times they don't really understand how the Western society subverts the black women, like in the diaspora. They don't understand that. They think that when they look at the West and they see the issues and stuff in the West, you think it's the black man's fault, that the black American man is lazy, or the black American man is a criminal, or the black American man this, or the black American man that, and they want to attack the black American man, and I don't understand that this black American female, she's compromised, bro. She's not really in a state, see, the thing is, Western society, they give women a lot of power. They give women a lot of power. They give women a lot of rights. They give women a lot of jobs and money. And even if they fuck the money up, they'll still give them more money. Okay. And so she does not, they throw so much resources at her, welfare included and stuff like that, that she really doesn't have, what incentive does she have to listen to the black man? What incentive does she really have? Even for a black man that has resources and have your shit together, a lot of times she's still not going to listen to you, because she getting so much stuff from the Western society. You know what I mean? That's why a lot of these Western black men, they go off and they become passport bros and other things. They want to go pursue women in other societies, because what I mean, it's just a reality.
Listen, boss man. I'll be trying to tell my bros that we miss tightening up black women too over the years. You feel me? We miss making her accountable. You feel me? Only on a one-off, a man might make a black woman accountable, but not on a general level. Because watch this, man. The slave master on the plantation, she practically became a team with him. She practically became team with him against the black man. You feel me? If you was to put your hands on her on the plantation, she get you beat. You feel me? If you was to try and discipline her, she's threatening you about going to the enslaver. You feel me? So she get to do as she like, even though she getting forced or manipulated by the enslaver, she still use it on the black man because she has more privilege than him. They don't have the same privilege on the plantation. You feel me? So it's going on up to this day in America and maybe even the Caribbean, where the police is the black woman's defense, not the black man, the police. So that has always been that has always caused a rift between the black community, and the black man had to back down. In other words, being treated like a bitch. You feel me? And he has to back down because there are forces against him. You feel me? So it's happening even till now, where the black man has to back down from giving his woman rules and regulation. You feel me? And I'm trying to tell Africa that mentally it's coming for you. You don't look at it things at face value. You need to think about mentally these things are coming for you. You feel me? They're gonna institute a whole bunch of human rights and a whole bunch of rights, and the woman gonna be supporting it, gonna be hand in hand with it, because they want
Absolutely.
more
And see,
power.
here's the thing. Hold on, Econ Fire. Here's the thing. I noticed that when we talk like this, the guys who are usually, because I've been in rooms with a lot of these guys that are up here before, usually a lot of these guys, they're very talkative, they're very opinionated. But I notice now that you dropping this truth in front of them like this, they real quiet. Like you the only one that's talking.
No, it's a different set of dudes. The mouthy ones are not here.
No,
feel me?
these dudes. I know some of the dudes is in here right now. You know, they say a
But
lot
we're
of
not
different
going.
things, especially
They
on
might.
Kaiser's page and stuff. But
Hold on.
when you lay some truth in front of them, they get real quiet.
I don't. Well, like Mike have certain understanding, man. He might do some rough around the edges stuff. Well, Mike come around and he has some understanding. He has Mike. Listen, if you are legitimately respectful, Mike will have respect to you. You feel me? And so I respect Mike on certain level. You feel me? He's not right in all things, but people are people, and we need to stop. We need to at least have a common ground with each other. You feel me? And we need to work on this unity thing. You feel me? Listen, I never diss Mike outrightly. I might say a few things, but not really disrespectful for him to feel bad or anything like that. So he don't really diss me either, even though he talk opposing me sometimes, but he don't really diss me. You feel me? And then I hear him come around sometimes. Everybody gonna come around, man. Everybody gonna come around because the world is here. The world is here. You gonna everybody gonna feel what we saying. You feel me? A lot of people over these years I'm coming on here and they Kaizo, he take money to take me down. You feel me? He has a sellout little behavior where he can, and it's a prostitute behavior where you can take down conscious people with ethics for money. You feel me? So that's why I don't like about Kaizo and Ruto. They're throwing away their ethics for money. It just means you're a prostitute. You feel me? How can you be a man and have a price? You feel me? You're just like a bitch. You feel me? That's what I don't like about some people. You're not supposed to be a man and have a price. No man is supposed to have a price. You're supposed to be a warrior for your people. And no one can buy you against your people. That's how things is supposed to be. But because some of them was raised by their mama, and their mama has, I can't blame her for having a prostitute mentality because she weak, and if you make her suffer enough, she will sell her wares for whatever and to protect her kids. But we are men. We don't have to do none of that. You feel me? And we need to stop listening to our mamas and be men and think like men and know that we gonna stand up for Africa, and no mother lover can give us any money to fight against any one of our people. I mean, this is like a dream. I'm talking like fantasy.
But let me ask you, Econ Fire, do you think that the system that the West has is close to collapse? Because my thing is this: is when it comes to like this system that the West has, right? And personally, the main people that I see fighting against it is like globally is Muslims. Like look at the Houthi in Yemen. You know, they shooting drones and stuff and you know, at American aircraft carriers. Look at the Somalians when they fought the Americans back in 1992. It's like the only one who's really resisting like this Western system right now is like Muslims and pretty much the Chinese. Like that's all who I see doing it. I just need to get your opinion.
Yeah, all right, hold on. Angola is one of us. They really went up against these people. But I want to tell you this, right? Those Muslim people, right? Those enemies, I actually don't care about them. You feel me? What happened? What you're talking about is you're talking about the head of Islam. You feel me? Those are the head of Islam. They've actually not been totally like, they have not been colonized. You feel me? And you have to understand that the Muslims are the first colonizers. You feel me? They went in and with black Africans colonized parts of Europe, or maybe all of Europe. You feel me? And wanted to Islamize all of Europe. You feel me? So you have to understand that they never been colonized. Those are two sets of colonizers. I don't even understand. That's why I don't like our women's behavior. Most of who is supporting Israel is our women. You feel me? Our black men know better than to fucking support Israel. But sorry, not Israel. Sorry, Palestine. Most of our women are supporting Palestine. But the black man know that he ain't supposed to support no Palestine. You feel me? I don't support Palestine. I actually don't feel no type of way what's going on in Palestine. I don't feel no type of way. You feel me? I'd work with the Israelis to destroy those motherfuckers. You feel me? So I support Israel right now on that. You feel me? Still yet, Israel is my enemies, but I support Israel on that. You feel me? I wish they fucking come over to North Africa. You feel me? Because we need to get our North Africa back. You feel me? The Africans are too soft. Talking about the North Africans are Africans. They're not no Africans. Feel me? It don't care. It don't matter how long wicked people invade your land. You need to stay You need to chill and get powerful, and then clear them off your shit, or make them pay tax to you to stay there, and have them under your feet if they're gonna stay there. You see me? Instead of having these people being racist to us in Africa. See me? How you gonna have a set of scumbag people being racist to you in Africa, and then you gonna be like, oh, they're Africans too, and their hair is smooth. How the fuck their hair is smooth and they Africans? You see me? And Africans should never stop until these people are cleared out, or if they are under your feet. You feel me? So I support Israel. You feel me? I am with Israel. I think these people should be bombed. You feel me? I wish they kill all the men and boys. I don't think the women should die. I don't think the women and girls should die. But I think they should kill all the men and boys in Palestine. You feel me? And I'll say it loud because America don't mind me saying that. You feel me?
Yo, can I say something?
Yeah.
Yadi, I understand, that's your feeling, right? I'm not too sure why you feel like that way about Palestine.
Let me ask you this about one question. Well, does Palestine feel some type of way about Arabs controlling North Africa? Or did Palestine call foul when Libyan piece of shit bitches are grabbing our people and enslaving our people and selling our people for slavery? I never heard Palestine say anything about it. So as far as I'm concerned, I only have some pity for the women and girls, but I think the boys and the men should be annihilated.
Well, I mean, to have that kind of stance, you're going to be upset against everybody every single day. You're just going to be miserable every single day.
Well, how about this? Don't think about my mental well-being, bro. Think about your mental well-being. My mental well-being is straight. I feel good about saying shit like this.
I know you do.
You kind
I
of
know you
being
do too.
so
That's the
evil, right?
reason
Like,
why.
why would you want babies being bombed and people being bombed? I mean, come on, man. I mean, have some
But I
sense of
want to ask you
humanity.
this. Okay. Now you seen it on TV, right? But hold up. Just the other day, right? Now, these piece of shit called weed, and these piece of shit mix bitches who are they come out of their mouth and say they are Arabs. Now, what do you have to say about how they treat our people in Darfur? And why do you think South Sudan have to separate from these scumbag people? Go ahead.
So
Yeah,
those
well,
people, are you saying those people are Palestinians?
right. And
No,
those
I'm
people,
saying no.
everybody's
Those
different.
people. Hold
Palestinians
on,
ain't
wait.
Lebanese.
No, hold on. Palestine, Egypt, and the Janjaweed are the same thing with the same mentality. Don't get it twisted, dude.
That's not true. That's not true. See, and the thing
Bro,
about it is, you don't have no experience with these people. That's the reason why you feel that way. I could give you an example. I used to be a part of well, I wasn't a part of them, but I used to listen to their ideology, the Hebrew Israelites. And there's a large Hebrew Israelite community, the people that went there in the 60s, them folks from Chicago and South Carolina and New Jersey that they went over to Africa first and then they went over to Israel. They stay in Dimona. They stay in Palestinian territories. Them Palestinians treat those folks like brothers and sisters. Matter of fact, some of the brothers even marry their women even. There's a Jamaican
Dimona
guy
is
over
not.
there. There's a
Dimona
Jamaican
is
guy
not.
over there. He's one of those because a lot of those. There's something you don't know. A lot of not all of those Palestinians are what the way. Some of those Palestinians are black. They have black Palestinians over there, and a
Dude,
lot of
I
those
want
black
to
Palestinians,
listen. Listen, bro. Hey, listen, bro.
they're very hospitable to
Yeah,
the
bro.
black
Bro.
community that's over there.
Yo,
That's the
bro.
reason why a lot of the Africans that come over there, they go straight into those Palestinian community, like the people from Chad and all of them, from them areas. They go into Palestinian areas. Matter of
Yo,
fact, they
bro.
even have
Bro.
African quarters in the Palestinian
Hey, can I
stadium
speak?
for the
Hey, can
African
I speak?
people.
Hey, can I speak? Because I don't like your tone, bro. You feel me? You're trying to act like
How you gonna
these
have a
people are.
conversation with somebody and say you don't
Yeah.
like their tone?
But
Why would you like?
because
Why would you care about my
yeah,
tone?
because
We're
you
having a
trying to make it look
conversation.
like, why you jumping down my throat? Let me speak. You feel me? And that's the animosity you come with. You feel me? Trying to make me feel like my enemies are friends. And I don't like Negroes that talk like their mama like that. You feel me? And
You
that's why I
saying
feel
your
some type of way
enemies,
about
right?
yourself.
How
You
is
feel me?
somebody you don't know, you never met in the day in your life, but they your enemies? Or
Bro,
what
how you
Palestinian?
know me?
Hold on,
How
is
you
the
how you know,
So are you talking about the
bro?
man at the corner
What
store?
you
Are you
hold on?
talking
So
about
what do you
Habib
hold
at
on?
the corner store?
Yo, big mouth
Is
boy,
that
shut
your
the fuck up, let
enemy?
me talk, man. Shut the hell up, let me talk, man.
I'm trying to find this enemy of yours.
You don't know nothing about me. You don't know if I've been in Palestine. What do you know about me? Just be quiet. See me?
Well,
Stop
explain
jumping
it to
on
me.
people's throat.
Explain it to me.
You and your big mouth, bro. Don't come here to try to big mouth me. You feel me? Behave your little self, man. I know you're mama's boy, man. So chill out. You feel me?
I am a mama's
You're
boy.
not
I
no,
love my mama.
yeah. Yeah,
And
so
now
you're
is
not
something
no
wrong
you're not
with
no
loving your mama now?
yeah, so you're
Now
not
you're
no
not
warrior.
supposed to love your mama now? What
Yeah,
kind of
you're not no
crazy are
warrior.
you?
Look, you're
I
not
don't
no
know no
warrior.
yard man on this planet that don't love their mama.
You're not no warrior.
You must be the first.
You come here to cuss. You come here to cuss. You're not no
But
warrior.
you'll
Come here
never
to
hear me
cuss.
cuss no bad word ever.
Yeah. You sound like you're cussing, man, like your mama. You feel me? Behave
Now I'm
yourself, man.
talking to you. I'm wanting to have a conversation, but you so
But you're not speaking to me like a man.
stressed
You're
out and
speaking to me
aggravated
like
for whatever
you're
reason.
speaking. You're speaking to me emotional like a woman.
I'm not. Yeah, but I don't. That's strange how you would even feel that way. I don't understand how you feel like that's emotional. How is that
Yeah, because
emotional? I'm just giving you another point of view.
you are being hostile,
You're
though.
telling me you hating some people and this is your enemy and whatever, and you don't even know these people from Adam. The only person you know is the Arab at the corner store.
Go ahead. What do you know about me? What do you know about me? Sounds like you know me.
I don't know you, but if you live in the United States, you probably live in Fort Lauderdale or Miami or New York. You're probably in the
And
Bronx somewhere or Brooklyn.
and and I've never traveled.
You're not in Jamaica.
Yeah, so that means I've never traveled. So I wouldn't know Dubai or Palestine, right?
Yeah, you might know Dubai. Matter of fact, you might know Palestine.
Yeah, so
But
why don't you be
so you
quiet and let
telling
me
me
speak?
yeah, but I'm letting you speak, but you're not saying nothing.
Yeah, but you talk too much. That's why I'm
This
not
is me.
saying
This
nothing.
is me being quiet right now.
Really? And you talking? Anyway, these people in Palestine have nothing to say about the occupation of North Africa by their people. And first of all, no cameras was there when they bombing our people in North Africa and ethnically cleansing these areas. You feel me? So seeing ethnic cleansing of those piece of shit people on in Palestine I have no problem with it. Not because I'm seeing it, because when they were doing it to us, there was no cameras, and that's how I feel this way, because those people are killers.
And how do you feel about the Israelis? How do you feel about the Israelis?
Mafaros, I think you are finding it difficult to understand the Ikan, where it's coming from. What he's trying to let you understand is that I don't know where you are from, whether you are a black African or you are not. What he's
He's a
telling
black
you is that
American.
what he is telling you that if you look at the history of slavery, that the Arabs started slavery and they enslaved a lot of people in Africa. And the kind of treatment that they receive from the Arab is inhuman. So
Even
now,
even in Libya today, they still enslave blacks. They still kind of slave us.
exactly.
And if it was up to me, they will never get away. They need payback. You hear? Pretty boy.
Y'all talking about, so you was talking about the enslaving of Africans, right? I've never heard about no Palestinians enslaving Africans.
He's talking about Arab generally. He's talking about Arab generally. Don't.
How do you classify? That's like me saying all Christian people. Mind you, there's black and white Christian people in the world. So for me to say all Christian people are these evil people,
Christianity is not an ethnic or tribal thing. That one is a religion. It is what we are talking about is not about religion.
This boy is crazy. I never said. Hold on, man. I never said all.
You don't just have Arabia, Palestine,
I never said all Muslims.
Syria, Afghanistan. All these places are ethnically the same people. So you hate that. I mean, that's his point of view. I'm not against his point of view in that respect. I'm just
all right. Since you're talking like that, none of them don't like you. How about that part?
Well,
all of these ethnicities,
like me or not.
And that means
somebody who don't like me to have the power and ability to harm me. That's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the person that don't like me that has the ability to harm me. Somebody who is all the way in Palestine, they're not doing nothing to me.
Yeah, shut up, man.
If they hate me or not. But I know for a fact that with Palestinian people, I know of a lot of instances of Palestinian people who are very hospitable to African and black communities. So
bro, what protest?
Like, I hate all of these niggas.
Bro,
that's crazy.
When did the Palestinian? You coming here with some loudmouth? No, you coming here with some loudmouth shit, thinking that you can bully nobody with your stupid voice. Let people speak, bro. When did Palestinian protest against the enslavement and selling of people in Libya just 5 years ago? 4 or 5 years ago, 3 years ago. When did Palestinians protest against it? When? You're an asshole, man. Shut the hell up, man. Stupid. Stupid. That means they should be wiped off the map. That's what that means. They should be wiped off the map.
Now, let me ask you: Did Israel protest against the selling of people in Libya?
I'm not an Israeli fan. Is my enemy killing my enemy? I have no problem.
You would help the Israelis. You just said you
my enemy. My enemy.
See, here's the thing: you want some really weird stuff right now, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if you're a Hebrew Israelite or whatever.
Who me?
I don't really care. But the thing is that what you holding against these people in Palestine is that back in the the 5th and 6th century, they went into Africa and to East Africa and got some Bantu people out of there.
Yeah, did they get payback? Did they get payback?
But that was
okay, but see,
I have
here's
the
the
same.
thing
Hold on.
about that, bro.
I have the same plan for the European too. Hold on. The African. Hold on. Hold on, man. The African. No, man. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. Hold on, Big Mouth. Hold on, Big Mouth. The African is supposed to plan this for the Europeans too. The Africans is supposed to plan this for the Europeans too. Y'all have too much forgiveness. Some of you men supposed to wear panties because y'all act like bitches. You feel me? And talk like whores. That's how y'all talk. They're fucking forgiveness shit. You feel me? You're stupid. You need to pay back people for when they touch your people. Anybody touch your people, you need to pay them back. You fucking set of stupid penny wearing Negroes talking shit. But I have a problem. I don't have no problem. I have problems with people who touch my people. I ain't trying to go up against nobody who is not my enemies. I want to go up against all people who touch my people. The people who Oman, all of them dirty scumbag Arabs. We need to plan and get them. Western Europe, we need to plan for them too. Stop raising idiots and stop behaving like you're some punks with tails that you can lap between your legs.
Yeah, but I mean, you're like, it's just romantic fantasy because, you know, and it's just talk and it's just being angry for no reason because to be
You
honest,
can't say it's
really
just
not
talk.
gonna do shit.
You can't say it's just talk.
And the real
You can't say it's just
people
talk.
who touch your people, look at them English and them
Sorry,
British
can
people
I
that took your family to
come
Jamaica.
in between the two of you?
You're not doing nothing. You're not gonna do nothing to them.
Excuse me. Hold on. What is your own point now? What do you have against what he's talking about? What is your grudge against what he's talking about now? Yes.
Because I was trying to make a point. So he was saying that, well, he was going on his rant about the Palestinians. I understood that that was his point of view. All I was saying is that I wouldn't view it on a personal level. I wouldn't view it like that because I've seen instances of Palestinians showing hospitality to African and Black American communities. So,
Same with white people.
Personally, I would not just broad brush paint everybody as some evil person. I understand, like, I get upset too when I see videos coming out of Lebanon and the people kick. There's one video I saw this Lebanese kick this African girl in the head because of some shit what happened in the kitchen whatever. So all that stuff upset me too. But,
so spread love. So
but what I'm saying is I would not broad brush paint everybody.
Why not?
As if
Why fucking not? Why fucking not?
Like
Why
that.
not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not broad brush? They broad brush you.
No, that's because I said
that's what I can't. You see, that's what I can't say. I'm gonna ask you a question.
Those people are very hospitable to African people, is what I'm saying.
Okay, outlaw. I'm gonna ask you a question, and you should answer me immediately. In a bag of snakes, there is one that don't sting. You still gonna put your hand in the bag?
That's different. That's not putting your hand in the bag. You're saying is to hate everybody. I can't.
This is how it's not different.
Just like
this is how it's not different. This is how it's not different. They don't like us, and the only reason they tolerate us is to be their Habib. That's how they tolerate us, to be their slave. So they don't even have.
I don't
be quiet. They don't be fucking quiet. Be God. Hold on, man. Hold on, man. hold on,
Even
man.
here
Hold on,
in the
man. Be
U.S., I
quiet
don't
with
go
your
to
big
white
mouth, man.
restaurants and
Be
different
quiet with your
places like
big
that.
mouth, man. Be quiet with your big mouth, man. Be quiet with your big mouth, man. They will not permit you to rise. They are not planning on giving you back no gold that they stole from Africa, and every Arab would be against that. That's what I'm telling you. You just soft. You feel me? And y'all need to stop this softness and
Yeah, but
wanting people
listen,
to like you. You feel
you
me? You want people to
screaming
like
on
you. That's what you're
YouTube
doing.
as if that shit is hard by saying, "Oh, I hate this person, I hate that person," or whatever. Like
Yeah,
that's
let's
doing
talk.
some shit.
Yeah,
All you doing
yeah,
is
talk.
working yourself up to go home and be angry for no reason. What are you gonna do? Punch the wall and start
Yeah,
punching the air?
don't
What you
worry
getting
about
angry
my
for no
mental.
reason
First
for?
of all, you
You
worried
still gotta
about
live
my
your life
mental.
every
Hold
single
on.
day.
Yeah, but shut up, bitch. This is part of life. Just be quiet, you little shit bag.
See,
You're
now you
talking
calling
shit.
me a bitch now.
Yeah, because you're talking soft.
Now you want
You,
to
you,
do the internet gangster shit now. Come on,
no,
man.
you sound like
How
you
old are you,
sound
bro?
soft, dude. Why you want to sound soft then?
I
Okay,
sound
there is
soft
a choice.
because I feel
There
like
is a choice.
because I think
There is a
rational. Because I think, listen, you have all these enemies, right? The British enslaved your people, literally, and they were the ones that actually took your people to Jamaica.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
So you got smoke for them? Are you going to go bust some English people in their head?
Of course I got smoke for them. I'm trying to develop Africa so I can fucking sack them.
Bro, you're not going to do nothing. You're just talking on the internet.
You don't know. You don't know,
You're
and
just
you're not the
blowing a whole
future.
bunch of
No.
smoke.
First
And
of
if
all,
you
you
all
don't
planning
know.
something dumb,
All,
you
bro, stop
don't speak
talking. Let
that
me
type of
talk, man.
shit on the internet,
Let
bro.
somebody else talk, man. You don't
You
want
gotta
somebody
learn
else to
how to
talk. Let
govern
somebody else
yourself.
talk,
You
man.
can't come on the
Okay, don't.
internet just
If
saying
you don't
anything
let
that you
nobody
say.
else talk, you're not gonna talk either. If
You
you
act
don't
like the
allow
feds
people to
ain't
talk,
listening to
you're
this
not
shit,
gonna
bro.
talk either. If you come here with big mouth shit, we gonna big mouth you too. You're gonna allow people to talk. You're gonna allow people to talk. You feel me? Or else get out of here. Allow me to talk. Don't come big mouth me. And stop worrying about my mental health. You feel me? What you have preserving anyway? You feel me? What you got preserving? You have nothing. What you trying to be? Oh, just because you getting some crumbs from the white man? Oh, don't talk too loud. This is 2020. This is 2024. You feel me? If we don't say what we saying to the Africans, we have no other way to communicate with them. So
Saying what
I
we
don't
saying
care.
to the
Hey,
Africans?
hey, hey, let me
Africans?
talk. Let me talk. So I don't care if white people hear me or Arabs hear me. To me, you're a cowardly little bitch. You feel me? Who cares if nobody get angry? We need to get angry, and you need to get angry real quick, because people is cutting off your food and taking away your land and destroying your people's mentality. You need to know that this thing is war, and you fucking here acting like you're comfortable just because you in your AC. You feel me? Little idiot boy. He's a little idiot boy. All you do is come here trying to comfort people in our poverty. You feel me? Don't comfort nobody in their poverty. You feel me? You tell people to get angry and stop acting like bitches. You tell men to be warriors and control their goddamn community and stop making white people infiltrate and Arabs infiltrate their communities. This little baby talk from these little fucking punk ass boys, you feel me? Who was raised by their goddamn mama. You don't want the white man to be angry and shit. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Stupid. And don't worry
Bro,
about my mental
calm
health. I'm
down,
fine.
bro.
You see
Calm
me?
down.
I'm fine.
Jesus, calm
Don't
down.
calm me down.
I
It's
mean,
not no time
you
to
are
calm down.
wired up for nothing, bro.
This
You
not the time to
understand?
calm down.
Calm down. You on the internet,
Get off
bro.
if you don't
You
like it. Get off
understand?
if you don't like
You
it.
don't come
Get
on the
off if you
internet
don't like it.
screaming crazy shit.
Get off if you don't
And
like it.
yes, it's
I'm
2024.
I'm
You
talking to
understand?
minds. Hold on, man. I'm talking to minds. I'm not talking to
Listen,
a
I'm not
TV
you
screen.
I don't know why you
Minds
think
are
I'm against
powerful.
you, bro.
That Yeah, but calm down then. What
You
you don't understand
you
is,
think I'm
hold
against
on,
you.
man. Hold
You
on. Yeah, but
understand?
hold on. All right, sorry
And
then. I'm
yo,
emphasizing this way. Hold on, dude. I'm emphasizing this way because I know that I'm talking to minds. Minds are the most powerful thing in the whole universe. So talking this way is very powerful for our people. Our people need inspiration to know that, hey, we talking like you and we support you. And a lot of people here are angry too. So get angry. Feel me? All this little soft baby boy shit, man, lose me with that shit, man.
Yeah, but anyway, your method is not going to work. You understand? You, your 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 attitude would get somebody
Are you
killed.
perfect? Are you
You
perfect?
understand?
Are you
Nobody's
perfect?
perfect, but at
So why
least
you looking for
listen,
perfection
listen,
out from me? Why you
listen,
looking for perfection from me? Hold on,
listen.
that's unfair. No, you are being very unfair, dude. Don't come here looking
No,
for perfection from
I'm
me.
looking out for my brother.
Shut up,
You
man.
understand what I'm
Don't
saying?
come here.
I'm
Yeah,
looking
dude,
out for my
don't come
brother.
here.
I'm showing love to
No,
my
bro,
brother.
bro,
I don't
don't
want my
come
brother
here
out there
looking for
angry for no reason.
perfection.
I don't want
Bro,
my
hold
brother
on,
out
man.
there losing his life just because
But
he
hold
angry.
on, bro. Let me talk. Leave me alone. Let me lose it, bro. Shut up. Don't come looking for perfection from me when you yourself is not perfect. Pick the beam out of your eye first, dude.
Yes, but strategy, bro, strategy. Y'all, so many times
I have a
y'all
good strategy.
come
This
on
is a
this
good
program
strategy.
and y'all sit around and y'all talk strategies. I get so inspired when I hear that. You understand?
I want to
So
tell you something.
ain't nothing wrong with strategizing. It's not like you understand what we
Hey,
gonna do?
sorry for talking.
Get out,
Hey,
go out there and bust our guns. You
hey, hold
understand?
on, outlaw.
What?
Sorry for talking so much, right?
How is
And
that
I
gonna
want to
work?
tell you. Hold on, Marfa. I want to tell you something, right? I want to tell you something. I'm practically a teacher. You feel me? You just came and interrupted the class and be accusing me of some sort of aggression on someone else. You feel me? So actually you are the interrupter. Because all of these gentlemen was listening me and they interject and was okay. They actually was agreeing with me with most of my statements. You feel me? So you actually is interrupting the whole mode of the conversation because and you have not come and taught us anything of value. You feel me? So
Well,
say
actually,
something
I
of
was in the
value.
audience, right? I was in the audience. The reason why I came is because I was listening for inspiration. Like that guy Gassimo, he had me inspired today. That's the reason why I came back in the room. I wanted to hear some more inspiration. But I got my antenna went up when I heard you were saying about, oh, I hate this person and that person and this person. I'm like, you know, I don't know. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in.
Yeah, I
Can you
mean,
guys hear
listen,
me now?
man. Yes, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, I was having
Yeah,
a
yeah.
bad internet, so
Oh, your internet giving issues, Mike? It's still giving
yeah,
problems, Mike.
yeah.
You maybe have to jump out and jump in.
Say right.
No, we can't hear you. You have to. You maybe have to go out and come in, Mike. It maybe you're here because you're here long a while. So maybe you're. We're not hearing you. We're not hearing you. But I'm gonna go, people. Of course it's late, so you all can carry on. But I just came to trying to stimulate people because we have a mission to rule Africa and by extension the equator. That's the black equator, and we need we need to set Africa up to be our world power. You feel me? And the only way Africa can be a world power, unless we formulate some type of boundaries for whites and Arabs, and also aggression for whites and Arabs. Yeah, that's the only way Africa can go in the future. If you mean if you check out Ibrahim Traoré, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, you can see.
You see that? I like how you did that just now. That was good. I'm inspired now.
Yeah, thank you. So you can see it is the Arab pieces of shit and the white pieces of shit. Both of them are on a team against us, the black man. You feel me? The white man is paying the Arab to go up against us, even though they would do it for free. You feel me? And be indiscriminately killing our people. And we not saying war. And we are not saying war. We here acting like we chilling. And don't talk bad against some nasty little bitch people. You feel me? Make some people feel comfortable in our land. No, man. We need to cut that stuff out. We need to start talking aggression, and we need to start talking self-defense, and we also need to start talking attention. You feel me? We need to
So
start
I
talking
can
about.
fire. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
What do you think about
Yes.
diplomacy? What do you think about diplomacy? Did you hear me?
When it comes to yes. When it comes to diplomacy, we have to have Russian diplomacy and Chinese diplomacy. That means, and we have to have white people diplomacy. We actually only have African diplomacy. African diplomacy means respect white people and don't respect black people. But white diplomacy means respect white people and don't respect black people. Arab diplomacy means respect Arabs and don't respect black people. Moscow diplomacy means everybody have to respect Moscow, or we gonna fuck you up. You see me?
I don't necessarily think that. What I'm saying is, but you don't see a bunch of Russian.
It's not working for us. The African diplomacy is not working for us because, first of all, to have real diplomacy, you need to have loyalty to your people. So you only can have real diplomacy if your people come first.
Let me explain my question to you. Let me explain my question to you, right? But I'm trying to ask you.
Yes.
People, the world we live in today, you're gonna interact with people no matter what. Like,
yes.
Something, you sell stuff, right? And you want to make money, right? Because you have to make business to progress.
Your internet went out.
Yeah.
All right. We can. All right. We're not hearing you. Okay, Mike. We're not hearing you. But
let me step outside where I am.
But listen, you can stay, but I can answer your question. Yeah, I can answer your question though.
But I'm not done explaining the question though.
But I know where you're getting to.
Can you hear what can you guys hear me at least? Can you hear me?
Yeah, but I know what you're getting to. You're saying what are we going to invest in and who are we going to invest with? And no,
that's not what I'm saying. That's not
No, and you're saying is it feasible for us to outrightly declare enemies with a set of people when we need a business we need business perspective, we need business opportunities all over the world. And I say I understand that. You feel me? I totally understand that. I think we need to be hypocrites. You feel me? I think we need to we need to master plastic smile just like white people. You feel me? I think we need to hurt them in the dark. I think we need a judicial system that is geared to only support black, and so that means our judicial system must be double standard. You feel me? I think we're gonna need a whole bunch of double standard behavior towards Arabs and white people, so
Yo,
we can
that
give
whole
them
thing is like you preparing for a war or something. You
like
understand?
what the hell you think? Come on, dude. These people are buying us. These people are buying us in Libya. These people have us on auctions. You dude, you slight little dude. What you think we talking about?
Well, check this out.
Listen,
You you
America,
don't
America. Wait, man. Wait, wait,
listen.
wait.
We don't have
America. Wait, man. America and England and all these people, it's paying jihadists to kill indiscriminately our people. And you here talking about, oh, you surprised I'm talking about war? Really?
listen. You don't have the power to go wage no war against nobody. You understand?
Africans have power in
The,
Africa.
the,
Have
the
you
only
stop?
thing
Hold on.
the only
First of
thing
all,
any of us
dude,
could do is to protect ourselves.
but
You
dude, you're a
understand?
POW.
Self
Hold on,
defense.
you're
Self
a
defense.
POW.
Because
Hold on,
none of
you're a
listen,
POW. Hold on, you're a POW. Africans are not POWs.
listen,
You are a
listen.
POW. So
I am,
I
yes,
understand.
I am
I
a
understand
POW,
you. Hold on.
right?
I understand you
But
talking like a
yes, there are
POW. But
POWs also.
Africans
Not because
own
they own
Africa.
their land. You
Oh,
understand? Listen, the stance that we're supposed to have, we're supposed to have a self-defense stand, but not only a self-defense stance, but also a self-sufficiency stance. That's what
yeah.
that guy Gassim was talking about earlier, where he was talking about the old African kingdoms, how the old African kingdom systems was set up internally. So if there's a way that all of us could find a way of being self-sufficient and then export that out to other communities
Can you guys hear me now?
amongst other nations.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, Mike, we hear you.
Okay. So what I was trying to say earlier was that what I meant by diplomacy is that like a person speaking diplomatically, being a diplomatic person. For example, I can sometimes you always think that because some people are talking soft mean they're actually they are loving or they're kissing or something. They're not being they're being subservient to other races and things like that. But to me, I don't think it's always necessarily the case. And that's why I was giving you that example. Like if you let's say you open a store, right? You sell something, you're selling stuff, right? If the main purpose of you selling that stuff is to grow your business, make money. Now, if a Arab person, white person, Chinese person, black person walk into your store, you have to smile at all of them, right? Now you smiling. Now if somebody now start calling you a bitch, like, oh, look at you, oh, these white people enslave you, and you're smiling at them. It kind of sounds like that's what you do sometimes to people. You think because they're not being arrogant and being, you know, loudish and insulting, cursing white people, it means that they're just being subservient or they're, in love with white people or Arab people and things like that. But I don't think it's always the case. To me, I don't think way to deal with these issues is just to be insulting all the time and shouting. I think, to me, I believe in more of action than words. You understand? I can fire someone like me. I believe that, hey, let's do something rather than let's sit around and be insulting people. Well, I'm not going to sit around me walking past insulting every white person I see in front of me. It doesn't solve anything. In fact,
All right,
it does
all right,
disservice to
Mike.
me.
All right, Mike. I might talk some stuff that it's insulting. You feel me? But these insulted words I'm saying is actually for the gravity of the situation. You feel me? And and it's also to display to my people that these people can be disrespected. You feel me? And these people, you can make them fall. You feel me? Because what's happening is we actually giving these people superior respect. I mean, some things that we speak about each other, you feel me? And some radical speech that we give about each other. You feel me? We would never say these things about these white people and these Arabs. So sometimes I just say some stuff that I know that regular black people not gonna say. You see me? Because I know they are actually white lovers and Arab ass kissers, most of them. So you can forgive me for saying that. I don't really have to speak things in that way. You see me? I think I do it as a
Okay, let me
choice.
ask you this
You
way.
see
I
me?
can. Let me ask you this question this way. Let's say you have a store, a business in somewhere, I don't know, anywhere in the world, and a lot of your customers are Arabs and whites. Would you be
Yeah.
saying what you're saying right now, knowing that they're gonna hear you?
I mean, I might say it. I might
Of
say
course
it
not.
within my own. I might say it within my own black community. You see me?
No, I'm
I'm not,
saying like
unless
on the
I'm.
like on the internet where they will hear you. They will hear you saying these things.
I mean, if I'm on the internet, I'll say it.
And you know
I'm
that
not
if
gonna
you
say
know they are
it.
hearing you, are you still gonna say it?
No, not
Your
really.
clientele, your customers, you would you allow them to
No,
you know?
no, I'm going to be a hypocrite. You see me? I'm
Exactly.
going
So
to
why
be a
don't
hypocrite.
you suspect that maybe some black people that come here they're not talking like that? It's because maybe they got reputation to protect, they got business to defend, and things like that. It
Yeah,
doesn't mean
but
they're bitches.
this life is not the same thing. It's not the same
No,
thing.
no. The thing
This
is, you
dude,
believe that
this
like a lot
dude,
of time.
this,
Okay, yeah.
what this dude is doing is protecting Arab Palestinian thinking image. You see me? And he's noticing that I don't care about dirty Palestinian image. You see me? And he's offended by it. So and me
No, no.
personally, I
Apart
don't
from
care.
him, hold on. I can
You see me?
apart from today, like, I've known you for a while. It seems like whenever any black person come and he's speaking in a more diplomatic tone, you always assume that they are just kissing ass and things like that. But some people work in corporate world. Things they say on the internet people can use it against them. They can literally lose their business, lose their work, and things like that. So just because people come online and talking in a more diplomatic tone, and they're
Nobody
not
comes up
being
here with
the,
the nobody
no,
don't
I'm
come
just
here
saying
with their real name and their real and their pictures and
no, I'm saying this because I see you whenever you get on any panel, even a black person you've never met before. The moment they're speaking in a more diplomatic tone, you just
you
jump on them
making it
and think.
technical. You making it technical, dude. I work around white people too. You feel me? So you making it technical. I speak how I speak. You feel me? I don't care.
Yeah,
You
it's
feel
fine
me?
for you to do it, but sometimes you conclude
I
that any
don't, I
black
don't
person
care
who's not
about
talking like that is
I don't
just
care about I don't care about nobody hearing me online. I don't give a fuck about that shit, man. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You need to get to a limit where you want your victory and you don't care. This whole care about if they gonna make you suffer or not, it's prostitution. You feel me? We need to understand these things. We need to know that Africa is our place. And first of all, Africa is not somewhere where people is not coming. All of these thinking bitches is on their way to Africa. When you, the African Mike, is running out of Africa for survival, these figures is full in planes going to Africa, destroying our place and robbing our people blind. You see me? And we supposed to be like, oh, be diplomatic about it. No, these people are sneaky. And it's time something come out in the open. And we put their asses in, we lift up their
I
dresses.
can I
And
can
hold
I
on,
can
man.
check this out. Check
Lift
this
up
out.
their dressing and
Can you hear me?
expose their private nastiness that they're doing.
Can you hear
Come
me? Can you
on.
hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Here's the
Yes.
deal. Here's the deal. I don't disagree with things you're saying, like what we should do, we should do. But the where you're getting it wrong is that the people that have the ability to make the moves, they're not the people you're coming to talk to. Like, for example, me, I'm sitting here, and these other guys that are sitting here, we're not in a political position. Or
Mike,
hold on,
Mike,
hold on, hold
stop.
on, hold on. Wait,
No,
wait,
no,
wait,
but
wait.
stop right there. No, you have to
The
stop right
worst we
there
can do
because
is talk like the worst we can do is
no,
talk.
but Mike, you're wrong, Mike. You're wrong. You're
Okay,
wrong.
tell me, tell me,
Because
tell me
that
what I can
means,
do. Tell me what I can do.
yeah. So that means I can determine your future. I cannot determine your future. I have no idea what your future can be. But I think you can become one of Nigerian's president.
But
You
I'm
see
not
me?
there yet. I'm
Uh,
not there right now.
But you
So
don't
what?
know
So
if you're
what
going
are
to
you
be
telling me
there.
to do right now? I'm talking about right
No,
now.
so that means some of what I'm talking about, the future president might be hearing it. You feel me? You don't
But
know.
we're not. We are. You. There's nothing new you're telling us. We know all these things.
Yeah, so
Well, the
so
thing is,
stop
you're
stop
telling us.
so
I
stop
can.
underestimating the people on the platform. They can become great
No one.
people that all of us got to depend on. You feel me? Anybody
But
can be
but
anything.
why they haven't become that great people? You're constantly telling them that you should be doing this, you should be doing. I'm like, dude, I do you have something to go. You want me to go to Africa and go kick out the Arabs? With what? Or go kick out the white people with what? I don't have the means.
Eventually, Africa gonna have their weapons and everything they need. You feel me?
No, I'm not saying the
And,
no no no.
and
Hold on, hold on. I
so
can't.
that mean so
Hold on,
that
hold on.
mean so that
I can.
mean we
The
gonna
people
get
in
hold
power.
on, man, hold on, man. So that mean we gonna get powerful enough to evacuate wherever we wanna.
I can. You know what you should be doing? You should be looking for the DMs, the social media account of the African leaders, and be talking to them. Go and be talking to them because they're the one in position of power to make moves.
I never actually thought of that. You feel me?
That's what
I
you should
never
be doing.
actually
They all
looked
have
for it.
social media. I bet you
I
all the
never
African leaders
actually
have
looked
Twitter. They
for it.
have Twitter accounts. Go talk to them. They're the one that can make moves. Well, you coming to harass this brother here, they can't do anything. Me, that what can I do?
I am not.
And
I
you want me
am
to
not.
join
I
you
am. Hold
in
on, man.
insulting my
Mike,
white
come on,
clients
man.
that
Mike, come on. I am not.
that I'm doing
Come
business
on, Mike.
with?
Mike, hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike. I am not
You want me to
harassing.
lose
I
money?
am not.
You want me to go broke?
Mike, hold on, Mike. Hold on, Mike. I am not harassing no bumper clad person. Who the fuck me I harass? I'm harassing, dude. I ain't harassing nobody. You feel me? And my offer, he came jumping on me, even though he know we not enemies. You feel me? That's why I can't take about black people. Black people just jump on black people, and they know we're not enemies. They just jump on each other. You feel me? How can you? How can you make enemies with another brother for a foreigner? You're not supposed to do that. Your loyalty to your people is supposed to be so strong that even when you see your brother wronging some other race, you're supposed to be on your brother's side, regardless. You think white people is defending you over their brother? Huh? You think you're gonna be hearing white people talking? All right, you heard a white man come and say Africa is a jungle and Europe is a garden. When did you hear a European oppose him? When? What European you hear come out publicly and say you should never speak that way? Africa is more beautiful than this place. You never hear them say it. You're not gonna hear it. They're gonna be a team on your ass. So why
So are
should
you?
some
So are you
careless
saying?
nigga?
So are you saying if I?
Hold on. Wait. So why
My
should
can
I
we gotta hear
allow
from
some
chat too.
careless? Yeah, hold on. So why should I allow some careless Negro to be opposing me for another race? That's carelessness.
But you taking it as somebody opposing you for another race, but that's not the case. at least from my perspective, all I'm saying is because what we're supposed to be doing, we're supposed to be strategizing. We're supposed to be coming up with strategies and ideas on how to better our condition. Because there's so much of us that are either in poverty, and we know that when we know we are better than the places that we at now. So it's
Bro,
up
do
to
you
us
know
to
that?
strategize to get to where we're supposed to be.
All right, I'm gonna
So
ask you this: Do you know that? Do you know that some Africans don't know who their enemies are? Do you know that? Do you know?
I mean,
Do you know
I
that you have to actually educate a lot of Africans who their enemies are? Did you know that? That shit is a
you know,
blur. Did you know that shit
I
is a blur?
I wouldn't, uh, you know,
That's why I'm
and I
speaking this way. That's why I'm speaking this way. Because a lot of our people do not know who their enemies are. These people are, listen, you have Arabs walking with black slaves in Africa with their bag boy. They have Arabs walking with their bag boy, a little Negro, carrying their bags in Ghana and in some parts of Sierra Leone and some parts of Nigeria. Some dirty, stinking Arabs having their bag boy. Did you know that? Did you know
well,
that?
I would say this. I would say this. I do understand that there is a disconnect
But
between
because the
us
Arab guy
who
is
are from
rich,
the
man, I
West
can't. If he's
and
got
our
money,
African brothers and sisters. The
He
reason
should be
why
cut
a lot of
down.
us
He
are
should be cut
angry,
down.
I can't. I can't. So
He's-
you saying some Ghanaians, some Africans are carrying the bag of an Arab man? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, right
So
in the
the guy is a
goddamn
millionaire,
market.
man.
Yeah, that means you should kill him.
Ah, hey.
That means
Why
you
would you?
should
Why
get
would you
rid
want
of.
to kill a
That
millionaire that's
means,
employing people, man? People will lose their
yeah, get
jobs,
rid
man.
of him. Get rid of
People,
him.
it's an
Your,
investor.
your people will. Your people will survive. Get rid of the dog shit. Your people will live. They'll survive.
So we should create poverty. Is that what you're saying?
They not supposed to be rich around you in your land. You the one supposed to be rich in your land. You feel me? You're
Uh,
not supposed to tolerate. You're not supposed to
I can.
tolerate.
It's not
You're
easy to
not
get
supposed
rich,
to
though.
tolerate. You're not supposed to tolerate foreigners getting rich in your land. You're not supposed to tolerate it. White people don't tolerate that shit. You feel me?
Nah, they do actually, because I know I got rich in white man's country, though, man. I got rich
Yeah.
in the
Yeah,
midst of white
because
people.
you were a scammer.
No, actually,
You
my
feel me?
business is legal. You know,
Nah, he's
I'm
trolling. I think he's
legal.
trolling you.
There are many Nigerian. This icon, man. Icon. The guy is
Beer. Who's the
just.
beer? Chubby, chubby.
uh,
What's it called? Chubby beer.
uh,
You feel me? Yeah. Yeah, these people make you suffer. You have to be killing each other for money rituals. You
but
feel me?
there are a lot of
And,
successful black people,
and,
man. There are a lot of successful.
and we here playing with these people as if they're not doing us anything. And these people are silently killing us. And we here talk. I want to make noise about our silent killing. I ain't keeping silent. That's why I speak this way, because our things is happening right in your face, and you in such a trance, you don't even see it. You don't even see it. You see me? You have dirty Arabs walking around with bad boys. Arabs have been.
Let me ask you. Let me move the topic a little bit. So, what do you think about Nigeria? What's going on in Nigeria? Like the politics over there, and the what's your understanding of like the division among the Nigerians and the politics?
All right. First of all, the British caused the division in Nigeria a long time ago. The people that they ruled which is southern Nigeria. They didn't give those people the power. They actually gave the people who conspired with them against you who they ruled. That's the Fulan Hausa. They gave them the absolute presidential political power, and they didn't even have much educated people. So that caused a major division in your country at first, and the British knew what they was doing. You feel me? So
what if I tell you that that's not true?
It's like when the British was leaving, they gave the northern Nigeria a lot of power.
That's not
you feel
true.
me?
That's not true.
It's not.
It's not true, man. Where did you get
Well,
your information?
my bad then. Well, my bad then. You feel me?
Let me tell you when the British left, actually the power was more in the south. The people they gave the power to were the Igbo people, because I won't say they gave it to them. They kind of gave everybody equal. Everyone was involved in the system, but predominantly the people that happen to be in more privileged position were the Igbo people, politically, militarily, because when they were leaving the other part of Nigeria, they didn't want the country to be one. They disagreed. They didn't want to share country with the
But this is
rest of
what I
the
think.
kingdoms. But hold on. Let me
Yeah,
tell
but
you.
this is what I.
Let me tell you. Wait. Let me tell you where the North became more powerful. I'm going there. The North became more powerful after the Civil War, because what happened was when the British were leaving.
You mean
Hold
the
on.
North became powerful within the Civil War?
No,
Within the Civil War.
after the Civil War. Let me tell you why. When before the Civil War, the Igbo people were in control of the military. They had the highest rank in general. They have more officers. They had more troops, and then politically they also had more power, because when the British left, it was the Igbos that actually wanted one Nigeria, but the rest of the North didn't want to share country with they want to be in Nigeria. They wanted to go in their separate way. And then also the big empires like the Yoruba, the Benin Kingdom, they had their own system going, so they didn't want the whole Nigeria idea. But the Igbo people, they were just spread all over Nigeria, because their homeland is very small. So they are traders. So they were spread all over Nigeria. They were in Lagos and Kano, all the major cities. So they were afraid that if they split Nigeria, they were going to lose all their assets in other people's territory. So they were the one that worked with the British, that they were the only one that actually wanted one Nigeria. So the British liked it. So that's why the British put them in a more powerful position. So now what happened was they made a big mistake. So when the British left, within that few years, they wanted to now have an absolute domination of everyone. So they did a military coup, right? To pretty much eliminate any threats that can challenge them in the political power. So they assassinated all the northern leaders, the politicians from Yorubas and other stuff. And then they did a coup and they slept off. So when the group of northern soldiers now did a counter coup and assassinated their own leaders, their own political leaders, and then their um, so when the northern guy did a counter coup and then became the head of state, so they didn't like it. They were like, wow. So they couldn't figure out a way to now counter the coup back again. So because they still have their strength, a lot of soldiers, a lot of generals. So they now decide like, okay, we're going to split the country. We're going to go to war and create a country called Biafra, where they're going to take all, because they still have strength. They had the most powerful, they had all the top ranking generals. So because they had that power, they thought they could just conquer the country. So they decided to go to civil war. But after they lost the war is when they lost their political power in Nigeria. So the war is when they lost that, because if you lose the war, you lose everything. So they lost their military power, their political power. But now, what they're crying about is how can we get it back? Well, it's almost like impossible to get the power back. So now they're creating propaganda, trying to blame the British, that the British gave Nigeria to the North.
But all
So
right.
I have a
But the
question.
wait. I was done finished. Hold on. But Mike, no. How I see the politics now is Nigeria just need more love and respect for their blackness. Nigeria problem is they don't recognize blackness. They just see people as people. And they don't understand that if you make your brother weak, then you make yourself weak. And therefore other people that's what white people and Arabs want to come and take your shit, our less people to enjoy the
But
world.
I can't
You
find
see me?
you have to understand the way
Mike.
okay, finish. Go ahead.
Wait, Mike. So what Nigeria really needs is to give people their half autonomy. You feel me? The Igbos, the Uber and the rest of them, right? You could give people their half autonomy. Say, hey, run your neighborhood, run your village, have
But
your own police,
I can't
have
that's
your
the way
hold
it
on,
was.
have your own police.
Okay. I'm trying to tell you that that's the way it was when the British left. That's what we agreed on. When the British
Yeah.
left, listen, let me tell you, when the British were leaving, right? The Nigerians, because the British didn't even tell the Nigerians they were going to put them in one country until they were leaving. So when they were leaving, they now say, okay, you guys are going to be one country. And people were like, no. So the people got together, and even the British, they were all in a room and sat down and decide how they would live together. So they now agree that every kingdom will govern themselves independently, right? And some kingdom
Yeah,
can come
but
together and work.
they shouldn't
So
do it.
hold on.
They
Let me
shouldn't
tell you.
do it
Wait,
independently.
wait. So the kingdom already exists. So of course, some region just kingdom came together, and then we have something called regional system. So within that regional system, that's why you saw the interview with Amadu Bello, the northern leader, that was saying, oh, he's not going to employ Igbos and the Southerners in the north and stuff, because that time we're practicing regional system where we kind of like confederation, where each region govern themselves independently. So it was when the Igbo guy, the Igbo general, did a coup, because like I told you, the Igbos were all over Nigeria, already spread out, and they were not enjoying
Yeah,
the
I
yeah.
I understand that people have a big opposition towards the Igbo because they did the North unfairly. You feel me? Or they should have
But
killed some of their
I
people
have a
too.
question. So with the Igbos, right? So do the Igbos, because from my understanding, don't the Igbos have a lot of oil on their land?
No,
So
no,
do they have no?
no. No. The Eagles don't have the oil. It's the South people. People call the Niger Delta, the minority
Niger
tribes.
Delta.
Niger
What
Delta,
about
they're
what
the one
about
with the
what
oil.
about like in Edo State too? Is there a lot of resources in Edo State?
Yeah, Edo, but Edo doesn't have most of it. Edo, it's more of the Niger, the rivers, the Cross River,
Okay.
Delta states, those South states. They're like the minority tribes in the South.
Yo,
So
Mike, I've
okay,
I've like
basically,
talked to some people that's from these regions, and a lot of them are against like Biafra. Like
yeah.
they mostly promote like one Nigeria. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. People like Tuna and those people. So basically, let me tell you what it is. So we have the southern Nigeria, we have the northern Nigeria, right? In the southern Nigeria, and in Nigeria, we have tribes that are majority, meaning they're bigger than other tribes, right? The size, the population. So we have three big tribes, major tribes. We have just by population: the Yorubas, the Igbo, and the Hausas. So the Yoruba and the Igbo, we're in the south, but the Hausas are in the north, and then they're the majority tribe in the north. So in the south, we also have all these minorities. So we call it the Niger Delta region, the Niger Delta people, like different many tribes there. The Ijos, the Efik, so many of them. But their number is they're just like, their number is not as big as the Yorubas and Igbos.
Yeah.
So what the
One
when the
million,
Igbo
2 million.
Yeah, in a few millions. Well, Yorubas are like 40 million, Igbos are like 30 million, kind of like we're like big mega tribes, you know.
Yeah,
So what
and
happened
Hausa
was,
is like 70 million.
yeah. So what happened was when the Igbos wanted to divide the country, it's now trying to take because the oil in the south is in a is owned by the minorities. It's in the territory of the minorities, the South people, the Niger Delta, the Efik, the Ijaws, all those
Yeah, but
tribes.
they don't own it. They don't own it.
No, it's in their
Yeah,
territory,
I
so
was gonna
it
ask
belongs
that.
to them. So what the Igbos are saying
Yeah,
is
but
that,
they don't own
But
it.
do they
It
what do you mean
get
they
belongs to
the
don't
them,
own
but
it?
money?
they don't own it.
What do you mean they don't own it? In what sense?
The
Like, do they
Yoruba
benefit
and
from
the
it?
Igbo, the Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Hausas, they're the ones who own the oil.
No, the Nigerian state own the oil. Sorry, but if you're talking about the territory that it belongs to the
Who
minorities.
control? Who control Nigeria state? The Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Hausa.
That's
What's
not
wrong
true.
with you,
Yeah,
man?
no, let me tell you, Nigerian constitution. Do you know when you become president, you must we have a law called the federal character. It means that every tribe, every state in Nigeria must have equal representative in the government. In your government, if you become president, your minister, you must get a minister from every state. And in every employment,
Okay.
hold on. In federal government employments, every region must be represented. So we already have a law to eliminate like domination.
So
So
you're saying that
that's
the
why
people,
if
the
you look at the
small
Nigerian
tribe.
government, if you
No,
look at the
hold
elites,
on, man.
go
Hold
ahead.
on. So you're saying that small tribe, they the ones who control oil from River State,
The Nigerian
oil from
states,
South.
listen to me. Let me tell you how let me tell you how Nigerian money dispensation of money work. How they share the
Oh,
money.
you're saying the Nigerian state controls it. Okay.
Deny exactly. So and also like when we get the oil revenue, we have 36 states in Nigeria. The state that produce the oil get more percentage, right?
But
The state that
Mike,
do produce oil.
just be for real. Just be for real, Mike. Just the other day, I saw a video of the people in South, and all they can show for their oil is going land that's becoming desert because the oil has killed the vegetation,
Oil spill.
and rivers that they cannot drink from, and they poor as fuck. So who getting the
That's not
money from the oil?
everywhere you go in Nigeria, you see poverty. That's the fact. And also everywhere you go in
Yeah, but
Nigeria, you
it's
have
their oil.
but let
It's
me
their
land though,
no,
man.
but
I'm
it's
answering
their
your question.
it's their yeah, but it's their oil. They're the ones who's supposed to be having skyscrapers and nice facilities out of this oil before anybody else in Nigeria. So what's the
But they
unfairness?
do.
Why the unfairness? Oh, they do?
You only see picture of the poor. You only see picture of poor areas. If you go there, you see the wealth. You see if you go to certain part of the problem is you guys go on the internet and somebody will go. It's like
No,
somebody go to
no,
wait,
I know
hold on. I
that
can fire.
people.
I can fire. Wait. It's like somebody go to California and go to Skid Row, go to the poor area of California and take a picture. And then you now come online saying, "Oh, California is the richest state." Well, look how California looks, but they don't go to Beverly Hills and So that's what you're doing. If you go to the South
I
Side, you see,
understand. I
yeah,
understand.
there are a lot of
Because
wealthy.
a lot of dudes in the Niger Delta used to purify their own oil and sell diesel and was making money and building their mansions and all that. But those are the ones who the government call thieves. You feel me?
No.
Saying
The people are doing. If
they
you're doing
stealing
something
oil.
illegally, hold on, you're doing something illegally. There are laws in every society. You can't go and be breaking a pipeline, right? It's illegal. Breaking pipeline and tapping crude and then doing illegal refinery. If you want to do refinery business, start it legally. There are a lot of legal refinery business. Get a license and start your own refinery business. But what a lot of people do is bunch of guys just snap. I mean, there's gotta be law and order, man. No one is
No,
stopping
but the
anybody from
more
owning.
but they are taking people's they are destroying people's properties taking people's riches, and the people is supposed to sit there and remain poor just because he's uneducated or not so financially backed up like some people. He's supposed to sit there and take that. I would steal that bitch too and fucking process my own oil to build my house.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, of course. You and I would do it because I mean anybody would do anything, but at the end of the day, the
Because
law is the law.
why isn't the government securing these people? Because that these people can feel satisfied that they have gotten something from what their land is producing. You feel me? That's what I'm
Yeah, we
telling
can
you.
look at like that. We can look at like that, but at the end of the day, there's something called economic crime. In the United States, for example, if you don't have anything, if you can decide like, okay, let me start selling something on the street, right? It's you're supposed to be able to do that because you're hungry. But guess what? The American law say before you start selling anything, you have to get your tax and
And
ID.
license and
Exactly.
all
So it's
that
the
stuff.
law. The law is the law, you know. But if they arrest you, don't want to be like, oh, the guy is
It's
hungry. Why
not
can't he
the,
just sell water?
that's not
He's not
but
selling drugs. He's only selling water.
Mike,
So
it's not the same thing. It's not the fucking same thing, dude.
it's the same.
Come on, man, it's not the same thing.
But I can.
Imagine
Why
this
can't
now, right?
I can listen?
Imagine
Why
this.
can't?
Hold on,
Okay.
man. Let me give a scenario. Imagine this, right? Some group of white people sitting on some land in America, right? And all they see is oil pumping up out of their backyard and shit, right? I mean, the American government would like it, would like to have that. But you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna try and compensate these people properly. You feel me? For their land and their time and all that stuff. You feel me? And they might have years of compensation for them. You feel me? So that's what I'm trying to tell you. You keep referring to America as if America treat their people bad. America don't rob their people and treat their people bad. America rob black people. Well, America don't rob white people. America support white people and make sure white people get the best. If white people find oil on their land right now, you feel me? America is gonna give them the best and then take their shit. But no, in Nigeria, people got to live like scumbags. Like people gotta beg. People gotta be nothing. You feel me? A whole bunch of nothing burger for everybody. I don't think that people should live royally. The federal government of Nigeria is not planning on building nice apartment buildings for the people of River State and all that shit. They're not doing that. They're not thinking about that
But
either.
hold on. Wait. In Nigeria,
People gotta do that on
but
their
I can.
own.
Do you wanna listen or not? In Nigeria,
No.
we have state government, we have
But
federal
good.
government. The state government are responsible for building the states, not the federal government. That's the system we have. So money goes to every
I
state.
don't
So some
listen.
states,
I
good
actually
governors,
listen,
the
bro.
governors perform
Whether
well.
it's
Some
the
states don't
state,
have good
listen,
governors.
bro. Whether it's the
But
state
anyway,
government or the local government, I actually don't give a shit. The two of them is
yeah, I understand
immoral.
that because you said the federal government is not building apartments, and I'm trying to explain
Yeah,
to you
but
why they wouldn't.
the federal government can make sure the fucking state government handle that.
How?
You feel me? The two of them is in contact. The two of them can do it. The federal
No, they're
government
not.
can disperse money to the state, and the
Yeah,
state
they
handle
do,
that.
man. They
The-
do every month. They disperse millions, billions
yeah,
to every
but
state every month.
bro,
Man, you don't
don't
know
tell me
Nigeria, man.
nothing,
Forget
man.
it, man. You don't know anything about Nigeria.
River State people is not getting the money they deserve from out of the oil. Don't tell
All right,
me
fine.
that,
Okay, if
man.
you say so, man, that's fine.
You're covering for your little state government and your little federal government. You're covering for them.
I can't find Pan African. Yeah.
Hey, it's very late, man. No, I respect, listen, I respect Nigeria and Africa more than America. You feel me? Even though I talk shit, I only respect black people. And you feel me? I only love black people. That's all. I don't have enough love for everybody. You feel me? And I don't have enough respect for everybody either. My respect goes to black people, even though some of them don't deserve it. That's who I give my respect to. White people don't deserve my respect, so I don't give white people my respect. Arabs don't deserve my respect, so I don't give Arabs my respect. I don't really go around and be telling people, "Hey, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you, and you and you." I don't do that shit. You feel me? But I'm telling my African people, be enemies with these people. Stop being so friendly. I'm being so goddamn nice. Everybody you be smiling with. Pass some people and don't smile at them. You feel me? Pass some goddamn people and don't be smiling. You're smiling for. We dance too much. And there's too much black comedians. Too much of that. All right, my respect there.
Bye. I can see you later, man.
All right.
Yeah, Jackie, you didn't allow Ja to say anything. I can't. God damn it. All right. Let me log out, man. Are you guys still here? You two guys here? I'm about to. If you guys,
Yeah, I'm still here.
y'all got. What about the other? Y'all got things to talk about, or you want me to end the show?
Well, I mean, it depends on y'all. What are y'all talking about?
Icon is gone, man.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah, Jack came in. Icon didn't let John speak, man. So John left. You know? The thing about Icon is you wanna have the monopoly of knowledge. You know. But anyway, what was your question?
yeah, no, I was going to ask you. So what tribe affiliation you from?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm from everywhere, man. I'm Yoruba.
But
Yeah.
oh, okay. Oh, okay, because so with the Yoruba, right? So you guys sided with the houses in the war, right?
There's no such thing as side with Hausas. What are you talking about? We didn't
So
side with anyone. There's no
yeah,
side.
so
The war was not a tribal war anyway. It was the
it
federal
was not
government.
tribal.
No, it was not. It was not war
So
between. It was not Hausa. It was not Hausa war.
oh, okay. So because that's what I heard on the documentary. So that's why I was asking.
Yeah, those
So
guys are full of shit, man. They're just making
yeah.
up rubbish. So the 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 head of states, the president, they went to war against the rebels. I'll call them the Igbo rebels because the guy was trying to create the president is not Hausa and it's not Yoruba. He's from a small tribe, minority tribe. So he was the head of state. So there was no Hausa. It was not Hausa. It was not the Hausas or neither was it the Fulanis. The guy was from a tribe called Angas. That's the name of the tribe, Angas.
Wow, I never even heard of that before.
Exactly. So they just line on the internet. The Igbo people just making rubbish documentaries just to twist history, you know.
Well,
And
it was a white
unfortunately,
documentary. And it was saying that. So it was
why?
talking about how it was saying that all the other tribes, like it was. So it was making it seem like it was a tribal thing. Like I watched this years
It
ago.
was it. The what makes it tribal is just that the rebel was claiming he's fighting on behalf of his tribe, but it's a lie. He just wanted to. He wanted to. He wanted to rule. He wanted to be the one in charge because they did a coup. They wanted to rule, but then the other guy did a counter coup. So he didn't like that. So now he couldn't stand the leadership of the other guy. So he decided, oh, he's gonna since they have a lot of military. Many of their tribes are from where they dominate the military, so they felt like they can just create their own country. So he decided to, the Ojuku guy, he decided to call a lot of his tribesmen and trying to divide the country. But the president just fought back. It's kind of like, it's kind of like United States Civil War, The government is going to fight against you. So it's the government versus the rebel. So it's not tribal. They just
Yeah.
follow it to be tribal,
Yeah. So just as the observation, because I don't know too much about Africa like that, but what I do notice is that so those main tribes that you named, the houses, Igbos and Yorubas, to me, from what I've seen, it seems like a lot of them are like really, uh, um, I guess, at least the guys on the top, like a lot of them are really, really prosperous. They look
Who?
like they look real prosperous.
Who look prosperous?
That well, people from those three tribes, Yoruba's houses.
No,
I
no,
don't know.
everybody,
I don't never see
everybody.
houses over here in the United States,
No,
but
the Hausas. See, people from the northern Nigeria, the northern part of Nigeria is very Islamic. They're more Islamic kind of people. So when they travel out of Nigeria, they go more to like the Middle East.
oh,
Yeah, they go to places like Dubai, Saudi Arabia, um, you know, United Arab Emirates. They like more Middle Eastern culture.
oh, your phone is going in and out.
Sorry, I had a phone call. Yeah,
Yeah.
so those people travel more to the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia. But those of us from the South, we are more into Western kind of culture, So we travel to more to like England, United States, Europe. So that's why you're gonna find the Nigerians. You're gonna find America. Will be-
Hello, are you on your phone or computer? Because the sound keeps going out.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm getting phone calls. Someone's calling me. That's why.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. But anyway, yeah. So you get my point. So, yeah, people from the South travel. You're gonna meet more Yoruba, Igbos, Ijaws, Calabar, those tribes, Southern tribes. Those are the people you're gonna meet in America most of the time.
Yeah, I've never met a person from Ejaw, and I thought Ejaw was part of. I thought they were like a subsection of Yorubas.
The thing is, in Nigeria, we all have historical links, all the tribes, kind of. So, but
to to a
we
certain
have some kind
degree.
of link. But today, we see ourselves as separate ethnic groups. But
Hmm.
historically, we all linked somehow.
Yeah, this guy, man, I don't know what this guy gonna do. I'm trying to like not get in an accident. Yeah, so I saw a speech from the Emir of Kano one time, and a lot of the things that he was saying, man, he was saying some powerful stuff. And he was talking about, so he was basically talking about, he was giving the he was um he was comparing Nigeria to Dubai, and he was saying that there's no reason why Nigeria cannot have like their own version of Dubai, basically. And so a lot of the leaders that was in that meeting, he was kind of like, he wasn't really scolding them because he wasn't disrespectful, but he was just saying that, I guess he had a particular vision for Nigeria, and he was, you know, it's basically kind of like the same thing that you guys be talking about when you guys are brainstorming on, you know, like trying to come up with ideas to kind of like better Africa's situation.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. We're trying to get it right, man. It's a matter of time. I think Nigerians will get it right. They have a lot of talents and brains and
Right,
uh, well, highly educated people. So it's a matter of time. Every country
right,
will get there in their own pace.
Hmm.
right.
Who's that?
Hey, Mike, what's up? This is Adewale.
Yeah, what's up?
Not too much. Where's everybody?
Hmm?
Where's everybody?
They all left, man.
I was monitoring the
The
show earlier.
foreigners chase them away. No Nigerians
Uh,
don't like they only
I,
ask
wa-
how they are fellow Nigerians.
I was monitoring the show earlier, but I was super busy. I couldn't join. Even I monitored the Damage show today too. Honestly, I've never felt so pissed off in my adult life like the way I was today.
What
The,
happened?
the, the way this, well, I'm going to sound out of character, but to be honest, I was so pissed off that, if I sound a little bit more, um, I don't know, out of character, whoever's feeling somehow, I apologize. I don't, at the same time, I don't give a fuck. Excuse my language. You know, this issue of Soyinka has taken a different turn. I was hacked simply because some kids that lack home training. This is not even about being obedient now. This is pure stupidity. I listened to, I will name names. I listened to Two Ninja. I listened to Man of Prestige. Honestly, if they're on this show tonight, I would have cursed them out big time. But I couldn't just join the show when the show was still, and they were having other important topic they were discussing. So I didn't want to, interrupt them. I mean, how on earth, if you lack home training where you come from, or perhaps your culture does not give respect to the elders, that on you. But do not cross the boundary of insulting someone who your generation would never measure up in terms of intellectual, in terms of accolade, in terms of contribution to the development of the country. It's taken a different turn because they seems now to get it. I was listening today, Mike. I watched some imbeciles dragging this man simply because he mentioned the name of their God. To be honest with you, Soyinka is not my father, but I'm a Yoruba man. If we disagree, so many times we disagree with so-called Yoruba leaders, and we have a way of addressing them. Padiba pitched a tent with their God. Yoruba people did not deny him. Till tomorrow is still their son. But you would never see a Yoruba, either young or old, disrespecting that man for support Obi. Because they believe that he made its choice and and we are known to standing our ground. That is what Yorubas are known for. These stupid idiots, because I can call them even worse than that, only pick a version of that interview where he spoke. See, these people, the likes of Soyinka, could smell incompetence, fakery for miles. Remember, this man has romance with the government. He has been, friends, and you can tell somebody in his 90s doesn't have to mince word or trying to, deodorize something or make because he doesn't want your feeling to be. He will tell you to your face. We've seen him standing tall against the authority in Nigeria. I don't know. Maybe it's just because of it can't be religion or tribal differences. This this son of a bitches came online today and they were trolling and dragging this man that he shouldn't have said what he said. He didn't call the man stupid. He said he was just not competent enough to lead a complex country called Nigeria. Simple as ABC. And I tell you, Someone who has been around the block can tell you that it takes somebody with a strong will and connection to rule Nigeria, whether military or civilian. This man fought for the democracy, the kind of freedom that we're enjoying today. It was part of the movement. It wasn't just about actualizing MKO's political ambition. It was about restoring democracy back in the country. And the person that now represents their thing of today were perhaps still busy trading in Alaba or whatever it is then.
Let me tell you this, man. Let me tell you this. One thing I've always disagreed with Shoyinka most of his life, the only thing is the fact that he has always been pro Biafra, pro Southeast, even when they are dead wrong, even when Biafra is a fraud, you were pro Biafra. So at the end of the day, in the name of being diplomatic, in the name of being Omoluabi towards the Igbos, you did all that. At the end of the day, they still turn on you. So maybe it's a lesson you people need to learn. I don't know when Yoruba people learn. Like, we begin to wake up and learn. Yeah, when people like me talk, you guys say, "Oh, Mike is kiniko." I look at history. Victor Banjo, when I joined Biafran army, a Yoruba man has no business joining the Biafran army. They still tied the guy on a pole and killed him.
You know the funniest thing, the same
Can you
Soyinka
imagine? So
defended.
wait now. I mean, I'm telling you where me I see things. If Victor Banjo, if a old Victor Banjo can join the Biafran army, risk his own life, help them to go on the front line to face battle, help them to conquer territory. At the end of the day, you still tie him on a pole and shot him. You're shocked that Shoyinka has been Biafran, pro Igbo all his life. For them to turn against him like this, you are shocked?
No,
I'm not shocked.
that is not the bone of my argument or my discussion. I'm not beclouded by tribal sentiments or whatever. What I'm saying is that whether you're an obedient sympathizer or you're an hardcore hyper, you can believe whatever you want to believe, whether you separatists or even, I don't want to call the name, call the T word. I don't care what you believe in. But one thing you will not do, or this son of bitches will not do, is to see an eminent Nigerian that have made this country proud at one point in time in his life. Whether he supported their cause or not,
Did these people tell you that they like Nigeria or they want Nigeria? So what are you talking about?
The lack of respect that they have. This actually
is this something that shocked you? Is this new?
No,
it's
not even that shocked me. It's the fact that those who I expect to have common sense.
Who?
Prove to me that they don't have common sense. That if at all you disagree with somebody does not mean that you have to disrespect that person. Somebody even calls Ole Soyinka non-entity. That was where I lost it. On this show, there was a time that Okonjo-Iweala and Tinubu met somewhere in Paris, if I'm not mistaken. And
you know that when that person do that, then Rudolph will not do anything. They won't do anything.
That
Rudolph
show.
They'll be emailing one man. They say one man.
No. The Rudolph show. Mike, you remember when we used to feature on that show, right? That was when it was still in infancy. And as at that time, it was.
The guy would be one neutral
No.
being, fair guy.
I don't see him as a sympathizer to the separatists. What I think happened is the fact that the show was hijacked. Initially, it wasn't towards being antagonistic in nature. It was just purely academic, analyticals, and people comes and People have different view. Sometimes they disagree, they fought, and sometimes you could see some element of tribal sentiment underlying in that their analysis. But before the election, it was tilting towards that, and that was when now have the congregations. That's when you have the separatists, the terrorists, all sort of Tom, Dix, and Harry you can find. But that was what his show was. But they hijacked the show, and to a point, I don't know if he lost control. I'm just not cut for this kind of things. And if you are not a sympathizer of their cause, you are not welcome on the show because they put you straight in the center. On this show, on this one man show, we've had people with a different opinion. We have people that support Showore, we have people that support VAT, we have people that support OV, we have people that support all kind of people that you can find. And we also have people that take a neutral ground. And yet we argue, but nobody gets so condescending. Some from time to time we do have some, situation where people spat and everybody come back to their senses. But when you now deliberately trying to reduce somebody's life achievement that none of the generation could ever measure up to, that is where it hurt me. There was a time, if you remember, Mike, where Akonjo met in Paris. And there was some pictures circulating on social media where the shows Okonjo Iweala was taking picture with Biden, and this idiot called Charlie Boy, somebody that should have been put inside condom, a disgrace to his family, to his father, was now saying, "Oh, look, that this is who the world want to meet, not Tinubu." Now putting those pictures out there, and this son of a guns now saying, "Oh, Okonjo Iweala this should have been the president, this and that." And I look at it, we have two eminent Nigerians representing Nigerians in that occasion. What does that say? And I said, no, that cannot be, because Okonjo Iweala that I've seen, I don't know her, where I've only been close to her one time at the airport in Nigeria, that I don't think she will be that kind of a person with those tribal. I'm not saying that she may not have her own, some form of bias, but to openly identify and openly, a tribalist that way, I don't think so. And I so much admire what she has done for the country. And I said, no, that kind of possible. The moment she visited Tinubu after that episode of Picture, you needed to see the way they were dragging her. She's a disgrace to the Igbos. She's this, and I felt like, no, I spoke against that on this show. But I know there's no way
Well, at the
a
end of the day,
proper
well, you guys are just waking up.
it's not about waking up. It's not about waking up, Mike. It's not about tribal. No. It's not about. It's not about. It's not about. It's not about that.
This thing I've known these people for being who they are.
Those two people I mentioned, I wish they are still on this show today, and I'm waiting for the day they will come on this show again. I will call them out on their hypocrisy and so the levels of stupidity. I've listened to them talking on this show, taking a stand and spoke in a matured way. But for them to have conspicuously in fact, I listened to two Niger, and one idiot mentioned that, oh, Soyinka had called somebody hippopotamus before. For crying out loud, I watched him turn and started dragging this man. And I felt, don't you have elders in your house? Do you think somebody can just wake up and I couldn't join because I was doing something so important. And they will come on this show. They will now see this show as a neutral ground for them to now begin to spill their rubbish. It's just hurt me the wrong way. If I had that opportunity to join the show today, I was on the show, but I just couldn't click unmute my mic because I was in the middle of something so very, very serious. I would have cussed them out, perhaps, maybe. It just doesn't sit well. It's beyond tribal or beyond any other sentiments you can find. It's just pure stupidity. If you don't like somebody, we get it. You don't like somebody, but completely ridicule Soyinka to the level of come on. Somebody even call him stomach infrastructure. I mean, this is pure stupidity. Pure
Well,
stupidity.
I
And I
gotta end
can't
the
wait.
show, man. I gotta go, man.
I can't wait. I was
Don't
just trying
worry,
to get it out of my
you
head. You
got
see the
this,
way
man.
I was speaking out of character tonight because I just couldn't. I just can't stand those people. I can't.
I
It
could.
did- Today I was on the comment. I was on the
When I
comment
come here and
section,
start
and
blasting Francois, you guys say,
some of their sympathizers, that are not hardcore obedient but just a sympathizer, they were having hard time supporting them on this. They were conflicted. They were. I watched them. Their body was coy. They were not. They were reluctant to drag the man. They were just trying to be like, okay, yeah, he shouldn't have said this. Is he the only person? But he was sought after. Somebody went to him and he granted interview. He wasn't holding camera like Obi. He wasn't calling media like Obi. Obi is not holding any public office, but yet he's trying to make himself relevant. So Yinka is not making himself relevant. Before Ganifa Remi passed in this world, there was a time he had a popular opinion. And you could see there at that moment the people were having hard time, to take side with him. But he stood his ground. That was what we know these people for. They are strong, will-minded people. They don't care. They've seen it all. But anyway, I'm just trying to get out of my system. I wish those folks are still on the show tonight. But one day we will meet, and I will bring that up. You don't come on this one and start sounding like a reasonable people where you acted like an animal and a stupid idiot on the other show. You depicted, a moral and untrained character, and you now come here to now sounding like a modest and matured person. I dislike hypocrisy. It's stupidity. Thank you, Mike. And I apologize in advance for whoever using those words tonight. That is just out my crack, and I needed to get it out.
All right, man.
All right.